This
Infinity
is like
Stones.
new, yeah.
Wick, did you text him, DM him? Did you do
Yeah,
all
I'm
the
I'm
above?
I'm in his DMs right now as we speak, okay?
Well, you said he
Saying, "Hey,
texted
This
you,
is
right?
man."
Do you actually have his
the
number?
I don't have
we
his
can
number.
post it
It's
now.
in his
Everyone can text him.
fucking Twitter DMs, okay? I'm like,
Okay.
"Yo, man, he's been on my show before. He should still be in the server."
Wick is
I
like, I
Did you
gave
fucked this
clarify
bitch
that it was
before.
6 p.m.? Did you ever say it was 6 p.m. Eastern, or did you
I
say
6
Mountain
PM
Time?
Eastern Tuesday, and he said, "Yeah, that should be fine." And I
Ah,
reminded him
should.
today, and he said, "Okay."
Should.
Mm.
Mm.
Mm, mm.
Mm.
Uh-huh. See, this is kind of like when Trump sets up this whole collusive lawsuit. This is a collusive debate. We've kind of like set counterpoints up as the patsy to like
Just-
agree
That's
with
fine.
us.
I can get
You
Ryan
know what it
Mullally
is?
in here real
You know what
quick.
it is? You know what it is? You know what it is? So Dylan got into his car, right? He's checking his rear view mirror, buckles it up, checks the mirror again. There's Ryan in the back seat with a carrot,
Fucking stabbing him.
chokes his ass in. Yeah.
He fucking chokes him out.
It's like
Shows
a
you
fucking
right.
horror movie. You
Shows
see that
you right,
bloodied,
colluder.
You see that bloodied handprint slide down the passenger side. I watched
Oh, no.
Obsession. I watched
Then I
Obsession.
get
the
then
other
I
day.
start
It's
getting
so good.
texts from Ryan saying, "Oh, I hear you have a spot free."
How do you know? Don't worry about it. If
Yeah.
I show up and I seem a little out of breath, don't worry about that either. You guys should
We had
definitely
Wick
check out.
on. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say you guys should definitely check out Obsession. It's a very Obsession.
I
and
loved it. I
Hokum,
saw it over the weekend.
excellent.
Great. Yeah, I
It is.
can
It's really
can
good.
confirm.
That actress, I've never seen her in anything before. She was phenomenal. She was phenomenal. So
Okay,
To
tell you
answer the
what,
question
gang,
in the chat,
we're gonna give him another 2 minutes, and then we're just gonna fucking do it.
That's okay. I can fight both of y'all.
I'm fine giving a 5. I
Okay,
want to
5?
try to
Yeah.
avoid.
We can
Yeah,
get
I want to try to avoid
yeah, we
the
don't want a
optics
dog pile.
of. Yeah, that if
I mean, like,
possible, if possible.
I would be Counter's teammate for the thing just to balance it out. Or if there's if there is an anti-court packer in my audience who wants to jump in.
If he did not lose his shit on me in a psycho meltdown, I would be fine with that. But I did say he's the one exception.
He did.
That bridge is burned. Or he can
He-
apologize.
He just
can
needs to like
sincerely-
rescind it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. He needs to apologize. He needs to straight up
Yeah,
go,
yeah,
I'm
yeah,
sorry.
that's it.
I was wrong. I made claims without
That's
any
an apology.
evidence.
Yeah,
I apologize, Josiah.
I agree. I agree.
What
Just saying.
I would love to litigate the claims. What were the claims that were made?
So
That Josiah messaged Wick and him are lying and trying to set him up and bumped him because Josiah's trying to avoid him or something.
this is annoying me, and I'll just tell you guys directly. So here's what happened. So before the other drama, I was setting up a debate on court packing, and I asked on Twitter publicly, "Hey, who wants to be on my show about court packing?" Pisco volunteered. Josiah followed suit. And so I was like, okay, well, who can I get them as opponents? And I reached out to different people, and I got the things together. And I'm like, hey, I got a slot open. What do you guys want? And then the drama hit, and I messed up. It was my fault. I booked wrong, and I had to make a choice between whether I'm going to have counterpoints on or whether I'm going to have Ryan Mullally on. And I chose counterpoints for a variety of reasons, right?
Were
I haven't
any of
had
those
counterpoints.
reasons because Josiah said a single thing to you?
No. Josiah was not consulted in any of this, right? The only thing I was consulting with Josiah is he said, maybe I can get this guy on. Right?
Brad
But it was a
Palumbo.
different
Yep.
right? Ryan wasn't mentioned at all. And so Ryan DMs me and is like, what the fuck? I thought I was gonna be on. And I was like, I realized that in dealing with all the drama, I was like, oh shit. Oh, thank God. Okay.
Thank God.
We'll
Oh my God.
litigate the drama later.
He
Okay?
cams
Sure.
up.
Yep.
It's Ryan.
Oh shit.
Fucking
severed head.
It's Dylan. He pulls the Silence of the Lambs. You know,
What was all this
Mission
for,
Impossible
Ryan?
mask.
Yeah.
Hey,
Oh
Dylan, how
my
you doing?
God.
Can you hear us, buddy?
Hello.
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 Can you hear us?
This is Dylan.
Hi.
Hey.
Hi,
Hi.
Dylan.
Hi.
You got a camera for us today?
I will try. I'm trying.
Yeah, take your time. Take your
See.
time.
Where is it?
I want to be
Oh,
like
how
you
to
have a
do
dog,
this.
but I'm waiting for a no.
No, I'm trying to figure out.
That's Ryan's dog.
He's He's trying to set up the
Yeah.
webcam in his cell.
Let's see.
Not, give him a minute. Give him a minute. He's only been my show once. He's all good.
We're making
Like,
progress.
that
We're
he
going in the
came
right
back-
direction.
The fact that he came back at all.
Microphone. Where's the camera option?
Should be a big camera looking button.
Yeah.
Thanks, Pisco.
Voice and video.
What do you want me to say? It looks like a video camera.
Wait a minute. Remember, that's what the president does. He's like, man, TV, camera.
Passed the cognitive tests.
Congratulations, Pisco. You can be president of the United. Well, you're not old enough.
I
but if you
aced
were.
it.
Yeah. I aced the cognitive exam. Nobody takes cognitive exams like I do.
Did you edit your Trump impression to sound more like the soy pills? Be honest.
No. What are you talking about? The soy pill.
I'm
You know,
just wondering.
I'll be honest with you. He's pissing me off. Between the Trump impression and his workout vids, he's taking credit for my shit. And he's like trying to pass it off as his. Like when he's doing those lat pull downs, I'm like, why are you behind me in the gym recording me while I'm doing this? God.
We can see you, buddy. How you doing, Dylan?
Awesome.
I think I successfully did it.
You
Hi.
did. Hi.
Hi, welcome to the
Wonder of
show.
wonder.
Okay, let's get started. We're a little late, but
the
I'll
miracle of modern tech.
introduce the topic, and then we'll give all of y'all introductions, and we'll get into it. Sound good? Great.
That sounds amazing.
Sounds great.
Welcome, one and all, to yet another episode of Whick TV. It's a cross-ideological space where we come together to talk about issues both political and cultural, from the silly to the serious. And today, we're going to be discussing court packing. If, hopefully when, Democrats once again regain power, should they pack the court? What does that even mean? What does that look like? Why or why not? What other reforms should we look at when talking about the Supreme Court of the United States? Is court packing dangerous? Why or why not? We got some great guests to talk about it. I'm going to give the mic to them to each tell you who you are, what you do, why we should listen to you, and what your thoughts are. We're going to start with counterpoints, and we're going to work our way around. Counterpoints, there's the mic. Give us what you got.
Go. Yeah, hi guys. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran. I try to be a Rhino Republican, a Republican who has honesty, integrity, nuance, and objectives. And in reference to this subject, I think that the Democrats need to realize that they've been dealt a good hand, but they don't need to overplay said hand. So what I think is going to be like, or what needs to be evidence, is that this is like a uniquely runaway Supreme Court. Oftentimes what I hear is the repeal versus Roe versus Wade. What oftentimes I hear is the immunity decision. And frankly, I think that's what we're going to be fighting about a healthy chunk of the time, is whether or not this Supreme Court has truly run away in a way that is like irredeemably evil. And so if you're on the verge of winning the Senate, if you're on the verge of winning the House, if you're on the verge of, if you actually play your cards right, winning in 2028, then going full-blown fucking authoritarian is you running to the other side of the ship when we're already on the verge of capsizing. I don't want to capsize the Republic of the United States. I want the Democrats to win temporarily so they can balance the ship, but I don't want them to capsize us in the opposite direction. I'm sure we can get into more details during the conversation, but I'll leave it there for now.
Thank you for being here. Looking forward to it. Dylan Asper, please.
Hi, I'm Dylan Esper. I'm an appellate lawyer and media lawyer in Southern California. And I often do analysis of appellate law publicly on Twitter and another fora. I'm not to be launching a defense the court. I think the Supreme does some things.
Oh, your
right,
audio's
but,
cutting out,
you
man.
know, it does many
Hey,
functions.
Dylan, we can't hear you.
There are
Yeah,
many
Dylan, your audio's cutting out, buddy.
Yeah, I don't know if you have a wired
It-
microphone, but it could be like the cord could be jumbled up.
Give him a minute, gang. Give him a minute.
lagging out too a little bit. The video, maybe internet's the problem.
Here. Try turning off your camera. Maybe that'll make it better.
The ultimate cope of any
I don't know. I don't know.
video
man.
call.
I'm not tech.
It's a no. I get it.
Okay, now we can't hear you at all. There's no pickup of the mic. Shit. Gang, look, this is wonderful Wick TV content. I understand. I get it. I know. But we're gonna get through it. It's gonna be a great day. Oh no.
See, and Ryan's gonna laugh about this too, which is
You know what?
the worst of all possible worlds. He's gonna get enjoyment out of this. He is the devil.
Who do you think's fucking up his internet?
It's Ryan, of course. I know it's him. He wanted to get back at Josiah, and they're colluding behind the scenes with the fucking ISP. Fucking
dude, he's in the walls chewing on the wires.
It's his modus operandi.
Okay. While he's fixing it, why don't we pass the mic to Josiah and then we can get the other sides, and then hopefully
let Pisco go first. I'm sorry, I'm laughing.
Pisco, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Sure. I actually don't think that the question is whether or not we can prove there's a uniquely runaway court. That's not what we're here to discuss. We're here to discuss whether court expansion is justified. And I'm going to give you a bunch of reasons why. Of course it's justified. The first reason is one of basic self-defense. The retaliation is justified. There was a court pack of the federal Supreme Court with Merrick Garland's seat. That did occur, and self-defense and retaliation is justified in response. And if you have a claim that it's not one for one what happened with Merrick Garland, I'll make the argument that it's actually worse what happened with Merrick Garland, because we didn't have the virtues present in legislative court expansion versus what they did with Merrick Garland's seat. And those virtues are as follows: bicameralism, 2 houses of Congress, as opposed to 1 member of Congress. Mitch McConnell versus 2 branches of Congress have to pass it, and then it needs to be presented to the president. That's virtue number 2, presentment to the president, right? So those make the conduct, the norm violation when it comes to what Mitch McConnell did, worse than a norm violation with respect to legislative court packing. So you're going to have to make a case that actually the norm violation for non-legislative court packing is somehow worse. Otherwise, it's retaliation, self-defense, 1-to-1. Reason number 2, we need more justices as an administrative matter. Look at all of the shadow docket opinions we're getting, all the bullshittery, the not enough cases that are coming out of the Supreme Court, the many number of circuit splits on issues of immense relevance that aren't being addressed by the Supreme Court. The next reason is it's not going to lead, right? There's no reason to think it'll lead to this parade of horribles like Connor is talking about the end of the rule of law, some people have said. We've seen court expansions of state Supreme Courts in Georgia, Arizona, Utah. Has it led to no more rule of law? Has it led to an endless tit for tat that we can't get out of? What is the empirical reason to believe that it's going to end to the rule of law? Is it the Lord of Flies in Georgia, in Arizona, and Utah? We just don't know about it. And furthermore, we have had this kind of court packing back in the 19th century for explicitly partisan reasons. Has our country broken apart? Were we unable to recover from the back and forth court packing early on with Madison and with Adams, or later on prior to the Civil War and then after the Civil War? And in a way, you can make an argument that the cause of the Civil War, at least one of its major causes, was a Supreme Court run totally amok in the Dred Scott decision. And then finally and importantly, packing the court, expanding the court will lead to good outcomes. Right now, the confidence in the court is like at an all-time low. Continuing the current strategy has not been working if what you mean by legitimacy is like public opinion. The results in the legal opinions of the Supreme Court have been totally inconsistent, bad, shameless. And so why do we have any reason to think that it will produce bad results to continue down the line that we're on? If anything, I think it will increase confidence in the courts and, crucially, for my purposes, help establish a good political agenda for Democrats, which otherwise will be consistently stymied by a biased and entrenched Republican court.
Thank you for being here, Pisco. Love to have you always. And we're going to give it to Josiah now and give Dylan the max time to fix the deck that we possibly can. Go ahead, Josiah.
I'll filibuster. No, I mean, Pisco covered most of it. I mean, look, I have a more cynical view, I think, of the court than even Pisco does. Look, I believe the Supreme Court was always a partisan political instrument, just not as much as the presidency or Congress. But over time, it has become quite partisan and quite brazen about it. I mean, the mask has slipped as far as the American people are concerned. Poll after poll after poll by the American people show that most Americans believe that the court is partisan, that they don't trust the court. The court seems entitled to the American people's trust without actually doing anything to earn it. So, for example, they're not particularly persuasive in their writing. They don't abide to a binding code of conduct. The power of the Supreme Court comes from the American people believing that they are a legitimate and neutral arbiter of the law. I'm not sure if such a thing ever existed, but if it did, it certainly doesn't exist now. So they have more power in certain respects than the partisan political branches, and none of the democratic accountability. As corrupt as Donald Trump is, as unpalatable as I find him in the Republican Party in both the House and the Senate, at least I can say that they were elected, right? The Supreme Court, they are less active than the political branches, but in many ways, the mask again is slipping, and that they're deciding cases that advantage the Republican Party, not just in terms of the Trump immunity decision, not just in terms of the Dobbs decision, but also the recent rulings with the Voting Rights Act in particular. And that wasn't just one ruling. That's been a process that spanned 10 years, starting in the case with, Eric Holder, and they've just been slowly whittling away. We see them violate the Purcell Doctrine, this idea that you don't want to intervene too closely to elections because it meddles. They ruled recently that Texas, for example, back in December, had to vote on an unconstitutional map because it was too close to the election. They didn't want to intervene. They violated that same principle to screw over the Democrats after the voting rights decision. So it's just rank partisanship in the worst possible way. Supreme Courts have been packed by Republicans at the state level, and if Republicans are willing to pack the Utah State Supreme Court, the Arizona State Supreme Court, the Georgia State Supreme Court for nakedly partisan ends, there's no difference in principle between that and the United States Supreme Court. If they would do it for state courts of last resort, they would do it for the federal court of last resort. It's just that we've had a conservative court for 50 years, and we're currently languishing under a conservative supermajority. It's not hypothetical. They've done the things that we are just simply talking about now. People are clutching their pearls. Oh my God, it's the end of the republic. It's the end of rule of law. Where were you motherfuckers when Republicans were doing it in Georgia, Utah, and Arizona? You weren't anywhere. You're lying fucking hypocrites who only want a partisan edge. Maybe not Dylan, because I don't know what his politics are, but the Republican critics of this, the conservative critics of this, the Lactoids and the Ryans and the people of that stripe, they just want a conservative court. I believe in political self-defense. If you all can pack Supreme Courts, we can pack Supreme Courts. And if we can do it for states, then we can do it for states. You would do it for the federal court, we can do it for the federal court. And that's why I believe on that. I also believe, by the way, that that Pisco has a really persuasive case, that they shrank the size of the court through norm violations during the McConnell not speakership, but Senate majority. And if they were willing to do it there, which was lawful, it was unethical, but lawful, this is a lawful way to do it too. So again, I find it totally unpersuaded. And I do believe, by the way, that if we don't do it, much of a Democratic agenda will be dead on arrival in 2028 if we do win a trifecta. So pack the fucking courts. That's what I say.
1 second, I'm getting a replacement last minute. But in the meantime, talks amongst yourselves.
Yeah, I think we have to
Let's
start with the self-defense argument, because I think that is the one. It's really intuitive to people. People have commented to me that it's helped them out. And so I think we should start with that, with Connor, and with Whick too. I think is against it. Would you agree that if it were the case that Republicans legislatively expanded the Supreme Court of the United States, that it would be justified for Democrats to do the same in response?
If they, I'm sorry, just restating your question. You're saying if the
Yes.
Republicans did it first, can they do it back?
No, not can. It's not a question of
Should.
possibility. Should they? Justification. Would they
I think
be
they have the
justified?
justification to do so, but that's the exact kind of runaway bullshit that I'm trying to avoid.
Well, sorry, but like if the answer is it's justified to do it in response, that I take that to be equivalent as they should do it, right? Do you mean to say that justification is different than what you think should occur?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so what do you mean by justification other than what you want to see?
So
what you think is right.
Yeah, I'll try to differentiate this as briefly as I can so we don't end up
Before you
totally
do,
autistic.
Dylan,
Before you do, Dylan, can you hear us? Okay. Dylan, I'm sorry. Your tech just, it's not working. We can't hear you, and I think you're frozen.
what if he? I don't know if this because I'm such a fucking boomer. What if he shuts the camera off and just tries to talk?
No, it's not. It's not
Just
gonna. It's an
tried
internet
that.
issue. Yeah,
Oh,
it's
we
not
just
gonna work.
did. Oh, okay.
We just tried that. I am so
Oh.
sorry, Dylan. I apologize. That's very sad. Yeah, I can't. We can't hear you, sir. Okay. Here we are.
Hear you.
Hello? Yeah, I don't think this is gonna work. Dylan, unfortunately, we can't hear you, sir.
Was this an issue last time he was on your panel?
No, it was not. I don't know.
Dylan, did your internet situation change, or can you use a different computer? I don't know if you've got like a hardwired one.
Okay. Do you have a phone? Yeah, I just don't think this is gonna work. Okay. In the meantime, counterpoints, continue your answer, please.
Yes. So, for instance, if I'll explain this instead of asking questions, that way we can get there faster. So, for instance, if somebody breaks into my home under the state of Florida law, I'm basically have castle doctrine. I'm allowed to presume that they have negative intent, and I'm allowed to shoot them with a firearm. I'm allowed to kill them. Okay. Now,
Okay, but we're not
I
talking
can
about
be
legal
justified.
justification,
Hold on,
'cause
I'm answering your
are you
fucking
contesting
question,
whether it's
Pisco.
legal?
We're
No,
two
you're not. I don't
steps
want to
down.
have you this
Yes, I
conversation.
am. I'm answering your
talking about
fucking
legal
question,
justification.
and you can chill the fuck out for 30 seconds. So, am I justified in killing someone if they break into my house? Yes. But clearly, if there's context surrounding that indicates that killing them might be legally justified, but could lead to deleterious effects otherwise, then I might recommend against executing
But isn't it
them when they
obvious?
break
I'm
into your
not
house.
asking about legal justification. Are you doubting whether it's legal to do this measure?
No,
I'm not asking about
not. You
legal
just asked for my
justification.
differentiation between
Okay, so then
moral
let's
justification
put that
and
to the
legal
side.
justification.
No,
And I'm
then let's
saying
put that
that
to the
clearly
side.
things can be justified in multiple contexts.
So we're not talking about legal justification. So I don't want an equivocation there. So when I ask, would it be justified for Democrats to do a response? I'm not asking, would it be legal for them to do that?
Fine,
I'm
let's
asking,
leave
let's
it in the realm of
ethically
moral
justified?
then let's leave it in the realm of moral, but I'll go ahead and explain my
if
hypothetical again
Republicans-
because you're being
no,
dense
I want an
30
answer
seconds
to the
into this
question.
fucking
I want a
conversation.
non-equivocation
I didn't ask
answer
you
to
a
the
question.
question.
What? How could you answer
Okay,
a question if I didn't
okay,
ask you a question?
We gotta go
Dude,
one
this
at a
is
time.
so
I'm sorry.
stupid.
I'm distracted.
You're the one who went for the throat 2 seconds in.
No. You're not answering the question. You know you're not answering the question. The
Yes,
question
I
isn't
am.
would it be legally just. No,
Yes,
the question
I am.
is as
Don't
follows,
give me your
which you
gay
did not
framing,
answer.
Pisco.
Okay,
Don't say you're not answering the question when I'm answering the question
You know
directly.
you're not. No. So the question
Yes,
is,
I am.
if Republicans did a legislative court pack, would Democrats be ethically justified to do it back? That's the question.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and re-explain this, and I don't give a fuck if you spurred the fuck out, okay? So let's leave it solely in the moral realm, because legalism is tied to morality. If somebody breaks into my house, should I be able to shoot them morally? Pisco. I'll just demonstrate how absurd you are.
It depends
yes or no?
on the situations.
Yes or
it
no?
It depends on the situation.
Yes
it
or
depends
no?
on the
Generally
situation.
speaking, yes or no?
In the most cases, if someone's breaking
Generally
into my
speaking,
home,
yes or no?
Generally speaking, I would think that it's good to shoot that intruder.
Okay. Now let's say that there's an armed intruder with a fucking knife that's standing in front of my house, but there's a baby behind them. Now, is it morally just to shoot the guy with the knife?
So in that situation, right? In that situation, no, right? Maybe it's not as morally justified. I understand.
Or it's still morally justified, but there's going to be a deleterious effect, correct?
Stop.
You know what I'm talking about. You're being obtuse 2 seconds in. I'm not even being difficult.
Connor, stop.
You're being difficult.
Connor, stop. I understand the concept of extenuating circumstance or other considerations. But you can raise those in answering the question of would it be justified. You could say only if X weren't present, only if Y were present, and you can add those things. And so that's all I'm trying to get at is you can add those qualifiers in there, but we want something roughly approximating the answer, which is like, well, if someone shoots at you, do you think it's generally ethically justified to shoot back?
Yeah, sure.
That's the kind of answer we want.
Yeah,
Okay,
sure.
So why would it be unjustified?
So I'll rip apart another part of your argument. So fucking Utah, Georgia, Arizona cited as the court expansions. Do you guys know the court affiliation by the numbers? Do you know the party affiliation by the numbers?
Yes, we do. Yes, we do. So they're all of them were. Yes, I will. All of them added 2 seats. Georgia went from 5-4. To a majority Democrat 4-3 to majority Republican 5-4. Yes. Why are you shaking your head? That is what happened to Georgia.
Because I just pulled them up right now.
That's in 20. Are you doing AI stuff? So in 2016, the court pact they did changed the composition of the court to 5-4, added 2 seats. In Arizona, it was already
which state? Which state?
In Georgia, the state of Georgia in 2016, composition went from 4-3 Democrat over Republican to 5-4 Republican over Democrat. Why are you doing this off the fly research? Okay. And either way, it's irrelevant. That's not the comparison I was doing.
Because you made an assertion on a topic that I didn't necessarily like. This is extenuating to the circumstance, but I obviously thought that
has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
You're going to have to justify why you were doing something extreme, obviously. And right now, the composition of the courts are like 6-1, 7-9, and 8-1 in reference to like party affiliation.
No, but we're examining the time at the packing, right? That's what's relevant, correct?
Sure.
At the time of the packing. Okay,
sure.
So
but are you going to say that Utah is identical to Georgia?
So identical in what respect? Depends on what respect.
Okay, so for instance, I've heard it cited recently in a debate that I think I watched you in, that in Arizona, wait, was it Arizona? No, it was Utah. It was Utah. It was already majority Republican.
Yeah, that doesn't matter, right? That's what we're talking about. So I'll give you the following example.
The action clearly matters, don't you think?
I think the intent is incredibly relevant. So if the Democrats add 1 seat to the Supreme Court, would you be in favor of that? That wouldn't change the composition of the court.
I would. Well, depends. So, for instance, intent matters. So, if the intent was the caseload, for instance, in Utah, that's what was cited, right? Was that they didn't change the composition of the court. Hold on. They didn't change the composition of the court. They added justices in order to increase workload.
Yeah.
So if all the Democrats said, yeah, we want to add 1 seat to increase workload. Okay.
Are you that naive? Yes, of course they have a face-saving rationale, just like they did in Georgia. They were like, oh, yeah, guys, this is for court efficiency, I guess. I guess we're fucking around with the jurisdiction, too. And in Arizona, they're like, oh, yeah, this has nothing to do with partisan results. Even, by the way, as the chief judges in both Arizona and Georgia are saying, hey, we don't need more personnel. We don't need a court pack. In fact, in the Arizona case, they actually showed up to the hearing, and they didn't recognize that the chief justice of Arizona was standing there to give testimony about why they didn't need it. And you're like, oh, yeah, they said it was for procedure stuff and for caseload.
Wait, so if it's really so fucking bad, why do you want to do it?
No, the reason is as follows. I gave you, you're not engaging with it.
No, I'm engaging with you directly because you're like, look at these malevolent cunts. They want to pack the court for nefarious reasons. And then you're like, let's do it too?
No, we need to get linearity here. We need to actually get you to address the point.
I fucking love linearity.
Just real quick. We got one more chance, Dylan. Hopefully you've fixed the stuff and we can get this working. And hopefully, thank God, this will be done. Oh, it's not looking good, gang. Oh no. Hello? Oh no. Okay. Sorry, Dylan.
Do you have that Gen Z attorney guy on Discord?
I've DM'd Lactoid. I've DM'd a few people. I've DM'd Gen Z. I'm DMing people as we speak. That's why I'm not moderating like I should be right now. Worst case, I will jump in. Okay, but Dylan, I am so sorry, buddy. Okay, and hey, if you've ever wanted to be on Whick TV, you might not have a better chance right now if you're anti-court packing. I guess my question for
Ooh,
you.
what about
Wait,
you
we're not
guys
getting
we
an
lost you.
answer under what conditions you'd be okay with a retaliatory court pack. It hasn't been answered. When and under what circumstances you would be okay with that? I'm asking, okay, if the Republicans if they were to add, it's a conditional, if they were to add a few members to the Supreme Court using legislation, would the Democrats be ethically justified in general, barring some extenuating circumstance, to court pack back?
Yeah, sure.
Okay,
You know how I
it's my
took like 5
proposition to
minutes to
you.
get you to say generally yes, but if you shoot somebody and there's a baby behind them, that's bad? Yeah, that's why we went down that line of argumentation.
Yeah. If you had actually raised an extenuating circumstance, we
Don't
could have
tell me how to
engaged with
fucking
that.
argue.
But
Don't
putting
tell me how to
aside the
fucking
meta,
argue. I gave you
putting
a
aside the meta,
perfectly valid
it's-
example and you freaked the
it's
fuck
my
out.
it's my position. It's my position that we've had something that's worse than a legislative court pack. We've had a non-legislative court pack by the Republicans.
That's your
And
contention. But who says that I have to agree to your framing?
Okay, so let's get into that. If you agree that what happened with Mitch McConnell is worse than a legislative court pack, then by the argument from the greater, it's going to be justified to do a legislative court pack. And what I've explained to you is what Mitch McConnell did is the norm violation of one person, and it didn't have the virtues of bicameralism, two bodies, two whole houses, and the virtue of presentment to the president. At the bare minimum, a prospective legislative court pack by Democrats would have to go through two branches of Congress and be signed off by the president, giving it legitimacy democratically. That wasn't what happened with Mitch McConnell. Therefore, what Mitch McConnell did was worse. Okay. How do you respond to that?
Do you think that you're gonna be able to nuke the filibuster in 28?
That's a question of capability. That's different than the question
of
justification.
You already know
right?
where I'm going with this. So don't be obtuse about it. Because what's going to have to happen in order to achieve your worldview is you're going to have to nuke the filibuster. At which point, we're at a 51-49 in reference to legislation. So then we start the seesaw of Democrats blanket passing an agenda at 51-49, and then uno reverso, the fucking Republicans win, and then they start repealing legislation 51-49.
Are you not addressing the Mitch
and we
McConnell
go down
point?
the exact. No, I am. And if you pretended to be not obtuse for 30 seconds, then you could deal with what the fuck I'm saying. Because you know exactly what the fuck I'm saying, which is effectively that you have to nuke the filibuster to get what you want. You have to.
Do you know what Mitch McConnell had to do? Do you know what Mitch McConnell had to do to get what he wanted?
Yeah, didn't he just say we're not going to hold a vote on it?
That's part one of the plan. Do you know part two of the plan?
Tell me.
Literally to nuke the filibuster if it's for Supreme Court seats.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
He did nuke the filibuster for the Supreme Court seats?
Yes, he did. Obviously, yes.
Wait, so how 60 votes.
So how do we still have the filibuster now?
Just real quick.
Because it's called a filibuster carve out, and so instead of getting rid of the filibuster for every piece of legislation, they can select for specific bills.
They were just like, "Oh, we want this thing," and so we're gonna
carve bill.
We'll still have the filibuster, but it won't include this.
Wait,
they're fucking.
So this is something that you guys can do, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we could say, "Oh, we're carving out the filibuster just for judicial seats."
So isn't that the tit for tat that you're fucking looking for instead of packing the Supreme Court
and
nuking the filibuster in general?
Holy crap. I mean, that's a separate issue. The question of whether it makes sense to generally get rid of the legislative filibuster, we're not here to debate that. I mean, we could if we wanted to. Both Josiah separately want that to occur for other reasons, but it's just not what we're here to debate.
Yes, it is, because in order to achieve what you want to achieve, you have to nuke the filibuster, motherfucker.
Shut up. I will mute you. Tom Fuller's agreed to come on and debate the other side with counterpoints. So we have someone who's going to be jumping backstage. We're going to pull him in, and we can make this an actual panel. Okay, great. That's all I wanted to say. Continue. Go ahead.
Okay, so where we're at right now is we're trying to find distinctions between what Mitch McConnell did and what would be entailed by a Democratic plan, because I still haven't heard why it was better or that Mitch McConnell did what he did. And the first way to distinguish is, well, one entails nuking the filibuster. Well,
okay, I don't want to follow your line of linearity. I would like to set up my own. So you have...
Because you can't answer to it. Because it crushes your argument.
Or you could just shut the fuck up and let me talk because you're not the only person here. So hold on.
We do have to give some space to Josiah to make his points and to Tom when he jumps backstage to make his points. Yeah, he's on his way. But
Yeah, I'm
I
gonna wait
oh,
until Tom gets here
sure,
because I
sure, sure.
don't want to. It's not.
I
I
understand.
don't believe in
Then
dogpiling.
yep, I understand. Then go ahead, counterpoints, continue, and
Okay,
we'll
so
just kind of
you
do a
have
off.
a majority in the House. You have a majority in the Senate. You have the capacity to replicate what Mitch McConnell did by temporarily eliminating the filibuster for a single issue. You have that capacity in 2028, yeah?
Assuming so, it would be 2029, right?
Okay.
Are
So
you
why
proposing
can't you
something? So
execute
yes. I'm,
so why can't you execute that agenda in order to appoint new justices? Why do you have to pack the
you
court?
could.
Why are you doing that?
Wait. I'm saying. Well, sorry. The question isn't why aren't you doing this instead of that. The question is X justified, right? So I could say one is a better use of our time, one is a better use of political capital, and it still be the case that this is justified, right? So I don't have to. I'm not here to account for what's more important. I mean, I think I'm here to account for a court expansion plan. And although I'll answer you to say, and this is Josiah's point as well, that all of our other agenda is going to be literally skull fucked if we don't have a court that is at least amenable to reason. And this current court is not amenable to reason. And
Do you
they're
think
going to
the
like
repeal
strike
of Roe
down the things
versus
we
Wade
need.
was unreasonable?
It has nothing to do with what you could grant if you wanted to that I do think it's unreasonable, but you could grant if you wanted to that it's unreasonable. It doesn't move, or sorry, that it was reasonable to overturn it. It doesn't move the position at all. None of them rely on dispositions on particular outcomes. What I'm giving to you and what you can't contest is the retaliation argument and the self-defense argument. And there's nothing to distinguish what Mitch McConnell did in a legislative court pack. In fact, I've given you at least two virtues that would make legislative court packing superior to Mitch McConnell's discretionary non-hearings. And that has gone unrebutted. Why is what Mitch McConnell did better or worse than legislative court packing?
We have $10 from Soypill to say, Pisco, when you told me you blacklisted Ryan, did you know these tech issues would happen too?
I
You
did,
knew I'd
yes.
use my Jewish connections, huh? Okay. Well, we're bringing tomfoolery on, and we can get him up to speed and actually have a conversation. First of all, can I just apologize to my guests and to my audience for the tech issues and for all these things? Um, I am I am sorry. Um, hopefully we can make a great stream. And thank you to Tomfoolery for jumping
Thomas,
in
oh no.
last minute. No,
All
he's
right.
here. He knows this.
That was a
He knows
virtual can. That's the virtual
for
can.
jumping for
I
jumping
should
in
I
last
should have
minute.
DM'd Tom to be like Tom Freeze when you get in, just to fuck with Whick. Just be like,
Okay, Tom, how you doing, buddy? You're muted on your
You're
end. You
muted.
gotta unmute your own stuff. Yeah, it's one of those days, Kings. Give him a second. Hi.
No.
No, we can't hear you. Oh my god, if your tech issues, I will literally crash out if we
Whick's
can't
gonna
hear you,
step
buddy.
off camera,
Okay,
and we're gonna
there we
hear a
go.
muffled shot and a body hit the floor. So,
I'm still getting set up. Okay, I got a message 2 minutes ago to hop
I
on, so
apologize for the
I'm
last minute.
it's
But
all
we're
good.
good.
I'm
Okay,
I'm
so
working on it.
let's get in you in here, tomfoolery. Court packing, yes, no, maybe. What do you think?
I would say no. I understand the rationale for court packing. I understand why people want court packing. I think we would be completely justified in packing the courts after what it is that the Republicans did with Obama, Mitch McConnell blocking the nomination from him. But I also think that this is pretty much the end of everything. I think like if we do this, I think we might as well just go ahead full revolution at that point. I think.
So let's
Like
address that. So what Tom just said is very important. He said he grants the self-defense argument, right? That means there's no qualifying distinction between what Mitch McConnell did and what Democrats would do. What he's saying is, even if Republicans court pack, we shouldn't do it in response. That is what you're saying, correct? You're just saying that
I want to clarify. If it comes to point where I don't care if it's 80 years from now, if Republicans make any sort of picks, I would say we like block the next 3 that they have. But like, yes, I'm fully in favor of blocking picks that any Republican makes in the future. Just
and why
not
that
adding
distinction, right?
justices.
Because like I'm asking you the hypothetical: if Republicans did legislatively court pack, would you be against Democrats doing it in response?
You're asking if they added justices to the
Yes,
court?
correct.
No, I would be perfectly okay with them doing it in response, but I do think that the fact that they've held off doing that, when Trump has lost like a lot of
Yeah, they did
important
something
positions.
worse, right? They did something worse, right? So what I'm telling you is, what they did is something worse than, and you're shaking your head, but like, can you contest that it's worse? Because I just told you, right? We both agree that Mitch McConnell had the power to do what he wanted to do, and Congress has the power to add seats. So on the powers question, completely the same. We would agree both, I guess, are norm violations. They're both norm violations. And so I've said to you that the non-legislative court packing done by Mitch McConnell doesn't have the virtue of legislative court packing, of bicameralism and presentment to the president. In other words, you have two chambers of Congress that signs off on legislative court packing instead of one person, and then you have to present it to a whole other branch of government, that's the President of the United States, to sign off of it, and then a third one. That's a law now that's subject to judicial review in a way that Mitch McConnell's non-legislative court packing wasn't subject to judicial review. And so, isn't it worse to do what Mitch McConnell did than legislative court packing on that view?
If you say worse as far as like morality goes or like norms
Yes.
go, I would say
Yes.
yeah, to an extent, but I don't know if the norm breaking is worse. Like picks for nominations from the president are denied at times. We agree with that. Yes, like
The
And
courts
there
are
are
court packing
expanded
is
at times.
happening at times. Courts are expanded
Yeah.
at times, both.
Sure, but if what we're saying is we're doing partisan court packing, right? So we're saying that we're going to add seats and we're going to have these be justices that are likely going to be siding with liberals more likely. That is the part that I think is problematic. If you're saying,
That's
hey,
consistent with Mitch
they're
McConnell.
adding
That rationale was with Mitch McConnell.
because
Oh, you gotta let Tom finish. Tom, go ahead, finish.
well,
finish
I
your
don't know
explanation.
what you mean. What do you mean that's
Mitch,
consistent?
that
Well, that's why Mitch
rationale
McConnell
about
did it.
yes,
That's
Mitch
why
McConnell did it for partisan
yeah.
reasons.
Yeah, he wasn't doing it neutrally. Like he was trying to keep a seat held over in the event that a Republican won the presidential election. And there was also talk among Republican senators at the time, including John McCain, you know, who's like retroactively seen as a moderate. But John McCain, Ted Cruz, and other prominent Republicans at the time were saying that if Hillary Clinton won the 2016 election, they'd do everything in their power to keep that 9th seat open even during her presidency. So it was for pretty naked partisan reasons.
You don't dispute that, do you, Tom? You don't dispute that it was for partisan
No.
reasons what McConnell did.
No,
So then
obviously.
it's 1-to-1,
No,
right? So
obviously
now we have parity now. So what you said is, well, this is different because we're not talking about like not giving hearings or whatever for a neutral purpose. This would be to get partisan people, but we just explained to you how they're the same, and you grant that, don't you?
Yeah, I grant that they are both for partisan reasons. Yes.
So
but I do
what
think
makes
they're
what makes
different in
legislative
kind.
court packing worse? Then we're trying to find a distinguishing feature of legislative court packing that makes it worse than non-legislative court packing.
Well, tell me how many seats do you think you're adding when you're
Well,
back?
all we need to get you to agree with is one, and we win the debate. It's about court expansion. So all it would take for
which
it
is
to be
why it's so
considered.
fucking annoying that dude. Okay,
why don't you?
this
Well,
is
do
a
you
conversation with
do you
multiple
support
fucking
expansion
people.
or not?
So shut the fuck up.
Wait.
Hold on, please,
no-
please. Let counter.
Oh
make
yeah,
his
let
point.
Pisco
Why
just
is it-
run the conversation. Okay, all right, cool. Yes.
Well,
fine.
how many people?
Pisco,
here
I'm
are in
sorry, I
favor
forgot
of
this was the
court
Pisco show.
is-
Go ahead.
No, but like
No, hold on.
Wait,
hold on.
we're all
What are
here
the
to
sides?
execute your linearized logic. We're all here to just follow
Because you can't
you
contest with
point
it.
for point for point for point down whatever the fuck you want to talk about. Nothing that
He asked
anybody
me a
else wants to
question.
talk about.
So
did ask
Tom
a
asked me a
question. Hold on, Tom
question.
did ask
Tom
a
asked me a question. He said,
Yeah.
"How many seats are we talking here?" And what I said was, "Well, I think we win the debate if you agree with even one." That's what I said. And
Yeah.
we can go on and then
Yeah,
talk
but
about
I
the
want to
13
be
for
here for
13,
90
which I'll also
minutes. I don't
support.
want you to make a linearized point and then claim victory immediately afterwards because that's going to piss me the fuck off.
Well,
And
okay.
I
let
want
me
to know
ask
if you guys
Well,
agree
hold on.
or disagree
Well,
with
just
court
be clear.
packing.
Please,
The
please.
debate's
Yeah,
on court
if you ask
expansion.
me that
If you
question,
agree
I would
with
be
court
able to
expansion,
articulate
then
how,
we
but
can
then
move
you
on.
can guffaw like a
I'm gonna have to
bitch.
mute both of you if you don't shut up. Okay,
Yeah,
I'm a little
Pisco, shut the
flustered,
fuck
I'm a
up.
little angry, right? It's not any of your faults. It's just how it is. But counterpoints, can you tell us why that is an insufficient, or we should have a different standard for this? What is your standard
Because
here?
let's
And then
say that
can
we
get into it,
agree.
and
Yes,
I promise we can
I'll
all
use.
get our points out, and it'll be great. But go ahead, counterpoints.
I've been working on this analogy for the past few minutes, so I would appreciate it if you work with me on my analogy. So let's say that you're agreed to a mixed martial arts tournament, okay? And you are allowed to kick people in the thigh based off of the rules, but you're not allowed to kick somebody in the knee because you could literally shatter their knee sideways, okay? And what has happened is you've been kicked in the thigh repeatedly, which results in your loss in the match. What I and people like me are saying is that thigh kicks are a part of the game. So go ahead and throw thigh kicks. But if you're like, no, we need to moderate the rules slightly so we can throw a kick not at the knee, but at the tendon right above the knee. And we're like, okay, we understand what you're doing here, and you can say that this is still part of the game, but you know it's going to shatter the fucking knee. So let's not shatter each other's fucking knees.
We can get into that.
Rules? Are you talking about the getting rid of the filibuster?
I basically think, so I think that the getting rid of the filibuster in perpetuity and then also packing the courts simultaneously is going to set the precedent that you only need to pack the courts at a 51-49. And we're also going to start this speed race to the bottom of passing a sweeping Democratic legislative agenda and then Republicans raping said agenda as soon as they have a 51-49. Yes.
Ryan,
you can shake
or
your fucking
Connor,
head,
one thing-
but everybody
No, go
who's
ahead,
worried
Josiah.
about this
Let
worries
Josiah
about this.
sit in.
Pisco, you're not the
hold on,
only
let
fucking
Josiah go.
person
Let
talking
Josiah
about
go.
this topic.
Hold on, counterpoints, please.
Well,
You gotta
Connor,
let
one
Josiah get
one
in
thing,
there. Josiah,
one thing I
please.
would say is set the filibuster. Like, I understand that for you it's a fear of a twofer, but again, you know, we could just even make just an exception for, I can't remember the name of the act, but it was passed like in the late 1800s that expanded or locked in the Supreme Court at 9. It's some sort of judicial act. We could just do a filibuster carve out for simply just that law. So just set the filibuster aside. The filibuster would simply be a means either getting rid of it in totality or making a single exception to overturn the law, which caps the Supreme Court at 9, and then you could expand it to 13 to match the circuits or whatever, just by 1. So set the filibuster aside. The thing is, what Pisco and I are talking about is what McConnell did was exercise power that was lawfully his to shrink the court. He didn't pack the court by expanding it, but he forcibly reduced the size of the court and kept it that way for a year. What we are proposing really isn't substantively any different because it would be within the power of the Democratic Party if they retake control of the Senate to, again, expand the size of the court. So I guess I'm still confused about what the meaningful difference is. You see it as an escalation. I don't see how it's an escalation. It's just a different tat for your tit.
Okay. So, and you're saying that the evilness here that we're identifying, that basically Tom and I are identifying, is partisan court packing. So, and basically that's like, let's just say that a runaway race to the bottom is the shattered knee. Okay, let's just use that for the analogy for a standpoint. And so what you're saying is the court packing, functionally, Mitch McConnell already did that because he basically used the levers of power.
He did worse. No, we're saying he did worse than that. So you're saying, it's your statement that he was within the rules, and we're saying,
in this
well,
scenario,
if he's in the rules,
didn't
on,
Josiah
let-
literally
hold on,
just
hold on,
say
please,
that he would repeat the same
Hold on,
process as Mitch
counterpoint,
McConnell?
stop,
So wouldn't that be the
counterpoint, stop.
same? Why am I being?
that's with no, he's telling you, he's
trying to get something out, and I
so what Josiah just told you is,
stop you from interrupting him. Go ahead, please go.
so what Josiah just told you is, put aside the filibuster, because you could do, it's not entailed by our position that you would need to write off the entire filibuster, just in the way that it's not entailed by, I guess, Mitch McConnell getting rid of the filibuster for nominees, that you get rid of the full filibuster. In other words, it's on all fours no matter what. It's not entailed by the position. So put that aside. That's one thing Josiah just said. And the second thing is, you're making this analogy to martial arts. I don't even reject an analogy to martial arts, but here's the way in which it's different. The violation of Mitch McConnell, what we're making an argument for is that it was worse than what legislative court packing would entail. And you're saying, well, doing what Mitch McConnell did is like it's kind of on the edge of the rules. This is totally playing by different rules. That's not what we're saying. What we're saying is what Mitch McConnell did is worse. And I think you need to contend with that argument.
Sure, I'd love to, because I think I just figured out the argumentation, which is kind of shitty. So let's say that we just go ahead and say that the court packing or whatever is not the problem, because functionally Mitch McConnell basically made the court conservative slanted through his actions, and it was worse.
Or a norm
actions.
violation.
Okay.
Yes.
So
it's
let's
worse.
say
I consider that non-legislative court packing.
Let's say that we have an opportunity, And you guys, and by the way, let's ignore the filibuster as well, because you're saying we have the opportunity to carve out the filibuster solely for this legislative package. It's some kind
The way
of
Mitch
privilege.
McConnell did. So,
Yeah,
so
it's
if you
a
could, if you would
privilege of
consider that a
Congress
carve out,
you
or
can
yeah,
carve out the filibuster. Okay, so we've met those two thresholds. I'm going to present you with a silly opportunity. So let's say we had an opportunity to have, let's say we do 13. Okay, aren't there like 13 federal districts?
Yeah,
yeah, but that's making it easy for you,
so
right?
What if we had
let's remove
6
proportionality.
Republicans?
Let's remove that.
Hold on, I want to finish. Thank you. What if we had 6 Republicans, 6 Democrats, and 1 independent? That way we could stabilize the Republic of the United States through bipartisan brotherly love, or we could have a 13-person Supreme Court that was Democrat majority, so you guys could rape the Republic with a Democratic agenda. Which one do you want and why?
I would prefer my preference.
I would love like an honest answer to that question.
Either of those options, I can't speak for Pisco. I'll say either of those options are better than the current status quo.
Yes.
Well, hold on. But I want to force you. I want to force you to make
I'll answer
a binary choice.
No. So that answer is, and I'll give you the extenuating circumstance, depends on whether the former is reached by a reasonable bipartisan settlement where there's actually buy-in for both sides, in which case I would prefer the first. But if it's a matter of they're still recalcitrant and they're still all the way they are right now, I would prefer the latter. Do you understand that? So I'm giving you the direct extenuating circumstance that conditions which of one of those I'm going to prefer. But in both of those are court expansions, and it is a dodge. The question isn't for us as between scenarios of court packing, which do you prefer?
That is.
Do we
because
prefer
I'm trying
court
to understand
packing?
your motivations.
And you're trying to dodge the comparison we're making, which is what Mitch McConnell did. And let's not get around that. Let's just address that. In what sense is it worse to do legislative court packing, all else equal, with one person, let's say,
hold on, no, I'm going to reject
Mitch
your
McConnell
shit.
did?
No. I'm going to reject you
Why?
because this is exactly where the true criticism is coming from. The true criticism, where every single person who agrees with me is worried that you guys are high on your own supply, you have bloodlust, you're angry that you've been legislatively raped for the past decade, and so as a result, you're out for blood. So truth be told, I only kind of believe you when you say that you would like to have a bipartisan court with an independent tiebreaker.
Whether you believe me isn't the argument.
Well, no, it is, because
clear,
that's exactly what every single person on my side is saying, is that you guys are freakish and out for blood,
Yeah,
and
they're
you're
not
throwing shit at the wall and seeing what sticks.
They like you are not responding to the argument.
If I may.
Yes, I want to be
on,
clear.
Tom,
I am.
I'm going to give
Yeah,
it
go
to you
ahead,
in a second. I'm going to give it to you in a second, but just to kind of lay the groundwork here. That is the concern, that this is being posited for dishonest reasons. Like, you guys want something different than what you actually say that you want it for.
No, we're the most honest
like,
we
for
are.
example, when Trump says he wanted to protect free speech, no one believed him that he actually wanted to do that.
Whick. No. But the thing is, we're the ones who are being honest. The people who are lying are people like Doug Ducey in Arizona and the Republican Supreme Court packers in Georgia, when they're like, oh, we're just doing this court packing for administrative reasons and for caseload. They're the liars. What we're saying is, yes, we're doing this for a partisan reason, and you can either work with us or work against us, but we're not going to stomach just unilateral disarmament. And that's why it's obvious. Yes, I want to do this for partisan reasons, to unbalance and unskew the court from what it is now. And that's why this self-defense argument is relevant. And that's why it's really apparent that you guys haven't responded to it. We're still stuck here because you won't respond.
And I want to add on that just real quick. I'm
to-
sorry. I just want to add on that real
go
quick
ahead.
because it's a perfect punctuation to this. Moreover, the inverse is true. I can't speak for Tom because I don't know Tom's politics. I think he's liberal. I don't even want to speak for Connor here because he's one of the saner conservatives that I met. But as a general proposition, the conservatives who oppose court packing also oppose it, not on principle, but for partisan edge. They feel entitled to a conservative court. And when they don't have a conservative court, but need one, as is in the case of Georgia, for example, they expand the court to get one. If they have a conservative court, as is the case in Utah and Arizona, but they need it to be more conservative to get preferred outcomes because the current conservative court isn't delivering it, they pack it again. So Whick, I mean, again, I take your point that yes, we have a fairly naked partisan agenda, but so do the people who mostly oppose this. Now, maybe you and
No,
Tom,
Wick said
because
we're
your liberals are
lying.
different.
Wait, no, Wick
Well,
said
no,
something
no.
else.
Hold on, hold on.
Wick said we're
Hold on,
lying.
let
No,
me
we're
be clear.
honest.
Hold on, wait.
No.
Listen. I am out for blood. Like 100%. I will say 100% I am out for blood. Like I feel like Republicans have just completely trashed all of our norms and our institutions, everything that makes this country important.
Because you're liberal, right?
And what makes it great. Yes, I am a liberal.
Okay,
I'm a
yeah,
Democrat.
yeah, okay, sorry.
So I'm when it comes to this, like I do think that like I said, like I think it's justified in a way, but I am more worried about the long-term consequences of this, the race to the bottom. And I feel like at this point, we know that anytime Republicans do something, if Democrats respond in kind or raise the stakes in some way,
We can
the
go there, Tom.
Republicans now act like they're acting in self-defense behind. So I wanted to respond to what you were asking earlier is when it comes to like adding one seat, I'm not I don't think that that's wrong again, but for pragmatic reasons, like I wouldn't want like, 5-5 decisions and things like that. And that I do think that the long-term consequence of this is worse to where I'm hoping I think that I'm upset that Biden tried to like extend the olive branch and it failed. I think he did the right thing by doing that. He tried to bring back the norms. He tried to heal the nation. It failed. Whoever comes in next, I want them to be like, I want them to be just hanging everybody. I want them to go in and like
Okay, so
a bull in a china shop.
let's address
But
that, right?
this
So
is one area where I think
let's
I
address
draw
what
the
you
line.
just said. So what you're saying is the self-defense argument goes through, but there are extenuating circumstances for which this is not justified, right? So what you're saying is you accept my argument about self-defense, but here are these extenuating circumstances. Extenuating circumstance number one is an even number of justices, right? And so that's a problem because we don't want 5-5 split rulings. Okay, I can easily address that. Just add 2. And 2 is the actual harm done because it's not just we took away 1. It was we took away 1 and added a Republican, which would have been a Democrat. So the mathematical answer is 2, right? So that gets you away from extenuating circumstance number 1. You should be therefore, unless there's another extenuating circumstances, in favor of a 2-person court pack. And then the second thing you said is it's going to lead to a race to the bottom. And I want to address that, but just be aware right now before I address that, you are saying that I think you're saying if Republicans do it first, if they were to do a legislative court pack, we shouldn't respond in kind. I think that's entailed by what you said so far.
Yeah, I think that at the point that they do that, they're like, my point is that at the point that this happens, there isn't much saving left.
We're already there, Wick. I thought you just granted that what Mitch McConnell did was worse, and so we're already there. Oh, sorry, Tom. We're already there, Tom.
Wick catching strays over here, bitch. Yeah.
Hey, gang.
Here's the problem. The problem is there are people like me and Josiah who see that we're already there, and there are people who are ignoring it, right? So we're already there. And the reason you know we're already there is because you granted the self-defense argument, and you can't come up with a reason why legislative court packing is worse than non-legislative court packing that Mitch McConnell did. And so on that view, we're already there.
Okay, may I?
I don't believe that we're already there.
May I respond?
Why? Then you would need to distinguish what Mitch McConnell did.
Because if we are already there, there isn't anything to save. Like, that's my point, is that there isn't even a reason to do this. Like, it is just time to start prepping for some sort of revolution and to just kind of redraw.
How does that follow?
Everything. What do you mean? How does that follow?
Well, you guys literally brought up court packing before and after the Civil War, so I mean, I don't think Tom's perspective is totally out of whack, even with your own statements.
Tom, did you feel that way about gerrymandering?
No, not in the same way, but to an extent. Like,
okay.
Why would it be the case for court packing?
Yeah, can you articulate a meaningful difference here? Because, like, to me, I understand that they are 2 different things, but I think that they're analogous enough that it seems facially or superficially, at least, kind of strange to me that you would tolerate one but not the other, because we're hearing the phrase arms race and race to the bottom used right now when talking about the gerrymandering situation. But surely
you're fine with it.
Yeah, surely you prefer Democrats trying to retaliatorily gerrymander as opposed to just rolling over, right?
Can I ask you, Josiah, do you support a national ban on gerrymandering?
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
Okay. So you recognize the harms that gerrymandering is doing to the system, correct?
I think
Yeah,
the
yeah, that's
gerrymandering
Better,
is
and it would be better to just not do it and ban it outright, correct?
yes, I
but we're
think
agreed on
Okay.
that.
right. We're
Okay.
agreed on
So
that, but
I
also
think that what Tom is arguing, and he can argue for himself, and I see your hand, Connor. We're gonna give it to you. Is that rather than engage in this like tit for tat race for the bottom thing, which is going to, in some people's opinion, lead to disaster. And as Tom says in his argument, it's not my argument, Tom's argument is like you might as well just start strapping up at that point because
Wait a
it's
minute,
going
but there are
to
two
end
differences.
violence.
There are two differences here. Number one, I'm opposed to gerrymandering on principle because I think it's undemocratic. I'm not committed to the idea that court packing is inherently wrong because I don't think that expanding or shrinking the size of a court is necessarily good or bad. I think gerrymandering is bad on principle because of the
What about
politicians
partisan court
picking the
packing?
voters. Wait a minute. Hang on 1 second. Then the second thing, Wick, do you know what a nationwide gerrymandering ban would do? It would undo the gerrymanders. I'm not going to get the fucking seats that McConnell took from me back. Now, if what you are proposing
Is a
some
neutral
sort of
approach. We
court
would.
backing ban,
Yeah,
which takes away, so basically Democrats get to line up and
Unexcuse
McConnell
it.
says, fuck it. We either expand it by the
I'll
two
sign
we
that bill.
stole, or you get to take away the 2 seats we stole from you, and then it's truces and it's all. Then I'm open to
I'm
that.
down with that.
But
Yeah.
what I'm not down for, and that's what I'd like you to address, is okay, they hit us and we don't hit them back, but there's no recompense for what they did. That doesn't work for me. A
That's the
nationwide
world.
gerrymandering ban would undo what Texas did, for
But
example.
unfortunately, a nationwide gerrymandering ban would not undo the votes that happened under gerrymandered districts already, unless that is your proposal, that any
Not for that
election
district,
that
but
happened during this
nationally.
gerrymandered time be undone.
And likewise, a neutral solution to
Hold
court
on,
packing wouldn't get rid of
I
those.
want Josiah to answer that directly.
I'm addressing what you just said.
No,
so what you just said is it doesn't undo the actual elections. And in a similar way, nothing about what Josiah just proposed undoes the court decisions made by the other court.
Right.
So
It wouldn't
magically.
magically restore Dobbs or undo the presidential immunity decision. Those rulings would still be in effect. It's just that you would take either again, you would.
That's a huge compromise from us, by the way. That is a huge compromise. How reasonable we are. We're willing to do a neutral solution if Republicans sign on to it. But if they don't, the worst of all possible worlds is they get to continue with their victory from the norm violation.
And Wick, you should also ask,
instead of getting dragged in, which it's my fault. I jumped in.
No, and you should talk about this at least when the panel opens up. I think you should put a pin in that. But Wick, I would also invite you the next time you talk to a conservative, to Jebtan or Lactoid or Ryan, you should ask them that too. If you're worried about the race to the bottom, surely then you would support a neutral solution that takes away the 2 ill-gotten gains that you all got under McConnell, and they won't go for it because they want a conservative court. They want the right to do whatever they want, but we not be able to retaliate. And I say, fuck that. That doesn't work.
I want to give it to Counterpoints, and I want to give it to Tom Foolery. Go ahead.
Yeah, so
wait a minute. Zero fucks right there in your chat. He just gave the game away. Because I know he
Stop
says
getting. Hold on. You can say chat later.
He says status quo. He saes status quo is the neutral position. Case in point, right there. The only acceptable outcome. The only acceptable outcome to them is a conservative court.
No one here has responded to this. 1%.
Give it to Counterpoint.
No, I was laughing. Everybody's bitching about the balance because they're saying Tom's low and Pisco's super high. So I put Pisco down to like 20%, and I just see Pisco go like, I don't know if it was at like 20%. All right, my bad. You're back to 100. So anyways, okay. So what I'm looking for, maybe this is my bias, but there are signs that MAGA's grip on the Republican Party is fracturing, and maybe we could get back to a relatively sane fucking republic. Case in point, J.D. Vance and Donald Trump tried to bully the shit out of the state of Indiana in order to gerrymander, something they were already gonna do, but then they fucking pissed off the local Hoosiers. Go ahead and correct me after I'm done, dickhead.
Yeah, let Counterpoints finish his point. Go ahead.
So they fucking piss off the local representatives so fucking bad that they tell the federal government in order to fuck off. So there are Republicans who are ready to fucking reconcile. Now, if you're gonna if you're gonna jump ahead,
do you know what happened?
Oh my God, Jesus!
How can you fucking say that?
I'm going to put you at
you
like
saying you not watch
20%.
the
You are
elections?
crazy pants. Sorry, go
It
ahead.
is crazy
What?
you're saying stuff. You have no knowledge whatsoever, and you're saying Trump doesn't have the position he does
I
over
was
these
literally
going to
predict your rebuttal, but you interrupted it and spurred the fuck out.
But one
So
or two
go
lost their
go ahead,
hold on,
Pisco.
hold on, Pisco.
Explain
You
what
gotta
I
let him- you gotta
already
let him-
know. Go
You
ahead.
gotta let counterpoints actually.
We are
get it.
10 years into MAGA, and we're still underestimating them. How can it be that we're still 10 years into this fucking crisis of constitutional magnitude, and you're still like, oh, it's just around the corner, saying Republicans are around the corner? All of those people you talked about, save for one or two, and those were squeakers, lost their fucking seats.
It's time to set up the Democratic Party for success in the midterms, not alienate fucking moderates. So effectively what happens is if they go further right in the primaries, because that's what happens, right? Primaries, you always run towards your partisan direction. So the Republicans voted for more extreme Republicans, but you know what's going to happen is they're going to alienate the moderates. And as a result, those seats are going to become vulnerable. You should be borderline thanking those fucking people, but instead you're fucking shitting your goddamn pants. So why don't you fucking get your shit together and stop saying, oh yeah, we're going to come into we're going to get back into power and we're going to fucking rape everybody. Because what you're already doing is you're setting up the next cycle of MAGA to come back. So no offense, but like, and by the way, so you're like the perfect example of this too, because you're over here fucking playing twinkle toes, holding hands, and dancing on the beach with total sociopathic fucking leftist fucking freaks. So no, I'm not gonna fucking like say, oh yeah, Pisco, you're perfectly sane and moderate. Go ahead and pack the courts, rape me up my ass. No, fuck you.
So this is what Connor is saying. Keep letting us hit you and don't hit us back. Otherwise, we'll get more mean.
Us! I'm not on the team, you fucking retard. I'm saying when they hit you with fucking brass knuckles, but they're taking the brass knuckles back, don't put brass knuckles on. Because you're just going to reopen the fucking people hitting each other in the face with brass knuckles. That's what's going to happen.
This is what Connor is telling Democrats. They're saying, let yourself continue to be hit. Let yourself continue to be hit and don't hit back. Otherwise, they'll get meaner. Can you imagine a more cucked position? There is no response.
Yeah, except for you can't even acknowledge the real position, Pisco. Let me know when you're done and I'll tell you the real position.
Okay, Pisco, go ahead.
Yeah, no. So there's no response, right? So what Mitch McConnell did, and anyone step up and say so if you think differently. Does everyone here agree what Mitch McConnell did was worse than if he had passed it through legislation?
No, you don't get to say don't hit back and not have me address you. Fuck you, interjection. Bullshit. You know what would be great? No, I don't want to answer your fucking question. Shut the fuck up. I don't want to. I don't want to answer it. Yeah, you know why I don't want to answer it? Because I'm not going to follow you down your fucking linearity. Fucking, we must do whatever Pisco says. Fucking argumentative bullshit. I'm fucking sick of it. Okay. So you're just saying don't hit back. Are you fucking kidding me? I'm literally asking, begging, pleading for the Democratic Party to get their fucking shit together so they can win the midterms and arguably win 28 so that specifically they can go after Donald Trump and go after his ilk through the criminal justice process, through impeachment and criminal fucking prosecutions. You don't think that's hitting them back, you fucking dipshit?
It's gonna make them mean. Wait, no, you shouldn't do that. Wait, I'm gonna be you. You shouldn't do that because look at all these nice Republicans over here, and if you do that,
he's an ephemophilia sex trafficking rapist. Do you think that I need to fucking sweep for that?
Okay. No. What I'm doing?
I'm sweeping for Amy Comey Barrett, not Donald Trump.
I want to make sure we get some other people in here. I want to give space to tomfoolery, then I want to give space to Josiah, and then we'll get back to it. Go ahead, tomfoolery, then Josiah. Go ahead.
I mean, you keep saying that nobody's responded to the self-defense argument, but I've granted the self-defense from the very beginning and saying that we are justified in a way, but I'm just more concerned with the long-term consequences of this. That is what I feel like hasn't really been addressed. I have granted the self-defense aspect the whole time. So you can't keep repeating, nobody's done the self-defense.
Well, you granted it. So you granted it, and I appreciate you saying that. All right. So what Mitch McConnell did was worse. So the only thing that could be sort of preventing this from enacting it is if there's some extenuating circumstances outside of the four corners of that argument. And so what you propose is something that a lot of people have proposed, which is the rule of law will be sort of destroyed, or it will lead into this cascading set of effects where law and order will break down and we'll have like anarchy, or we'll need to even think about revolution. What's the evidence that that will occur, right? Because we've seen state Supreme Court packs that we've mentioned in Georgia, in Arizona, and in Utah. Has rule of law broken down there? Has revolution taken place there? What is and again, even in the context of the court packs that happened in the 19th century, right? Most of those occurred.
Those are not analogous in any way. We're talking about the
Right, right.
Supreme
Okay.
Court, which is
So then what? So what is the
residing
evidence that?
over the rule of law. The
Right.
Wait
So
a
what?
minute.
Supreme Court
Wait, I
resides
couldn't
over
hear
the
what
rule of
Tom.
law.
Yeah,
And,
hold on. Yeah,
Tom, could you
Tom,
repeat
please.
that? Could you?
Yeah,
You
Tom,
said it's not
can you go?
analogous. I couldn't hear
Look,
what you
I
said.
get we're all hyped up, but Tom has to get his thing out so we can all hear without interruption. So Tom, the floor is yours. Repeat that, please.
to
So
to say
effective.
that gerrymandering hasn't eroded the rule of law, it's not the same
No,
thing
court
because
packs.
Supreme
No,
Court
no, we're talking about
justices.
court packs.
Yes,
Yeah.
correct. But you just said that. Why? What is your evidence of this when gerrymandering hasn't
No,
eroded the
I
No,
rule
no,
said
of
that
no.
I
law?
He
meant
said
court
court
packing.
packs. Yeah,
So
he
court
said
Okay,
packs.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so
because he
we've
said
seen
the Utah State Supreme Court was packed, the Georgia State Supreme Court was packed, and the Arizona State
Arizona.
Supreme Court, all by
And in the 20th
Republicans.
century, in the 20th century, there was packing of lower federal courts. In the 19th century, packing of the Supreme Court many times. And decades before the Civil War, so 30 years plus removed from the Civil War, there was this battle of court packing. And then Abraham Lincoln did a court pack. So what is the evidence that court
The
packing
founding
needs
fathers,
the founding fathers themselves? Right? So
President
what is
Adams and Jefferson. Yeah,
Adams,
Adams
Jefferson
shrank
going
the
back
size
at
of
it
the court when
for
Jefferson was on his
explicitly
way
partisan
in.
reasons?
Yeah.
So
to
what's the
fuck over
evidence that you
Jefferson.
have that we are going to like destroy the rule of law if we were to do this?
The makeup of the Republican Party right now, the lack of respect for the norms and for the institutions currently, I don't think this has existed in the past. And the fact that okay, how about this? If we did this, if we did packed courts, we add 2 justices and we do it in a partisan manner. We add 2, Gavin Newsom picked justices. Do you believe Republicans will likely add more picks afterwards? Do you think
Yes.
that's likely?
Yes, I do.
Yeah,
I now if we did that, it wouldn't change the balance of the court. It would still be a conservative majority. It'd be 6-5. So maybe they'd be less inclined to do it because they think that it still leans conservative. But yes, I say if we did anything to the court, I think if we did what McConnell did to Trump. I think if we did that, or if we just added 2, or if we flip the balance of the court by adding more liberal justices such that it becomes a liberal court,
They'll do
yes,
whatever
I
it
think,
takes.
yeah, they'll do whatever
Okay,
it
so
takes
that
to
is
either
that
keep or
is what I'm
preserve.
talking about. That's what I'm talking
No,
about. Is the fact
but
that
why
it
is that
will go back and
worse
forth.
now,
let him
right?
answer. Let him answer. Let him answer. Go ahead.
That is what I'm talking about. Is the back and forth. On top of that, I think there's rumors that there's 1 to maybe 2 justices that are thinking about retiring. That the Trump administration is trying to push to retire quicker so that they can go ahead and get them.
Yeah, but why is that
Get new
worse,
people in.
Tom? So you have to address why it's worse, right? Because like number one, the evidence we have out of Georgia, Arizona, Utah, there hasn't been a tit for tat, tit for tat, tit for tat, tit for tat. In 2016, it happened. No tit for tat there. Okay, so it doesn't seem entailed that there's a tit for tat.
Wait,
But
I don't
even
know why you're
assuming
bringing that up. I don't, if
wait,
you
wait,
already agree that you
no,
think that's going to happen,
no,
then
no.
you think the tit for
I
tat
think
is
they'll
going to
try.
happen. Then what?
So I think they'll try. I actually think it might be more hard for them to accomplish it than we think. But even assuming that it will, why is that worse than the current situation? Why would it, like an oscillating court that sometimes shifts Democrats, sometimes shifts Republicans? Republicans already have a huge advantage when it comes to the Senate and many of these other institutional factors. Why is it better for them to have the permanent Supreme Court as opposed to it oscillating?
Yeah, to really put a fine point on that, Tom, I want to be clear. Like, I would rather have a liberal dominated court 4 out of every 8 years than no time, right?
0.
Because the way it's looking, based on who they intend to nominate, if Alito and Thomas, strategically retire, we could not only have a 6-3 conservative supermajority for decades to come, but within that 6-3 conservative supermajority, a MAGA majority court, with 5 justices appointed by Trump. And I would rather have my way 50% of the time than 0% of the time.
Can I ask y'all to repeat that just so I can make sure that I heard y'all correctly? Because it actually is one of my fears. So to hear y'all say it like so casually is actually kind of alarming to me.
We would rather have
what you're
an
saying,
oscillating court.
Yeah, well, yeah, I'm sure you're about to repeat it. But so basically, let's say we go up to 13. Then the Republicans get in, they add 2. They're in a majority. Then the Democrats get in, they add 2. Then the Republicans add in and get 2. That is a preferable state of affairs for you 2 fine gentlemen here today than just trying to try to unfuck it through the system we presently have.
50 years of darkness under the current court with like insane rulings, perplexing logic, shadow
I thought
doctrine.
insane rulings weren't pertinent to this conversation. Why are we talking about insane rulings?
Can I just add on top of that?
They're
Can I
not
just add on top of
necessary.
that? it's not just that it would be decades under a conservative supermajority, a MAGA
Wait,
majority.
I don't.
But
Why are
one
we
that
talking about a
but one
dark
that was but
Supreme
wait a minute.
Court? You guys
But
said
wait,
the
but
court
one that
rulings aren't even
so you don't
necessary to
like
this
to
conversation.
Connor,
I'm being
Connor,
obtuse.
you don't
I'm
like to
being
be
obtuse.
interrupted. I don't interrupt
Yes.
you.
I know I'm being
Okay.
obtuse.
That's between you and Pisco. So it's not just that. It's that it would be a conservative supermajority and a MAGA majority that was procured through ill-gotten gains in the first place. Like they got this court by the very sort of norm violation that people who oppose court packing oppose. It's like playing a game where you and I are playing and I cheat and you are just losing the game in perpetuity, or let's think of a really long time horizon for a game, that would not be tenable for you. Like, it's not like I'm just better. It's not like I just won through sheer skill. It's I cheated and entrenched an advantage. So that's the double reason. Like, that's another reason why it's
Of
unacceptable
course,
for
it's
me.
better to
Yeah.
have it
Yeah.
oscillate
Yeah.
than to have it permanently in one way, right? Especially with, and that's why it's not necessary. The fact that it's a dark court and that they're insane, yes, that is something I consider, but it's not even necessary. Even put that aside. Like, why does it make
Where's
sense
the
to have
permanence
a
coming from? Why do you keep saying
okay?
permanent in one way?
When we say permanent, okay, eventually we're gonna have entropy will all be disassociated. So when I say permanent, we just mean long time, Tom. All right, I don't mean
Right.
permanent as in to the heat death of the universe.
And to really drive a point on that, it's when we say permanent, you also have to factor it into a political environment where the other institutional advantages favor the Republicans such that it will be difficult for Democrats to sustain long-term power. What do you need in order to change the balance of the court? You need three things. You need a vacancy, unless you expand the court, right? Somebody has to die or resign, so you have to have a vacancy. You have to have a Democratic president, and you have to have a Democratic Senate at the same time. Because, Tom, I'm sure you would agree. Let's say in 2028, Democrats win, but let's say Republicans keep control of the Senate. Do you think Republicans will vote to confirm a Democratic Supreme Court nominee in 4
In a
years
non-election year,
Yeah.
yes.
I would feel like they'd have to at this point, like after I think they
No!
would at this point. Yeah, I think they would, but not if we were like attempting to pack the courts. No, like if they
So,
thought.
well, hang
so
on. I just want to be
offensive,
clear.
then
Wait a minute. I
maybe
just
no.
want to wait a minute. I want to be clear because I could have just presented the hypothetical wrong. I want to make sure I said it correctly. So let's say in 2028, Gavin Newsom wins the presidency and he's in office from January 2029 until January 2023. And there's a vacancy on the court in 2029, 2030, 2031, 30, whatever, if those 4 years. And there's a Republican Senate majority.
Are
You
they gonna
think they
confirm
would
it?
vote to confirm a Newsom appointee to the Supreme Court?
Are you saying, okay, just to clarify, are you saying one Supreme Court justice?
Any
or
vacancy, any
vacancy,
vacancy.
not-
Let's say Clarence
Just one.
Thomas
He's asking
dies.
if they're gonna
Yeah.
pull another McConnell.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't.
Not in
I
an
mean,
not in an
obviously, I
election
have that
year or
fear,
a year
but
before an election year. Like the minute after he's not he's in office.
I have that fear, but I don't have like reason to believe that they would do it again, especially after the amount of shit that they got last
Hold on,
time.
can I ask
The
you-
fact
hold
that
on,
like
can I
they
ask
got a
you,
lot of
Tom,
shit
why
for
not?
the.
Well, we
what-
categorically disagree on that one.
That's
I just,
crazy.
yeah,
That's
yeah.
crazy. So you're you and
Well,
Connor, unfortunately, I
hold
like
on,
you
hold
both
on,
a lot.
hold on,
You're
hold on,
suffering
wait,
from
hold
the
on,
same
hold
thing.
on, hold on. So the as I was saying, like I think that they got a lot of shit the last time that they did like end up giving justices to Trump when in the period that totally violated whatever norm they claimed was in place at the time, and that yes, I think that like last time I think that this was a rare
They
thing
got away
that
with it,
happens.
Tom.
Sure they got away with it, but I think that
They didn't get any
if
shit
they
for
did,
it.
what do you mean they didn't get any shit for it? Yeah, of course
The
They
they
didn't
only
get
shit
they
they
didn't get
got
any
from it is
shit.
from us.
Yeah,
It
they
didn't
didn't
matter
get they
to
didn't
anything.
get they didn't suffer any political consequences is the point, right? Like we didn't see a mass revolt against the Republicans in the Senate because you fucked over Barack Obama. You denied Merrick
Trump won,
Garland.
right?
Yeah.
Trump won, and the only reason Democrats won in 2018 has to do with Trump stuff. People didn't give a shit about that stuff.
But
And when
but
Trump,
yeah,
guys,
but sorry,
can I just
Yeah,
diagnose something
you
right
guys are
now?
interrupting each other. Jesus.
that's
Okay.
right.
This is
Yeah.
the overall issue that
Well,
and
they
I
keep
like
stacking
Connor and Tom.
arguments as well. Yeah.
That I like Connor and Tom. You're fucking me up, Tom. I like both of you guys, and you're both like decent guys. But here's the problem: you are suffering from Trump derangement syndrome. You're forgetting that for 10 years these monsters have operated without any scruples whatsoever to their pure political advantage. They are not beyond anything. Right now, Donald Trump is stealing $1.7 billion from taxpayers, and nobody gives a shit. They're doing grumble, grumble. It doesn't matter. So for you to pretend that it's even conceivable that under a Democratic administration, if they controlled the Senate, they wouldn't be like ready, willing, able, and absolutely unified in preventing that person's placement on the Supreme Court is insane. Have we not suffered these same 10 years together, Tom?
The fact that you think that that's a functioning system is ridiculous to me. That, like, to me, that just isn't a system that's even worth having anymore. Like, it is time to just tear it all down and start from scratch. If, like, the
What are you
idea that
talking
this
about?
is the what do you mean? What am I talking about? Why the fuck would we want to have oscillating Supreme Court justices where
Because it's
each time,
preferable to the
depending on
current
who
status
has the
quo.
majority, but
That's
that is not a functioning system. That is not a functioning system. That
it's
is
more
what matters.
functional than
That
the
is
status
not a
quo.
function.
It's more
I
functional than
don't,
the
hold
status
on.
quo.
I don't. More functional is fucking bullshit. Okay.
So then what do
Like,
you mean by
what
functional?
we
Then what
have,
do you mean by
that
functional?
it
What do you mean by functional?
it, me- it means that, like, there is some like there is some decor, there is some norms
So what
that
happened
are
in
in place,
Georgia?
and that if
Did
we're
Georgia fall apart? Did Georgia have Lord of the Flies? Is Georgia Mad Max? Is there fucking like people in spikes going around and driving fucking big ass? Well, they might be driving buggies. I don't fucking know about Georgia, but is that what's happening in Georgia?
I was about to
Did the
say you went
world
too
fall
far
apart
and
in
then you
Georgia?
started describing
Okay.
Georgia.
It's got a little Trump flag. It's got a little Trump flag.
Wait,
on the
no,
back.
I
but be
live in
honest,
Georgia.
right? So in Georgia in 2016, they did a partisan court pact. They didn't hide it, and it flipped the court from Democrat to Republican. Did the world end in Georgia? Do we still have rule of law in Georgia?
No, but that's not the.
Can I just point out what he was
you're
like?
making it
Are
Are
sound
there
like you're doing it
bumpkins
back and
rolling
forth,
around in Mad
oscillating
Max
back and
trucks
forth over
shooting
it.
guns in Georgia? And we're like, yeah, Pisco, that's exactly
Wait,
what's
no.
happening, actually.
No, not more than
That's
before.
incidental.
Not more
That's
than before.
incidental. Yeah. But
you know what
Tom,
I'm
I'm sorry.
talking about.
What'd you say to that? I'm curious because
Because
it's a
we're
good
talking,
example.
you guys seem to be granting that the courts are likely going to be oscillating back and forth, but that's not the example that you're giving in Georgia. I live here in Georgia. Like, the idea that, like, it's going back and forth from Democrat to Republican to where the laws are being partisanly chosen, but depending on which side has the majority, that's not happening. But that is the
Because Republicans keep
circumstance that
winning.
we're talking about
Wait,
here.
yeah.
Hold on. No. That is the circumstance that we're talking about with the federal Supreme Court. You are already granting that is going to be the case, and you're okay with that, and I'm not.
Wait a
I'm
minute.
saying
So
we do everything we can to avoid that, and then once it gets to the point where
So
that
as long as we
is
don't
the
flip the
case,
court, you're
we
fine.
start
As long as
over.
we don't flip the
It's
court,
time
you're
to
fine.
erase
Tom, I got a great example. Okay, actually, I've got two examples here, real quick, and I want Whick. I'm going to get my answers to both before anybody else talks because then we'll never circle back to it. Okay, two things. You say we don't. You live in Georgia, and we don't have that in Georgia. Now, I don't remember all the Georgia composition breakdowns. So this pack occurred in 2016. It was a 4-3 court. It went from 4 Democratic appointees and 3 Republican appointees, and the Republican governor and the Republican General Assembly packed the court and flipped the balance of the court. Have you had a Democratic governor and a Democratic Georgia Assembly since that happened?
No.
Okay, so number one, the reason that it hasn't oscillated, at least one of the reasons, is because there was no Democrat to oscillate. Number one, there was no you would need a Democratic governor,
if
Democratic
they
General
were,
Assembly.
you would be condemning them, wouldn't you, Tom? If a Democrat got in office in Georgia and they're like, you know what, let's unfuck the court from 2016, you'd be like, don't do that, then they'll oscillate.
Well, wait. Well, actually,
No,
I'm
if
curious.
it was oscillating, I would say yes. Like, this is totally fucked. We need to put into place like actual laws that change the regulations around when you can and can't put these people in place, and have like maybe third-party commissions. But we would have to scrap the entire system and start over for sure.
Wait a minute. So wait a minute. I'm looking for clarity on that answer. That was not my second question, and I will get my second question asked and answered. But on that note, if a Democrat, because there's a gubernatorial election this year, right? In Georgia?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, so let's imagine, I can't remember the Democratic candidate. Let's say the Democrat wins and you guys are able to flip the General Assembly to Democrats. So you get a Democratic governor and a Democratic General Assembly. You would or would not support, there's been no oscillation yet. The Republicans made the shift and they flipped the balance of the court. Would you support a Democratic governor and a Democratic General Assembly in Georgia either unpacking the court and taking away 2 Republican appointees or expanding the court to flip it back to a liberal court. Would you support that?
I'm in favor of
Georgia?
unpacking the courts. Yeah, I'm in favor of even like if we're talking about impeaching some of the justices that are currently on the federal Supreme
Set
Court, I would be in
impeachment.
favor of that.
Set impeachment aside for a moment because Pisco is going to have an aneurysm, and there's also the constitutional threshold there. You need a supermajority. Set that aside. So you would support a Democratic governor and a Democratic General Assembly in Georgia removing 2 conservative justices to make the Supreme Court liberal again.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. Pisco, put a pin in that because I'm sure you're going to want to follow up on it. Here's my second question. This is a hypothetical I give to Whick all the time. I know you fear oscillation, and believe it or not, I am also concerned about oscillation. So are Pisco. We just think it's worth the risk. But do you know what the best way to avoid oscillation and any sort of retaliation in the future in terms of this Republican Party? There's one way to totally eliminate that. You know what it is?
Doing what they do so that they're not
No.
willing to do it again.
No, I mean that there's a risk of oscillation there as we're all conceding, right? That's the tit for tat, right? It could inspire. The best way to avoid any oscillation is for every Democratic official to resign their office and give all power to the Republican Party. The best way to avoid an escalation in a fight is just to lay down and take the ass kicking. You would agree with that, right?
But that's not what that's not what I said though. I gave
no, I
other
didn't say.
options.
Well, wait a minute. I didn't. Wait a minute. No.
Court.
I'm not saying that that's what you're saying. I'm not putting words in your mouth. I'm trying to test where your limiting principle is, because this is where I get Whick every time. Whick. Well, when we'll have the conversation, he opposes
me to get in on this.
He's gotten you many times, Wick. Apparently, he's gotten you.
I don't know.
Because wait a minute.
Let him ask his question.
Wait. So and Whick, when the panel opens up, I'm sure he's going to pop in. I'd love to have this.
Into it, but ask your question, okay?
If you really fear oscillation, if that's the maximum fear, why don't you support every Democratic lawmaker and the liberal justices on the Supreme Court? So Hakeem Jeffries, Chuck Schumer, all the Democratic senators, all the Democratic congresspeople, Ketanji Brown Jackson, Elena Kagan, and Justice Sotomayor. Why don't we all resign and just give all the power, all of it, not most of it, but all of it, to the Republicans? That's the best way to avoid oscillation because there's no way to swing back. They would have all the power. You obviously don't support that. Why not? If you fear oscillation.
Because we would lose all of the Democrat power for the things that we believe in. What do you mean?
So is it fair to say then that you do have a willingness to take the risk of oscillation? It's just where you draw the line. Is that fair to say?
You say the risk of oscillation. I don't know why you say the risk of oscillation when I'm saying that there are other opportunities, other options that I think that would be better, and I'm giving those as another option. You're saying, well, it's like this or like nothing, and I don't know why we would even propose that hypothetical. Why
this or
would
nothing? No, he's saying that you don't have like a pure commitment to non-oscillation. The question is how much risk of oscillation are you willing to tolerate?
No.
You tolerate some amount of oscillation risk.
None. I'm saying that at the point that we think that it is likely to go to oscillation, not just like it's a possibility, but we think it is likely, that at that point, I think it is better to just get out in front of it and just go ahead and start.
Can you remind me?
So is revolution. So is revolution. So is full-on riots, revolution, and taking over and starting from scratch.
Okay. So you don't think there's a risk of oscillation? How do you define oscillation? Is it just constant swinging back and forth, or a swing at all?
Yeah, Tom, if you want me to back you up, let me know. But if you want to keep fighting, fight.
What if I
was just going to say, I think you guys know, and I feel like you're playing a little bit dumb and cute here. Like, obviously, there's oscillation when a party swaps power with another party. That's clearly not what Tom and I are concerned about. What we're concerned about is a rocking boat eventually capsizing
I'm not even talking about that, Connor.
into motion intentionally oscillation.
Connor, that's actually not what I'm talking about, and I appreciate that. I'm sorry, that's not what I meant. I don't mean an oscillation of like handing over majorities.
Okay.
What McConnell did, do you all agree that what McConnell did was a form of oscillation?
Yes, that it shifted the balance of power incorrectly or immorally.
Tom, would you grant that?
Yeah, of course.
What did Democrats do with the Supreme Court that McConnell was responding to?
Nothing.
Correct. That's my point. That's my point. It's not Democrats getting in majorities or Republicans. That's not the oscillation. What I'm saying is Republicans don't need a predicate reason to initiate a power grab. We've seen them do it. With the court, an opportunity presented itself. It's not that we ever did it to them. They're like, holy shit, this opportunity is here. We are initiating and we are going to do it. So the only actual way to avoid that sort of scenario is for there to be no Democrats in office and
Sure,
just
but
let
okay, so you
Republicans do
guys,
whatever they want. So wait, do you understand what I'm saying?
I do, but you guys keep
Okay.
using the like gerrymandering as an example, right? If
No one
that
just used
what's happening right
gerrymandering. What do you
now,
mean?
hold on,
Well,
not just now,
let him
shut up.
get it out.
If
Let's see what he has to
the
say.
it if what's happening right now with gerrymandering was happening every single election cycle, I would also say this is a broken system. We need to start over. Like there is no democracy there anymore, especially when a minority party or a party that has like a minority favor is able to do everything they can to hold those seats when the
What?
majority of people don't want them there. Like this is not a functioning democracy anymore. And
So
that
we
I
haven't had a
do think
functioning
that the
democracy
amount
because
of
partisan gerrymandering have
I
existed for decades. We've had it for decades.
I do
The
think
term
that the amount
arises
of
from
damage that like, when we were talking about Trump getting into office and being that he was going to ruin democracy in our country, I think we're there. I think we literally are there, and I think to actually consider the fact that to continue down this road of just fucking everything up versus just saying, "Okay, our democracy's fucked, like, it's time to just, like, hit the erase button and start over," I think that that's a much
the
better route.
legislative branch is designed to have a check on the judiciary. They're given powers to even strip jurisdiction away from the courts, strip them of appellate jurisdiction, and they've exercised that authority at times. For you guys to think it's inconceivable that a court which is endowed with the authority to even fund the Supreme Court in the first place, and certainly the authority to have some oversight over the Supreme Court, to impeach in the Supreme Court, and yes, sometimes to do fuckery like Mitch McConnell did, like it would be our democracy couldn't continue if we added members to the Supreme Court. What is the basis for that conclusion? It's totally baseless. There's still democracy in the United States of America if we were to do this, and there's no reason to think there won't be. What you're advocating for is something for which you have no evidence, is to suggest that if we were to respond in kind to what they did, that somehow that would be a worse situation than the one that we find ourselves in. But it just won't be,
Not what I
right? Because
said.
why would it be
That's not what I
preferable? Why
said.
you
What?
granted, right?
That's
You
not what
granted that
I
in
said.
Georgia. So you said in Georgia, you would be okay with Democrats, if they take hold of state government, expanding the court, didn't you?
No.
Of removing justices in Georgia
Yes.
for partisan
Yes,
gain.
removing
Okay.
it. Yeah.
So are you in favor in the federal context of removing justices for partisan gain?
In the federal courts, yeah, if we removed, like, the one pick that McConnell blocked and then what was immediately replaced with, that Trump was able to nominate, yeah, I would be totally in favor of
I
that.
would,
No fear
it
for
would be,
oscillation there?
I would say it'd be two. You would have to because there were two norm violations. They violated the norm in 2016. They changed the rule. No Supreme Court confirmations in an election year. And you had Lindsey Graham, who was either the highest ranking or the second highest ranking Republican on the Judiciary Committee, which is the committee of jurisdiction over the Supreme Court, saying, use my words against me. In
Yeah,
2020, if President Trump has a vacancy on the court, we're going to adhere to our own rules and we're not going to nominate one of his judges. And then he fucking lied. They all lied and they did that. So we
because
would
we were mean to Republicans.
right. So it would be two. I want to be clear. The only way
Yeah.
I'll countenance your solution is Gorsuch goes and Amy Coney Barrett goes, and that's it.
Let's be clear about
No.
this. What you've just granted, I don't know how many people watching this are going to think that you're not in favor of court backing too, based on how the definitions are. But I'll just want you to realize that the distinction between us, Tom, is we're okay with adding 2 seats. You're okay with taking 2 seats away. Is that really a big difference in terms of what you think the outcome will be in terms of the political climate of this country? Is that
I
really the big difference? Like, go ahead.
I do want to get to super chats in a second, and we're gonna go a little longer than later before we open up the panel to Collins because we had a little later start because of the tech issue. But to answer that question, I think there absolutely is a difference between removing and adding. Right? We can
No,
point
in
to
terms of what you expect for the
yes,
population to
yes,
respond. Okay,
yes,
go for it.
yes. We can make I think, a very strong and sound argument that say, hey, what McConnell did violated norms and was immoral and all these reasons that we've given, right? And the Amy Coney Barrett thing, and we could point to those two things and say, This is justification for why we are undoing this, and I think that um, Republicans couldn't really point to the same thing with other justices, so it would limit their ability to respond in a way that packing the court by expanding it would not. Does that make sense?
I don't see. So I don't think so in terms of
Mhm.
Republican justifications for themselves. I think that
Tom, you get
if
what I'm saying, right?
Yes,
I'm trying to
I
address what you just
completely
said, Wick.
agree. I think they're
Sure, sure,
different
sure,
in
sure.
kind. That's what I told him earlier. Is I think they're different
I
in
know
kind.
that subtraction is different in kind than addition. Okay, what I'm
Yeah, and
talking about
I
is
think that it has different effects on people's psyche on what's happening, and I think it looks different to the public. I think that it's easier to get public approval for one than the other. I think that all these things matter in terms of what is going to happen in the future and how to mitigate risks for just breaking the system as a whole. My issue
I
with
want to
court
respond to that.
packing yeah, I'm gonna let you respond in a second, but just to finish real quick. My issue with court packing, my fear, and it is a fear with court packing, is that you will functionally cease to have a justice system in America if we if we go down the route of every time different party gets into power, they just put more people onto the court. I think that it will
And it
Okay,
becomes
kill
so
the justice
explicitly
so
system.
so so
partisan.
so first on public perception,
Go ahead,
you
please.
have a strong intuition that the public is going to respond like better to removing Amy Coney Barrett from her seat, hauling her out of the Supreme Court. Similar things with I guess Neil Gorsuch or whatever, than
Neil
adding two
Gorsuch more
seats.
than Amy Coney Barrett, to be clear.
Uh, okay, but like
Yeah,
that's your intuition. I don't think you have any empirical evidence for that. I have a strong intuition
I
opposite of
don't.
that. Okay, my intuition. Yeah, you don't have any evidence that
No,
suggests that people
it
would be more
it's
likely
true,
for it, right? It's just
but I do think we can make inferences based on little to no evidence based on past behaviors and just what we know about human psyche, or what I understand, or my intuition, as you would like to say, about human psyche. And I think the argument's sound.
Really? Because I look at
Yeah,
Virginia where they weren't proposing adding seats. They were trying to retirement age the
sure.
fuck out of everyone and remove them, and they reacted like the sky was falling. Any thought process that thinks they're not going to respond to a two-seat where they're taking particular justices, and making a meal out of it, I think that's like totally without any basis or merit. And I think that they would respond. This is my intuition that
Mm,
they would respond better to an expansion plan than to a retraction plan.
sure.
But
The
I,
di-
I think we have to grant that there's not a strong empirical basis to think that they're going to respond differently, other than our
Well,
vibes,
when it
right?
comes to the Virginia situation, the justification for removing the Virginia seats is way weaker than the justification for removing Gorsuch and Amy Coney Barrett. You'd agree, right?
No,
No.
yeah, no, no,
So the
I don't
justification,
think
as
that.
I understand it, for removing the Virginia Supreme Court justices by changing the uh, retirement age is that they
Yep.
made a ruling we didn't like.
No, there's more. Well, I have a different justification. I'm not bound by the justification of idiots. I have a different justification, and my justification is based on the explicit court packing that occurred in Republican seats, specifically some of them to affect gerrymandering decisions in those states. It's one for
Hold
one,
on, in
same
Virginia?
retaliation. No, you don't. I am giving you my rationale, and it's not based on arbitrarily drawing lines around Virginia. All right,
But
and
you
saying that we have
referenced
to only.
Virginia as the evidence that you think that people um, wouldn't be uh, for evidence that removing.
I can explain.
Yeah, explain, please, please. I'm sorry. I'm
Republicans
a little
in
lost.
Virginia, they did not react to, and they would have reacted similarly if like Virginia had proposed a two-seat court pack. They would have reacted similarly, in my view, as how they reacted to the overall retirement age play. The only
Well,
reason the
yes,
Democrats didn't.
I agree. I agree, and I'll tell you why is because Virginia and why they're changing the Supreme Court in Virginia. I think they have much weaker justification. Right? We have a weaker argument in
You're not
Virginia than we do
understanding, right?
for
So
the
let me
federal court.
explain. So this is not about the overall justification. This is about how people consider the action of removing justices versus adding them. And my intuition is they are going to treat those equivalently to the extent that it affects a partisan skew. So we're taking the like because you're saying you're actually in support, and I just want to show on Wick. Are you or are you not in support of removing Amy Coney Barrett from her seat?
I am not in support, but I'm saying
Okay,
if
so
we're
then what
going
is
to
this
do it,
bullshit?
that is
Why are
a
you
better
doing this
way than
thing?
expanding.
Oh, okay, Tom, you would disagree with Tom because Tom, you do agree with taking Amy Coney Barrett off her seat, correct?
Yes.
For
Okay,
what
so
reason?
to unpack the court, he said it.
Yeah, because
I would go after
like
Thomas for bribery before I would go after ACB for unfairness or whatever.
just the wait, what?
So Justice Thomas has been like competently accused of bribery and corruption.
Okay, sorry. I thought I
So
got you.
I would
thought
try
you
to
said I
impeach
would go
and
after
remove
Tom's-
him.
Tom's preferences, and I think the same thing. Like, I personally prefer Amy Coney Barrett. Like, if I had to choose between who I'd want on the Supreme Court, between Amy Coney Barrett and
ACB's
Clarence
actually-
Thomas.
Well, just
it'd be
also as a
Amy-
matter of procedure,
we'd all agree.
right?
We would all agree, but I think the basis would be because she was the most recent
next pick.
conservative justice, and her appointment was done under a cynical, dishonest rule change from another
Yes.
dishonest, cynical rule change.
Huh.
It just seems like
So
that
it's
will
saying that,
engender
like,
more
if
resistance
you're-
from even Democrats and liberals, and it's just easier, cleaner, just to add seats. I don't understand why we have this intuition that it'll be less damaging to the fabric of the republic to just add a couple seats like it's been done before than just doing untested
there would
rules
still be
on.
risk.
Can I
Because I
ask
think-
the
I think
opposition
adding
what they
seats-
think?
well, hold on. Wait, because this is important. The reason that it matters is because I think adding seats is fine in theory, but when you add seats in a partisan manner, like if you say like, oh, I think we should just have more people who are making these decisions, like this is 9 isn't enough, something like that. I think adding them in a partisan manner is where the problem comes in. Whereas if instead you're like, hey, I think we should add 2 people, we'll let some Republican pick one, and then we'll have the
Yeah, I
liberals
just
pick
don't know
one,
why. That
and
seems like
we'll
special
add 2
pleading. Why
seats.
is it the
That's
case? Why is it the case that like all of the
Wait, special
fears of
pleading? You really think taking the partisanship out of it is special pleading? Really?
No, what I'm saying, no.
Seriously?
Listen to what I'm saying.
No, you don't.
What I think is
I didn't think so.
what I think is special pleading is you've attached all of this negative risk to court expansion and reactions to court expansion and the downward spiral and the tit for tat. All of that is being attached to this. But for some miraculous set of reasons that I think are incomprehensible for me to understand, that kind of risk isn't present in a tit for tat removal strategy.
No.
Like-
It's not present. It is just less because we have a stronger
Right.
argument to say we can point to a harm that the public can understand, that McConnell behaved poorly. He went against the system. He violated norms. And therefore, we are doing this to correct it, right, in a way that we are undoing the harm. Whereas if we do it and say, in order to undo the harm here, we have to add more seats and we're just going to fill it with people.
I think if you polled the
for
public,
partisan.
I think if you polled the public, they think that's more
Again,
extreme.
it's
I
just
think
my
if you polled
intuition.
them, they
I
think that's more
acknowledge that I
extreme.
don't have like
Really? So Pisco,
evidence to
just
this,
to be clear,
like,
Yeah.
you're saying
empirical.
Pisco, you're saying you think that adding seats would be less
Extreme,
radical in most people's eyes.
Yes. Most people. I think
Really?
most people would. I think most people would consider. This is my intuition. Removing justices to be more of a shock to the system than adding justices. I do think that actually. Yes. And you'd have all these op-eds
have
by
a
these
sys-
these hand-wringing libs about Amy Coney Barrett was actually good for us in these concurrences, and it's just way cleaner. And like I don't think there's a good basis to believe that the country ruining aspects that you're invoking, like the kind of like we might as well just do revolutionary war, that to the extent that any of this is dependent on Republicans' reactions, I think they're gonna behave
literally-
pretty
I-
equivalently.
Dude, how many times have you talked to Republicans, like had debates with them where you bring
A
up
lot.
what it is that Mitch McConnell did and they defend it? How many times, how often does that happen?
Basically every time.
Okay, I've never had somebody defend it. Almost every single time I bring it up to a Republican, they're like, "Yeah, okay, I disagree."
Well, wait
He
a minute.
shouldn't
Wait a
have done
minute.
that,"
Listen,
like
to be
X, Y, and Z.
You're not talking
be
to
clear,
them, then.
to be clear, I understand
They
what you're
literally
talking
do
about, Tom.
call-ins on a consistent
No.
basis. I don't know what the
No,
fuck
Tom,
you're
to your
talking about.
point, I do hear that too. I hear a lot of like, well, I mean, it wasn't great. I'm not saying it was good. You guys definitely shouldn't do it to us, and
Exactly.
and
They
definitely there
outplayed,
shouldn't.
they outplayed Democrats, is what they say. They outplayed them.
Definitely,
They outplayed them.
definitely shouldn't do anything about that. I will concede that it was a little underhanded, but it's fine. Like that's usually what it is. You'll get a half-assed Brad Palumbo
Yeah,
to his
they're
credit.
allowed to do it.
Yeah,
That's the
Brad
thing, they're allowed
Palumbo
Brad says it's
is
bad.
yeah.
Yes.
Brad Palumbo's the one exception, but although again, he's saying this as a conservative who generally likes the tilt of the court. So like, even not to throw Connor under the bus because
Do
I
it.
understand that he's anti-Trump and anti-MAGA, but I think he genuinely likes the jurisprudential tilt of this court, right? He would prefer, as a conservative, a more conservative court than a liberal one. So set the actual partisanship aside, Democrat versus Republican. He's
Yeah,
certainly
I've been
anti-Trump and anti-current GOP, but he has a vested interest in keeping a conservative majority
I
court because, with
I
the
I
exception of like the immunity decision, I'm sure he agrees with a lot of the rulings.
I've been on my best behavior for the past 20 minutes, so I want to roll a
Yeah.
proverbial grenade into the conversation, but we can also just leave the pin inside the grenade. So there's a argument to be made for like textualism versus originalism in reference to like the Supreme Court and judges in general, that effectively like progressive judges will basically do a plain text reading of legislation, then they'll just make up whatever the fuck they want instead of actually doing the historical like reading in order to figure out what was intended by the legislation in the first place and then translate it based off of that way. And as somebody who was raised in a conservative society, if you want to change the meaning of a law, then you should have to repeal and replace the law. You shouldn't get to make up whatever the fuck you want after the fact. And Pisco, go ahead. We can talk. You want to talk about guns? You want to fight about guns? Let's fight about guns, motherfucker. Let's talk about Hawaii and California and DC and Chicago. You son of a bitch.
Voting rights is huddled on the floor of the shower, weeping with a black eye after Clarence Clarence Thomas and Samuel
Don't
Alito.
rewrite the law.
Exactly.
Like, we're just gonna adjust it. We're just gonna adjust our
that law that had been repeatedly reaffirmed by bipartisan majorities. I can't. And Pisco might have to correct me on this one. There was at least one case.
But did you think
where
they
the
were cringe
Supreme
and gay,
Court? Where the Supreme Court tried to rewrite an element of the Voting Rights Act, and this may have been the 90s or 80s
aspect of it, and the Reagan administration, they changed it to correct the court's error. So it's just hilarious.
The Congress was like, no, Supreme Court, this is what we meant, black and white. And so I mean, that's part of the problem. Is I wish I agreed with you, Connor, but I would say that Pisco and I don't trust that. Like the thing about originalism, and we see this with the immunity decision, there's no consistency here, right? If the court was truly originalist, then there wouldn't have been the Section 3 of the 14th Amendment ruling, which was a 9-0 ruling, from a few years ago. There wouldn't have been the Trump immunity
unoriginalist
decision.
Opinion. Trump for the United States, unoriginalist. I mean, there's so many unoriginalist opinions recently, but even not all originalists are created equally, right? We could be in favor. There's some liberal originalists that I think are based. Akil Lamar, he's a liberal originalist. Ketanji Brown Jackson, she's a liberal originalist. And so on originalism score, I think that you can find even if I were to limit it to only originalists, which, okay, I mean, we don't have consistent conservative originalists. By the way, even conservative commentators recognize this. Alito is not a fucking originalist. Roberts is not a fucking originalist, even on their own accounting. They don't even try to make a pretense of it. So we're just not maximizing for originalism, and certainly not consistent originalism. So all of that is just irrelevant to the overall argument, because you can find liberal originalists. And even if I constrain myself
the statement that you made that the statement that you made that I think is a pin in the grenade that I would like to leave, in there, is effectively not all originalism is created equal. That's a perfectly fine summary of the situation.
And the current situation, so far as originalism is concerned, is horrible. I mean, they're not good historians. They're just not.
Let me get to some super chats, and then we'll continue the conversation. We're going to open this up in about, I'd say, 20 minutes. So yeah, $10 from your mom shows something. I don't know. It says Dylan is already better than Ryan. Well, thank you for the $10. $2 from my listening library to say, damn it, Ryan Mullally. Pisco probably. We already read this, but $10 from Soy Pill. Pisco, when you told me blacklisted Ryan, did you know these tech issues would happen too? You know I use my Jewish connections, huh? Funny. $5 from Esoteric Dichotomy.
Can I respond to Soy Pill real quick?
Go ahead.
Soy Pill, if you're watching, I want Joe to define what he means by what was the word? What was it that I sent the super chat about? Wait, come on. What was the debate?
I don't remember, bro.
God damn it! There was a meme. Fuck it. I'll have to go back and check. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Populism. Can we explain
populism?
Yeah.
Soy Pill, I want you to have a conversation with Joe and let him define populism and stop rudely interrupting him. For God's sakes.
I don't have a 5-hour stream prepared.
It was Joe.
$5 from Esoteric Dichotomy. They should expand the court, but have the next admin get to pick. So they have to win an election after. Kind of like Congress pay. Thank you for $5.
No, I don't want to do that. I just don't understand. Like, if there's buy-in from the other side, sure, we can find some neutral solution. But if there's not, I want to unskew this court, right? I'm glad that Tom has granted the self-defense argument, but I think by it's entailed, unless you believe as he does, that there's some material difference between removing justices and adding seats to the Supreme Court. I mean, he's very well entitled to that view, but if you agree as I do that the public wouldn't have a distinction, or at least there's no basis to believe they would have a distinction in those responses, I think you're bound to say that Democrats are justified in adding seats to the Supreme Court. I think you just are.
5
I mean,
pounds?
Connor, are you saying you don't agree with like any sort of return fire in this case whatsoever after
Well,
Mitch
the
McConnell
return
was
fire,
convicted?
I don't know why. I know why. I know it's because it's more difficult. Mitch McConnell used a specific weapon in order to injure the Democrats, and I'm saying use the same weapon to injure the Republicans, and they're like, no, fuck that, it's too hard.
No, but
Go ahead.
imagine-
Sidebar real
Okay,
quick.
so
I'm
you
sorry.
do agree with
I'm
the
sorry.
return fires. Okay, so
Breaking-
just real quick, just to be clear,
Oh, we got some
he
breaking
does
news?
agree with self-defense. He does agree
Yeah, of course.
with some level of self-defense. He just
Dude, I would
agrees with,
love to
like,
see Donald
doing
Trump
it.
and
Okay.
or his cronies prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. Absolutely.
What was
breaking
the
news:
breaking
Thomas Massey lost his primary. It's official.
I screamed fuck into the microphone, but
Damn.
Democrats should
What do you say?
capitalize.
Yeah.
If hold on. I'm very serious about this point. If the Republican Party is going to continue to follow cultists who are sociopaths, who will sweep for an ephemophilic sex trafficking fucking presidentially corrupt fucking dickhead, then the Republican Party, it doesn't even matter what I say. I could say all the principled shit that I want. Karmically, they will reap the fucking whirlwind. And I will be there to say, I told you so, you fucking dipshits. Thomas Massey is a schizophrenic, but you cannot argue that he's principled.
Well,
One of the
here's
few
thing you have to
principled
consider in light
Republicans.
of our,
And Brad Raffensperger is currently losing. He hasn't been called yet, but he's losing the gubernatorial primaries, and he's the most Brian Kemp-like. He was the one who fought
Yeah.
against the Stop the Steal thing in
Gotcha.
2020.
So here's what you have to realize and how it plays into it, because it is relevant here.
Yeah.
We need to stop pretending that this Republican Party is about to turn the corner and like not embrace MAGAism anymore. There are some people who are leaving Trump because the economy is bad, but
They're moving in a
Republican
more
Party,
extreme direction.
That's not really
And
what
they're-
I'm
and they're
saying.
extreme as hell.
I'm not saying the Republican Party is like, we're right around the corner from everybody looking like Mitt Romney. I've never said that shit. I would never say that shit. So don't pretend I'm saying that shit. What I am saying is there's a power struggle where the cult is not as popular as it was a year ago, and people are already picking at the corpse once Donald Trump leaves the Republican Party and has gutted it principally from floor to ceiling. So that war needs to be fought aggressively. I'm not saying
the war
we're
that needs to be
2
fought-
seconds away
the
from
war that
Romney
needs to be
care.
fought. The war that needs to be fought aggressively is the war for our country. We are in an emergency right now. And one of the ways in which we're going to get out of this emergency is making sure that MAGA continues to lose and lose and lose. And unlike what Tom, I think, is suggesting with his physical gesticulations there, we are not going to get out of this emergency by just lying down and taking it. In fact, it is necessary to expand the court. And if we don't, we're going to be running around because of Supreme Court bullshittery with some crazier version of Trump as the president with unchecked power again because this court loves to give deference to him, and that cannot be allowed. That cannot be allowed, and it's not helping us. It's not helping us.
I'm
to
so
pretend
happy you
that
said that.
Republicans are going to hold
I
to
do
these
want to
norms.
get to the rest of my
well,
super
in
the
chats.
future.
Hold on, Wick. This is
and I'm
incredibly
sorry,
important.
Democratic Supreme Court candidates in Georgia, because there are two, they are not doing well in the current race as well.
Okay, so
they're
hold on,
underperforming.
Wick. This is incredibly important. I don't know why I bother saying things at this point, so I'm just going to say what my opponents are saying I'm saying.
Same.
So, Democrats, lay down. Get raped, it's over. Don't respond anywhere. Don't ever vote. Don't win in 26. Don't win in 28. Republicans are tops. You are bottoms. Just take it up the ass, metaphorically, literally, politically, in perpetuity.
Well, I mean,
Wait,
to be clear, I literally say that I'm saying, yeah, like, don't fight back. I'm literally over here talking about full on fucking revolution. So I'm on another level of fighting back.
But we
at
don't
this
need to
point.
go
That-
there, right?
that's
We need to
where we're at.
5
we-
pounds.
we don't need to go there.
5
Like,
pounds. 5 pounds from Riz. What the fuck to say? Very basic point. But what about the slippery slope? What stops the Republicans packing it further? What if Trump does it first?
We've all
So
so guys, it's been packed. I don't know what I have to
Just take it up
do
the
to
pooper.
get you guys to understand the position, right? We've offered now multiple opportunities for someone to distinguish what Mitch McConnell and company and the Republicans did in this interim period and how it would be better or worse compared to a legislative court pack. And nobody has been able to provide a reason why what Mitch McConnell did was somehow less bad than a
And then
prospective legislative court pack. No one,
and
right?
then
So it's already been packed.
and through
Well, and
this
again, and it-
conversation, hold on. And through this conversation, you articulated, both you and Josiah articulated, that compared to not court packing and leaving a long-term conservative Supreme Court, you would prefer to oscillate the court every 4 years. And that is what Tom and I are afraid of. So
Yeah,
it is what it
you guys
is,
are-
man. What the fuck?
you guys are in
Also,
fe-
lay
you
down,
guys are
take
in
it up
fear-
the butt, stop clenching your sphincter, just take it up the butt, relax, it'll be fine.
Okay,
You
I
guys-
do
you
got to
guys
get a
are in-
little more money, gang. Let me get through some of these, okay? I promise.
Don't
We're gonna
forget
have
to
more
breathe.
discussion. We're gonna have get
Yep.
through it. $2 from Nick
Breathing's important.
Costantis to say MAGA is allowed to do everything and Dems nothing. Clown. face
Correct.
emoji.
Correct. Take it up the butt, don't fight back, don't vote, don't do any of that stuff. Even though you've heard me
Even
a
when-
thousand
Go
times
vote.
say
No, no, no,
win the
go vote for
26
Trump.
and 28 elections
You
and
guys
criminally
just-
prosecute your
all right.
enemies.
You're
What I'm
not engaging
actually
the
saying is
conversation.
lay down, take it
it's
up the
pointless.
butt,
Okay,
relax.
Okay.
This is so
we're not
stupid.
engaging.
The memes over.
We're
memes
not
over-
engaging.
Engaged.
Guys.
As long as we're
You're-
accused of
you're-
this
you're
position,
going
I'm
for
going to start
engagement.
repeating it. I'm just going to start
Stop.
repeating the position I'm
Please.
accused of having.
I understand. $5 from Audacity to say, yeah, Whick, go get Jeb's opinion, Lamau. $2 from my listening library to say, get zero fucks into the debate. Hunter Kozak for $10. Josiah is right about court packing, but his Star Wars takes are bad enough that I will pretend that he's wrong about it.
Rise of Skywalker is the best of the Star Wars sequels. I'm prepared to die on this hill.
£5
is?
from Riz. What the
Oh,
fuck?
I'm going to kill you in
Couldn't we
your
thought
sleep.
about
Are you
alternative?
serious?
Yeah, we'll talk
No,
about
we're
it.
okay. We
Dude,
can-
I'm gonna-
Not now.
open.
Not now. I'm just saying we will talk about it.
I'm
Yeah,
going to
yeah,
Darth
we will.
Plagueis you. That is crazy.
Okay. £5 from Riz. What the fuck? Has anyone thought about alternative, nonpartisan ways to set court composition? Other countries don't have this problem with their highest courts.
I did.
Other countries, by the way, have functioning democracies where
Yeah.
legislature has way more control over the judiciary, right? Like just because like there is a situation in which the legislature would have more control over the judiciary doesn't mean you don't have a functioning democracy anymore, okay? And that's me even preferring, in the best of all outcomes, to have a fully independent judiciary. I mean, I do think that would be preferred, but that's not the question presented. The question presented isn't what's the best possible solution in the best possible of all worlds. It's, is the current solution one that should be considered in that it should be enacted better than the status quo, right? Because if you agree with any level of court packing, even one, by the way, in which there's definitionally no oscillation, I think Tom has to deal with that one now. Okay, let's get the following. Tom, if there is a court pack, an expansion of the court, but there's no oscillation, there's just one additional seat that's offered. You're in favor of that, right? No oscillation, no change in the composition of the court overall.
Well, I said that I was against like an even amount of justices.
Two wouldn't change the composition of the court in terms of Republican versus Democrat.
You're saying we know that there's not going to be oscillation afterwards? Yeah, I would be in favor of
No.
that.
I'm not saying sorry. There just is no oscillation by that action in terms of the composition, in terms of Democrat, Republican, Democrat, Republican. We've just packed it by 2, and it's not resulted in a change in the composition of the court. It's still a majority conservative, but it's just a less conservative majority. You understand what I'm saying? So you're
No.
not reaching the okay. So currently there are 9 seats on the
If we
Supreme Court.
2 people,
If
it
you
would no
add
longer be a
2,
conservative majority.
it would still be a conservative majority. There are 6 conservative justices on the Supreme Court. There are 3 liberal justices on the Supreme Court. If you add
Okay.
2 justices, there's 5 liberal justices, 6 conservative justices. That doesn't change the current composition of the court. Would you be in favor of that? Yes or no?
Yeah, maybe. I would have to think.
So you're in
about it more,
favor of
maybe.
court. You're definitionally in favor of court expansion.
Maybe. Maybe is not definitionally in favor of it, but I would have to think
Wait,
about
wait,
that.
wait, wait. So when you say, so what is there to think about? I just
Tom and I are worried about
like-
turning on and off the Supreme Court like a light switch and getting decisions based off of a light switch
now
flip
there's a
every
new-
4
so-
years.
So now there's a
So
new
yes, we're not
oscillation
principally
concern.
opposed to the concept of expanding the court. We're concerned about the oscillation.
It's like
That's been the point the
tail
entire
wagging the
time.
dog. It's like the tail wagging the dog. Anytime I set as equal the thing you claim to be concerned about, the result still is, it's not clear that you're going to support it. Even when we address the
What about this? What about this? Let's say there's a Democratic trifecta in 2028, and let's say
Inshallah.
Alito, Thomas. See who else we'd need to do. How many would we need to flip? We would need to flip 2, I guess,
Roberts,
right?
Alito,
2.
and Thomas?
So let's say Alito and Thomas either resign or die under a Democratic trifecta, and let's say that Democrats fill those vacancies with their Democratic Senate. So let's say we finally have, for the first time in 50 plus years, a liberal majority court. Connor, Tom, can you guarantee that if and when Republicans retake control, let's say in 2032, that they wouldn't try to expand the court? Or do you think they would tolerate a liberal majority court? Can you guarantee me that there's no risk of oscillation?
You know I can't guarantee it. And
Right.
yeah.
Tom?
No, of course not.
Okay.
Okay, can I ask
So-
you, Josiah?
Wait a minute. I would like to follow
Let
up
him
on that. So
finish.
Follow up.
I'm curious.
Well, I let him finish a question. I didn't know he had a follow up. Okay.
Yeah. So my question is,
Well,
should we fill those vacancies if you can't guarantee that the Republicans wouldn't try to expand the court if we have a liberal majority court without changing the law surrounding 9 seats or without removing justices? It just happens naturally. Because the reason I'm asking that question, I do want an answer, is because I believe the Republican Party is at a point, they're so radicalized, and these election results make me even more convinced of it, that they will simply not tolerate a liberal majority court, no matter how the liberal majority court manifests. Court packing, not court packing, deaths, resignations, impeachments, that they'll say, 10 years ago, the Democrats talked about court packing, because they did this, by the way, when McConnell withheld the hearing for Merrick Garland. They would say, Joe Biden, Senator Joe Biden, 15 years ago, talked about possibly withholding confirmation votes for a Republican appointee.
Yep.
So we're just applying the Biden rule. Can you guarantee that Republicans?
Somebody
wouldn't
literally
do
sent me
that?
the Biden rule in Discord DMs.
Yeah. So can you tell me about that? What do you think about that? And what should Democrats do about that in a situation?
So, what I'm looking for, and I promise you, I'm not trying to be evasive at all. What I want is an adult in the fucking room. And so what I'm worried about is that if you, Josiah, man that I love and respect, Pisco, who I love and respect, but pisses me the fuck off, if you guys are out for blood, then effectively that you guys are a weather vane on the Democratic Party. And so what's going to happen is I feel like I'm losing my adults across the aisle that I can expect to be sane and moderate. So I can't promise you that the right wing is going to somehow stabilize and be sane in the next 5 to 10 years. As a matter of fact, they have broken every single principle I was ever raised with to believe in about being right wing. So maybe it's aspirational, maybe I'm being idealistic, but what I'm praying for is that we have touched the stove twice now in reference to Donald Trump. And I really wish we would learn our goddamn lesson and the adults in the room would start piping up and actually taking charge and handling business. But if you ask me like, hey, Connor, can you speak for the Republican Party? Can you speak for the populist masses?
Well,
absolutely not. As a matter of fact, you'd probably be right to not trust them.
Right.
They don't
well, so
respect anything but strength. Tonight's result should tell you that.
I'm also curious. I want to hear what Tom has to say about that. So again, Tom, I gave you a hypothetical and I gave you my opinion on it, which is that I don't think the current Republican Party will ever tolerate a liberal majority court, no matter how that liberal majority court manifests. I do not trust them. Do you? And in my hypothetical, how do you think Republicans would respond? And if and when they got back into power, would they expand the court? Would they try to impeach? What would they do? And based on your answer, how do you think Democrats should react in such a world? Like, should we be worried about ever having, a liberal majority court because it might provoke the Republicans into doing something drastic to get a conservative court back? You understand what I'm asking?
Yes. I'm not sure. Honestly, I'm not gonna lie, I might be rethinking my entire thought process here because I don't know why, but I think I came in here thinking that there was a 5-4 split, and
It's a 6-3.
yeah, now thinking about it being 6-3, adding 2 justices on the liberal side would not be that big of a difference because it would still be a minority.
Well, we're gonna give
So
you grace
yeah,
because you did come in last minute. I understand, right?
Yeah,
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 I was not prepped for this debate whatsoever.
fine,
So
you're
yeah, it
fine, we
took
love
no,
two
and that's
minutes to
fine.
jump in, but
And that's fine. But I am curious as far as like my hypothetical goes. Again, we're
I'm
great
not sure.
because
Yeah, I don't know.
yeah.
Um, five. Well, I have some. We're gonna get to it. $10, I should say, and this kind of speaks to something that
I'm
one of the
listening,
reasons.
but I've got to step away because I have to pee desperately.
Okay,
So I'm
you're
listening.
This super chatter is asking a question I think that I also have, and one of the problems I have with court packing, or I guess objections to it, is I don't think it's necessary, and this is why. $10 from Ruth. Would you even need to pack the courts if you win the Senate in 26 and the presidency in 2028? You could just replace Roberts, Alito, and Thomas in the 8 years after 2028. Roberts, Alito, well, not so much Roberts, but Alito and Thomas are thinking about retiring, right? And Roberts is, I think, the
Well,
next
this is
oldest
what I brought
justice,
up
if
earlier.
I may,
Let me address it.
finish, right? Right. And Roberts is the next up. So I understand worries about them trying to block replacements, but there are fixes to that worry that do not involve court packing that we could, and I feel should explore before we go to the court packing. So if we all we have to do is wait a couple years, I think we have it is a better world if we can fix this without resorting.
So let me address that
Yes,
completely and
please.
totally. So the first question is one about what you mean by necessity. If you mean strictly necessary, like ontologically necessary, no, nothing is necessary on that view. So necessary here, I'm assuming you mean like reasonably necessary to achieve an
Yes.
end, right? Helpful, right? Helpful. And the answer is it is helpful. So the first reason it's helpful is one, it's justified, right? It's even if Roberts and these other people retire, that's in the sense of like normal what we would consider within the bounds of then existing norm vacancies on the court. And so it doesn't recover the injury. The injury is still being felt even if we have those vacancies on the court. So nothing about having other opportunities within the norms doesn't like repairs the injury that was done back in the day. So it's not really relevant in that course. And obviously having
If I may,
go for it.
if I may address that point,
I'm not
I
done, but yeah.
understand that, and I do believe it is in an injustice, and I agree with you that there's a self-defense. Your self-defense analogy works. I agree with it. I buy into it. Right. I am just saying that in if in order to get justice, we end up creating a situation that is objectively worse for the country. I
That's
am
begging the
willing to
question.
forgo. Hold on,
Yes,
if
me
I may,
too. Me
I'm willing to
too.
forgo getting that justice if we can correct it over a short amount of time, 2 years, in order to replace these things without doing the harm.
I understand it, right? So
But
if I thought it would be objectively better off not to expand the court, I wouldn't be in favor of it in the first place, and including in the scenario that you're
I
talking
mean,
about.
this
So
is
yes.
a disagreement we have, right?
Oh,
You think it's objectively better to.
but
well, that's the
I-
whole
I'll-
issue that we're here to debate, right? You can't assume it as part of the proposition as a choice. Well, do I choose court packing that doesn't obtain the objective good end,
Well,
or do I
that
choose
is
the objective
the
good end?
argument of
But
why it's
that-
not is because
No,
we
no.
can fix this without using court packing, and we can
Okay, so I'm trying to address it. You're
overturn
not letting me.
because at the end of the
You're
day,
not
the
letting me
goal
fix it.
is to get a liberal judicial, right?
Okay. No, that's not the goal. That's not what I said, right? That's not
No.
been my the reason
So
why
that's not
I've
your
said
goal. You
everything.
don't want a liberal
No.
judicial system,
Well, no, that's not
or
the
a
ultimate
Supreme
goal
Court,
here.
I should say. Yeah.
So I've given you the goal. The goal is retaliation, rectification for a constitutional
That's
norm.
not my goal.
It's not your goal.
No,
What
my
is
goal
your
is to
goal?
get a liberal justice system, a liberal Supreme Court, I should say.
That is
we
your
would
goal.
prefer
And
we
you're-
would prefer a liberal court.
Yeah,
I mean,
no,
again,
yes,
he's
liberal
going
court
to.
is my goal.
No,
No,
I'm going to
preference
address
is
this.
not the
I'm going to
reason,
address
though.
this
Hold on,
question
wait.
fully.
Hold on, wait.
I'm
Just
going
real
to
quick.
address this
Just
question
real
fully.
quick.
No,
Hold on.
I'm not going to let this
I wanna-
question
I
go
want- I
unanswered.
wanna let you
I'm going to
address
answer
it.
it
Just
fully.
one
No, I got
Just real
interrupted.
quick.
I'm
Yeah,
answering the question fully.
hold on.
I'm answering the question
Let
fully.
Pisco go. Let Pisco
I'm
go.
answering the
Pisco
question
go.
fully. So the first response to it is it doesn't address the injury. The injury was done, and having these vacancies that arise in the ordinary course doesn't address the injury done. So that's number one. one. So in terms of necessity, when we're talking about reasonable necessity, is it helpful? Does it help our aims in getting to the injury? Of course it doesn't, because it doesn't get to the injury. Number two, is it helpful in other ways? Of course. In the ways that you're talking about in terms of getting more favorable rulings for liberals, for Democrats, we don't have 2 years to wait out Roberts. We don't have 3 years. We have to operate like we're in an emergency situation, which we fucking are. And we can't just pretend, unfortunately, like many Democrats want to, that it's going to go back to business as usual. Tonight should be a testament to that. We cannot sit around with our dicks in our hand. We have a limited amount of time and we need to act fast. So no, I wouldn't be in favor of that.
Yeah, so the other
Well,
thing is
just
that's where
just real quick. Just real quick.
Thanks, Lorraine.
The terminology that you guys are using is bothering me a little bit, because when you're talking about the goal, like, there is a reason for it, and that's what we're talking about. It's the reason for why you would want to pack the court, why you would want to take out a justice, not necessarily the goal, but it is the reason for doing this in the first place, and the reason for it is because of what Mitch McConnell did under Obama. That is like the saying goal doesn't really.
I
Doesn't
use those
really
as
explain what
equivalent.
it is we're talking
It's
about. Yeah,
it's
I know,
action
but it's an
driving.
important distinction.
so
It's
so
I
let's
don't
get
really
back
see
to
it as a
the
distinction, but
so let's get back to the question, the hypothetical. I think it's an absurd. Restate what it was, because I
I'll
was
just
keen
read
and
it
I'm
again.
thinking to myself, yeah,
Yep.
I
the
must have
conservatives
misheard.
just going
Go
to
ahead.
No, I'll just
retire
read it again.
all at once under a
Yeah,
Democratic
but that's
administration.
why I want him to restate it one more time.
Yep,
So
I'll get it.
before I respond,
Would you even need to pack the courts if you win the Senate in 26 and the presidency in 28? You could just replace Roberts, Alito, and Thomas in the 8 years after 2028. And again, this isn't written in the super chat, but this is assuming that Alito and Thomas, at least, and maybe Roberts, are going to retire soon. And Alito and
Russ,
Thomas specifically have been talking, right? There is scuttlebutt around them retiring soon, right? Or do we disagree?
yeah, no,
So naive.
oh man, why would they ever retire under a Democratic administration? There's no fucking
They
way they'll
might
do that.
die. They're old.
So
Yeah, you can't
so
rely. You can't put a date on
right, we
that.
can't we
You can't
can't
rely on
we
that.
can't we can't
You can't
bank
rely
on
on
that.
them
Number one.
dying.
Yeah, number one. Number two, I mean, again, because here's the thing. This is where in the very beginning, when we were talking about the need to deal with the Supreme Court in 2028, part of the problem too, and I mentioned this, the structural disadvantages. So the 2030 census is coming up. And after that happens, there will be the reapportionment of electors. Blue states will lose electors. California and New York are going to lose electors, and so are some other blue states. Red states are going to gain electors. Based on the current projections, Democrats are going to have a much harder time winning the presidency because simply winning the blue wall will be insufficient. So the path to sustained Democratic power, because of the anti-majoritarian, red, Republican, conservative skewed system known as the Electoral College, is going to be even harder. It was already not 50-50. We had to overperform. Now the odds are going to be even more against us. The Senate is already hella malapportioned. The last time we had a 50-50 split Senate, back in 2021, the Democrats represented 44 million more Americans. The Republicans have an advantage there. They have an institutional advantage with the court, with the House, because of the gerrymandering and the Voting Rights Act being gutted, the Electoral College and the upcoming census, and the Senate. So the premise is absurd. We have no reason to believe that we're going to get 8
We don't have
years
time.
of
We don't
sustained
have time.
Democratic control. Yeah.
You need to start thinking about this in the time sense, okay? What is dooming Trump's presidency, alleged presidency right now? He's running out of time, okay? And we have to think in the same way. We don't have time to just say, please, Roberts, die. Or somehow Robert or fucking Alito, please die. Or grow a spine and resign under a Democratic administration. And so for us to just sit around with our thumbs up our ass and never do something. How about we be active and do the thing that actually addresses the injury, which this wouldn't, and achieves the result, which that wouldn't necessarily. So no, we shouldn't rely on that. And just because it's possible that it happens that we get additional vacancies. No, we want more.
Yeah, it's like saying, I know you need more money, but instead of doing X, Y, and Z, why don't you just win the lottery? Oh,
Just in
God,
case,
I don't even.
I mean, you could win the lottery, so
Yeah,
you
yeah,
don't even go get a
When
ticket because
we
someone
open
might
up
gift
the
it to
panel,
you.
I'll address this more, but let me finish these
yeah.
super chats. I promise. Okay, $5 from J Ray. I'd like to be the one team allowed to score 2 goals by blatant handballs and offsides, and trying to come back by playing by the rules.
Yep. I mean,
My listening
that's
library
it.
for $5.
Is that
Right
the
now,
real
MAGA
drag?
Republicans are winning. MAGA are my parents and aunts and uncles. They are everywhere and plentiful. I disagree, but fair enough.
MAGA is they are the Republican Party. MAGA is
Yeah, but the Republican Party is
omnipresent.
losing overall, but fair enough.
I don't know where that people have gotten the hopium. Like I have hopium and I am hopeful for the midterms, but do not underestimate your opponent. Don't underestimate Trump. That we cannot get into this position where we're again underestimating him. Even in 2020, that was an election through the skin of our fucking teeth. People need to get a lot more serious.
No, I understand that you don't want to underestimate it, but it would be absurd to deny the fact that if you just take this moment as a snapshot in time and you had to bet who is going to win the midterms, it's going to be Democrats and it's going to be by a lot. We're not talking just 10 seats. We're 20, 30, maybe even more in the House. And the Senate's a toss-up, which is crazy based on the which Senate seats are up for grabs this election cycle. And that is we are in such a strong pro Democrat position right now that I just it would
I'm
be
warning you,
absurd
do
not
not get
to take that into
overconfident.
account.
I'm warning you all. Do
We
not get
will. We'll talk about
overconfident.
this when the
We'll
panel
talk
opens
about it.
up.
We'll
We'll
talk
talk
about it.
about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
$2 from Meta to say T. Ross is the first AI slot film to be in theaters.
Talk about the rise of Skywalker. We'll talk about
Oh,
that too when the panel opens up, asshole. Get in the
Oh
queue.
God.
oh, fair
Yeah.
enough. $5 from Old Scotty. Connor and Tom, can a conservative court just rule any Democrat legislation unconstitutional?
Sorry.
What do you mean? Can they? What do you ask?
Can a conservative Supreme
it would
Court
have
just
to, like,
rule
if it
anything
was challenged-
unconstitutional?
Yes.
Don't you think they would have to back it up with some kind of legalistic rationale?
They would have to certainly write
could
something down on
try.
paper. Yeah.
Yeah, they've read something on paper.
Yes, yes, by judicial review, unless the legislation has some sort of jurisdiction stripping language in it, which I don't even know the last time that's been done, what that would look like. Yes, any federal statute is subject to judicial review. This conservative Supreme Court can strike it down. They have the ultimate veto. They have the presidential veto times infinity.
So $2
Isn't that just
from my listening
descriptively
library.
true of the court in general? So
Yeah,
even if you
that's
just
what the
added
question- that was the
even if you
question.
just added the adjective, a hypothetical Democratic Supreme Court has the capacity for judicial review
Yes,
and would
that
be
was
able
the
to
question.
rule anything unconstitutional.
But the question is implying something about you, Connor, which is assuming that Democrats will be able to do what's necessary to save this country while having an improperly skewed court towards conservatives. I think that's what the question is actually getting at, is the notion that this isn't
dude, I already changed my
necessary.
position. Lie down. Take it up the butt. Stop fighting. I don't know. You guys said, all you're saying is don't fight. Stop fighting back. That's my new position. You guys said that was my position. It's my position. Stop fighting back.
I want to address that. I do want to address that from the prospects of police action, right? Because you would say, Connor, right? Like the analogy of self-defense. If someone comes at you with a bat, you don't have to have a bat yourself to hit them back, right? You can, if you have right next to you, maybe you can shoot them for sure, but maybe you could also grab a book or something and hit them in the head. Right, something less.
Going with the wind, bitch! Boom.
So
yes,
so
you can use improvised weapons to defend yourself. Yes,
you know the excitement's what counts. Okay.
So let me get there. I'm almost there. If it's okay to use lesser means for self-defense in the context of the police confrontation I just told you about, and if you agree that the legislative court packing is a lesser means, since you haven't been able to distinguish in which way it's worse than what Mitch McConnell did, why wouldn't you therefore be justified to use the lesser mean of legislative court packing to self-defend against the Mitch McConnell bullshittery?
Because, as I've analogized earlier, you got shot in the stomach. Somebody's breaking into your house. They did something wrong. You have the right to defend yourself. You should be able to shoot them. But in my opinion, there's a baby behind the person you're about to shoot in the stomach that you rightfully can shoot in the stomach. But when you shoot him in the stomach,
hold the baby hostage.
I'm worried that you're going to hit the fucking baby. And the baby is the Republic of the United States. And what's scary to me is that in this conversation, Tom and I both articulated that we're afraid that the bipartisan oscillation of the Supreme Court, and that even implies bipartisan oscillation of legislation. We didn't even get that far. So basically,
Then
like
you
I
just
mentioned
don't
it.
agree with wait. So in any
So
system where like parties change hands and like we have different
yeah, but at
legislators, that the oscillation is
51-49,
not
it's a lot
good.
more fucking dangerous than a fucking 60, a fucking a super majority. It's a lot more
Can I adjust your
dangerous.
hypo? Because I'm not even saying these hypos aren't like, helpful to be informative, but like how I see the hypos.
You also
differently.
endorsed them,
See that?
though. That's another point. You and Josiah both said we would rather live in that world than the world that we presently live in, because
Yes.
you keep telling us to
Obviously.
unclench our sphincters, and we're tired of taking it up the butt, metaphorically speaking.
So I'm trying to riff on your hypothetical with the baby and the self-defense. So we're
Sure.
not talking about legal justification here, but just in terms of ethical stuff, you're saying there's extenuating circumstances. How I see the hypothetical is the person who is assaulting you and in your house is standing at the door. You're holding a baby, and one of the only ways to get to the hospital to take care of your baby is to deploy the self-defense and get to the hospital. You don't believe that this action is going to be conducive towards the extenuating circumstance of helping our country. But I do. That's the difference. You don't see the road that we're on currently is leading to a fucking disaster. It's leading to a cliff, and you don't see it.
I love this analogy because it allows me to talk about tinnitus. So, there's two options here. You can hold the baby close to your chest and cut the baby's ears and then shoot at the guy that's preventing you from going to the hospital. Or you can hold the baby by his neck in front of you and use the baby as a human shield and then shoot at the guy next to the guy next to and so one of them,
okay, we're running around with the baby. Anyway, sorry.
so in the second scenario, weirdly enough, you have the same chances of success. As a matter of fact, you might even have an increased chances of success because you're holding the baby hostage. But what's going to happen is you're going to rupture
the baby hostage earlier, and nobody reacted. And now you're appropriating my example. What the fuck, man?
Sorry, my bad. So anyways, but what I'm saying is when you fire the gun, there's a chance that if you're not cupping the baby and holding their ears and doing everything prudent, you're going to injure the baby by giving them tinnitus. And you're just like, fuck it, YOLO, there's a bad guy in my house. I'm going to give my baby tinnitus and I'm going to maximize my chances of survival. Fuck you. And I think that's funny, but I'm worried. I'm worried that the baby's going to get tinnitus and the baby's going to get injured.
Where's the Connor?
I just got a call from the Supreme Court, and they are ruling analogies unconstitutional. We're going to have to stop using them.
After tonight, that's fair.
It was a 6-3 decision, unfortunately.
Where we've left it, though, I think, is that Tom is considering the viability of a 2-seat expansion. I think, Connor, would you be okay with removing justices?
Just to be clear, I think it would be a little bit more justified, but I still do think that like the better option is there, and that like even with the fact that like it still is a more likely scenario that the conservatives just come back and start adding seats and the oscillation happens. Like that is still the thing that I'm more afraid of. And not to go too deep into analogies, but like I feel like if I just try to like walk into a room but everybody stubs their toes like 2% of the time, but I can just walk around through another way and not stub my toe at all. I feel like you're saying, yeah, but you can get in the room. You could get in the room.
So would you
could
vote
just
for
go
it or
in the room
not?
anyways.
What is all? Can we just like get straight answers from you motherfuckers? Would you vote for it or not? It's status quo, up or down, 2-vote expansion. Yes. They've rejected all the other more. Yeah, okay. So then I think we're left with Whick. As I understand Connor's rationale.
You agreed with my moderate court expansion in an ideal world, though. Like the 6v6 with independent moderate deal breaker.
The point that I'm making is that there is a lesser evil.
I would be with Connor. Yeah.
You keep ignoring that. Like, if there is a better option that people are like, okay, well then, yeah, I don't want to go the much more drastic option.
If there's a better option.
Just admit that there's like the drastic option.
Well, hold on, and this is an important question. Before we move, what do you think the chances of court expansion actually are?
Hold on, one at a time. Josiah,
yeah,
and counterpoints.
Tom, refresh my memory. What are the stub toe less options that you're proposing again? Specifically in lieu of court packing?
Blocking their picks in the future, or even just removing.
Yeah, but that doesn't arise. What if the condition for that doesn't arise? That's what we're saying. If that's available, maybe we can do that. Yeah, but like, what if that isn't available? What if what he's offering that is counter isn't available, the neutral option? We would prefer that, maybe, yeah, but what if that's not available? The question is, would it be preferable to the status quo? And I think that your answer is yes, it would be. That's the sense in which we think that you support
When
court
you say
packing.
it's not available, the only way it's not if one isn't available, they're both not available. What do you mean?
That's
Like,
not
give me a
that's not the
scenario where
case.
that's
Yeah, yeah.
possible.
So for example, if there's no vacancy, the McConnell option is not available. The McConnell option only exists with the existence of a vacancy. So it's not the case that
Oh,
analytically,
sure,
just
sure,
because you have
sure.
an
But that's
opportunity to
but
expand
the
the
other option that I gave is just removing one, like removing Amy Coney Barrett. That was
oh
the
no,
other option that I gave.
no, I didn't really press it that much because I didn't want to get into it, but there are a lot of issues there, right? You number one, I really do think you guys are underestimating the degree to which people are going to have this connection to Amy Coney Barrett or particular justices and want to defend their seats, and even Democrats will say that's too far because I do think that removal will be seen as a greater sanction than adding seats. That's number one. Number two, legally, it's on uncharted ground. I do think that the Congress has the authority to unmake a seat and then re-add it. I do think that that's available for them as a remedy without impeachment, but that's been untested. And so it's on shakier legal ground than the precedent we have of expanding the court. And so there are a lot of
and what
reasons why you might
seat
not prefer it.
and what
Yeah.
seat would it be? Because that's the other thing too. Remember, Amy Coney Barrett is not the most recent justice appointed. That's liberal Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson. So I don't know what the particulars of that legislation would look like, if that's even constitutional, to say we're not only are we shrinking the court, but we're shrinking the court by a specific justice because she was appointed by the Republicans. Like, so I don't even know if
No,
that's
no, that wouldn't be
viable.
the
And for
argument.
what benefit, right?
Not
Like
well, it wouldn't be
no
because she
one
was
really
appointed
cares
by the
about this.
Republicans. It
Yeah,
would
that
be
wouldn't be the argument. We
it
wouldn't say,
would
well, the
be
Republicans appointed her, so we're removing
yeah,
her.
it
That
would
would
be
never
that
be
What would
the
it
the
be?
argument.
seat that was taken from Obama, that was replaced with her. So we would
Well,
was it replaced with
Gorsuch
her?
would
I
be
thought
one.
It
it
was
was
Gorsuch. It was
Gorsuch would
it
Gorsuch.
was
be
Gorsuch.
one.
Okay, so that's what I
Yeah.
thought. Okay, so yeah, so it would be Gorsuch, not Coney Barrett. I thought earlier
Yeah. So
you
like
said Coney
I just
Barrett
don't know
was
why
more recent.
it's just so
She is
much
the
more
more recent.
trouble
Well,
to
wait a
do
minute.
this.
Wait a minute, because remember, there were two norm violations. I don't concede that there's only one. There was two. They changed the rule in 2016, technically, when Justice Scalia died. They
I
prevented
don't think that
President
logic
Obama.
works if we argue that what Mitch McConnell did, that was never a norm, and then they went back to the norm after that. Like, I agree that they are saying this is a new norm, and then they're violating that thought process after. But if we're saying what Mitch McConnell did was never a norm,
Even
then
still,
it's
Tom, it's
just
two.
one norm
Tom,
violation,
No,
even
no, no.
and then
still,
they
It's
go
it's
two
back
two.
to
because
the
they changed the
regular norm.
rules twice to pick up two justices. They
Well, do
did.
that
I'm
one.
sorry.
Isn't that
As
one
I
fine?
understand it, and correct me if I'm wrong,
I'm
they
saying I'm not
changed the
saying they changed
rule.
the rules. I
They
understand
changed
the
the rule
logic, but
initially to
really
get
they just
Gorsuch on,
violated the
and then they
norm.
Yes.
They violated
reverted
the
to
norm.
the
They're
old rule to
hold on,
get
wait.
Yes.
Comey
Hold on.
Barrett. Is that
There
correct?
is a norm. They violated that norm. It was one time. They violated it one time. That was the norm the whole time. They violated one time. That is my logic. I understand the logic that you're
No
using.
matter what, no,
That
okay,
doesn't
no,
make
if
much
that's your
sense to me.
logic, Tom, it's still two. If that's your logic, Tom, it's still two. Why? Because it wasn't just preventing a Democratic a seat, right? It was adding a Republican seat, right? So it's two, right? It's not. They didn't just have
Sure, but
one
that's what I
less
wait, but
justice.
that is what I'm saying. Wait, but that is what I'm
Okay,
saying is that if you take out Gorsuch and then you replace him with another person, while like yes, Gavin Newsom is in office, you
that
remove
would
Gorsuch
rectify it.
and
Yes,
now yes.
no. But I just want to say though, there's two ways to look at it. You could look at it the way that Josiah did, which is like you count each norm violation as its own thing,
Mhm.
and I think that that's a perfectly legitimate way to look at it. By the way, I don't think we're bound to only respond in kind. I think that that's like silly, right? Like the notion that for proportionality purposes we can only go to the very limit that what they did. I think you can go a little bit further, so I wouldn't even be against it in that way. But I think another way, a legitimate, fine, good way to do it is the way that you just did. It's like, well, let's look at the effect on net seats on the overall scheme, and then it's still two
Mhm.
seats, right? So like, I don't really care how you get there.
Wait,
I just
what?
think that we all because
How is the
so you
overall
take
effect?
away yeah, you take away one seat and that has the effect of what you're saying. But adding two seats would do the same thing. If you just add two Democratic seats, it would have the effect of removing a Republican and adding a Democrat. And so I just don't know why you go through the trouble to remove a seat when you can just add justices. It's just way more trouble.
I still
Get
think
me?
that both norm violations need to be punished because
Yeah,
they
that's fine
changed the
too.
rule for Gorsuch, and then they said we would
Bro.
adhere to the rule change for Amy Coney Barrett, and then they broke their own rule. They broke the original rule, and then they broke their own rule. Those are two norm violations as far as I'm
Okay.
concerned.
Here's what we're gonna
That's a
do.
fine
I'm
way to
gonna
look at
read
it
these
too. I
last
don't have
two
a
super
problem
chats,
with
and
that.
we're gonna get to closings, and then we're gonna open it up, and I'm gonna get a little bit more, make some arguments, and bring some people on. It'll be fun.
Bring
But I
'em
want to give
on.
everyone a chance to have closing thoughts, closing arguments. But let me finish these two not Supreme Courts. Let me finish these two super chats, and then we'll get into that. Is that cool? Everyone good with that? I hope
Yeah.
so,
Yeah.
because that's what we're doing. $2 from my listening library to say, Wick TV, what if the midterms are close or we lose? If we lose the midterms, then I have to rethink all my priors. I have to rethink all my knowledge of how politics works. That would be a catalyst event for me that I would need to do some real soul searching.
There are generic ballots that only have Democrats up like 2.
I
Yeah,
understand.
we can talk about this if you want to when you open up the
Yeah,
panel. But I think you are. I'm confident that Democrats are going to flip the House. I share that. But a 40-seat wave, I don't know anybody.
I don't know if
Laksha
we're going
Jain,
40
Nate
seats,
Silver.
to
Well, I
be
thought
clear,
that's
but I
what you
think we're
said.
getting
20,
20 to
30,
30.
40. I don't know anything. I don't know any pollster who has said that based on the data shown. Now, if the trend keeps going and we continue to see that aperture widen up, then maybe. But
I
like
think it's
even
going to get
Laksha
worse for the
Jain,
Republicans. That is
Mhm.
my instinct, that things are going to continuously get worse for them. They are going to continuously double down. They are incompetent. They are incapable of governing. This will reflect in the American public's opinion of them, and we will get like a 20 to 30 seat flip in the House. And
Your
the
lips to
Senate is
God's
more of a
ears,
toss-up.
baby.
But yeah.
Your lips to God's ears.
That is my instinct right now. And I think I can back it up with evidence and the trend lines, and I think the polling data supports that, and the directional polling data supports that, but we'll get into it. $5 from Old Scotty. Should we have Supreme Court oversight? If the court is
Yes.
not reformed, the conservative court will never let oversight pass. It will be ruled unconstitutional.
I think some of it is unconstitutional. I mean, I really do think that the court reform people need to be more specific and tailored with their proposed regulations, because a lot of them I don't think pass muster. And I have an obligation to the Constitution, so I'm not advocating for something that I think is in violation of the Constitution. Maybe we should propose an amendment, but it
I
just
would
does
be,
seem like
I'd be curious which
term
ones
limits and stuff.
you specifically you think are unconstitutional, but we'll get into that opening. For now,
Term limits.
For now, fair enough. For now, what I'd like to do is give each of these lovely individuals, these beautiful individuals who struggled through the tech issues that we had at the beginning. Dylan, if you're watching, and I know you are because you texted me, I'm sorry, buddy. It just wasn't working out today. I
It wasn't
appreciate
working at
you.
all.
Yeah, I'm sorry, buddy. We're gonna give it first to we're gonna let counterpoints have the first word, and we're gonna let Tom have the last word, and we're gonna do like a sandwich thing. So go ahead, counterpoints, then we'll go to Josiah, and then we'll just go around. Counterpoints, closing thoughts.
Sure. I would be much indulged if my opposing, I don't even know what you call them, my opposing counsel,
Opponents.
if they told us how likely they thought the court packing was on a percentage basis, like what do they think the chances of this happening are? I understand the existential arguments. I understand that they're saying Republicans are worse. I understand everything that they said tonight. But I will bring up insincerity that they did say, yeah, we would prefer a oscillating Supreme Court where we just add on 2 justices every year, or every 4 years in perpetuity. We would prefer this over the status quo because we do not think that we can get the Republican Party back with the tool that they used against us. It's not a certain bet. And the fate of the Republic is in the balance. I will cite you over to my analogy where you have 2 options. You can cover the baby's ears and shoot the bad guy that's preventing you from getting to the hospital, or you can hold the baby up as a human shield, and then you can fire a gun right next to his eardrums. And while I do think using a baby shield and firing a gun right next to their eardrums increases your chances of success, it's not something that I am personally willing to do. So I'm not going to do that. But since every Democratic, liberal, and progressive who just heard me speak didn't hear a word of what I just said, what I really just said is lay down, metaphorically, spiritually, physically, just take it up the butt, grab some lube, buy it on your way home from work. Don't fight back. Don't vote. Don't do anything. Just let the Republicans win. Thank you.
Thanks for being here, counterpoints. I do appreciate you, buddy. Josiah, go ahead.
Well, since Connor has officially said he wants the Democrats to roll over and not fight, and that's his official position, I'm fucking with you. Look, listen, court packing is a necessity. It really is. So we're at an institutional disadvantage. The odds of sustained democratic power are slipping, increasingly so for all the reasons I articulated earlier. We have to strike while the iron is hot. The precedent is there. Republicans have packed state Supreme Courts. They have packed state courts of last resort. They have flipped the partisan balance of state Supreme Court for nakedly partisan ends. So when any fucking Republican or when any liberal cuck tells you the Republicans wouldn't do it or hasn't done it, they're either dumb or they're lying. They have done it and they would do it. It's a matter of fact. If you disagree, I'm right, you're wrong, objectively, black and white. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. We can't have a functioning system where one party is violating norms with abandon and the institution is so disadvantaged that we can't just rise above and defend ourselves. Maybe you would have a point if their norm violations made them impotent or they were impotent despite it, but we're in an existential crisis here. The Republicans packed the Supreme Court. They forcibly changed the size of the Supreme Court under Mitch McConnell. They changed the rules for naked partisan ends, and then they violated their own rule change after swearing they wouldn't. We have every right and every precedent, and it is self-defense. And this idea that, well, if we do X, Y, or Z, they will simply escalate, then by that logic, we should simply resign from office en masse and give them total control at the municipal, state, and federal level. That's the only way we avoid a risk of oscillation. Everybody has a risk of oscillation and escalation. And the fact of the matter is this Republican Party started it. They weren't retaliating when Mitch McConnell did what he did. They initiated it. Why? Because they feel entitled to a conservative Supreme Court in perpetuity. They will not abide a liberal court. Even Tom and Connor agreed that they can't guarantee that if a liberal Supreme Court naturally emerges through deaths and retirements and legitimate practices, that this fucking Republican Party won't go, well, shit, we had a conservative court for 50 years. 15 years ago, pondering politics, we're talking about court packing, so I guess that means we can pack the court now. That's what they did when McConnell did what he did. There is no good argument against it. And those of you who are afraid, sack up. I would rather have an oscillating court than languish under an ill-gotten conservative majority. And even Whick's audience, which is centrist as fuck, shows us winning by about 2/3. Court packing is here. We are right. You are wrong. Pack the fucking court.
Wick's audience. Okay.
Hold up.
We're going to have
Hold
words
up.
about that in a
Question.
second. But thank you for being here. Hold on.
Percentage. What do you think is the percentage chance that it's actually going to happen? I did ask that as a part of my opening, and I would appreciate it if you answered the question.
We can have them answer we can have the answer once we're done with closings.
I haven't gotten to my closing yet.
Yeah, we'll have them
Closing time.
once we have the
There's
closing.
Pisco.
Could have just said 5%.
Thank you for being here. Josiah, thank you for being here. I really appreciate you, buddy. Let's give it to Pisco.
Oh,
Go
you're
ahead.
saying you wanted them to answer that in their closings.
I don't know,
Oh,
27%.
okay,
Yeah, I was gonna say
27%.
20%. I think a year ago it would have been like 5%, but we're seeing like Kamala Harris of all fucking people is like, you know what, maybe we need to pack the court, and she's the most cautious Democrat I can think of.
So I think that in this debate, the self-defense argument was like all but conceded that what Mitch McConnell did was worse than legislative court packing, and therefore self-defense is justified, with the caveat unless it's some sort of extra circumstance, some non-considered circumstance outside the four contours of, or the four walls of the self-defense argument. So in other words, there has to be some like great cost that's being pointed to, some great like negative effect from the action of the self-defense, which I think everyone here grants would otherwise be justified, right? Otherwise be justified. And there just isn't a good basis to believe that the consequences of not doing court expansion exceed the don't exceed the consequences of doing the reverse. And the reason for that is, number one, you have seen in state Supreme Court packs where they've either changed the composition of the court from Republican to Democrat, or have added more conservative justices to far too little conservative court. That rule of law hasn't fundamentally broken down there. There's not precedent of rule of law breaking down fundamentally because of a court pack in the United States of America. It hasn't happened. When there was oscillation back and forth indeed in the 19th century, it didn't result in the end of America. And there was a big gap between the last court pack and the Civil War, 1860s. All right. So the last one before that was like in 1830 or something like that. And so I don't believe that a court pack either was responsible for the Civil War. The reason for the Civil War was slavery and stuff related to slavery. Arguably, the Supreme Court run amok. And so, what is the basis to believe that we're going to lose our country if we have Democrats expand the number of seats on the Supreme Court? Really? I know that that's what everyone says, but what is the evidence to suggest that that actually will be the case? Josiah says it completely correct. If Republicans were facing a legitimately obtained Democrat majority on the Supreme Court, they would be doing the exact same thing. The only reason they're talking about norms now, imagine that Republicans talking down to and chastising Democrats about norms after all we've been through, to think that these should be preserved when there's a very legitimate self-defense case that no one has undermined at all. I think is just way beyond the pale. And we just need more Supreme Court justices. As a matter of administration, as a matter of case law, that is an additional reason to be in favor of it. So if there is no reason to believe this cascade of horribles, the parade of horribles, and if it is the case that it's justified on a self-defense view, then we should implement it. The other additional benefit is, obviously, it will give us the ability to implement a legislation that both takes to task MAGA corruption that we've seen, but also puts our country on the right foot. The last thing we want is to rest on our laurels and to think that the MAGA threat is ending after Trump. It's not. It's not. We have to stay activated, and part of that means unskewing the court. And so given that, and given the fact that I don't really believe this parade of horribles is likely to obtain, I think it's obvious and it's almost conceded. The self-defense argument goes through. We should expand the court. The question is by how much, and we can talk about that. I do still think there are proportionality concerns, but I'm fine with 13.
Okay, thank you for being here. Really appreciate it, man. Last but certainly not least, and gang, we love this guy because he came in last minute and replaced something. So
True.
bravo, hero of the day, tomfoolery. That's why you're getting the last word, by the way. So tomfoolery, last word is on you.
Okay. Obviously, like the term packing the court, like when we're talking about blocking their choices or replacing them with other liberal options, obviously this is going to be some version of packing the court that I would be in favor of. I'm more so just arguing against adding seats to the current Supreme Court. Getting the majority in the House and the Senate, getting rid of like things like partisan gerrymandering, undoing Trump's pardons, removing justices for norm violations, removing justices for blatant corruption, removing justices for having January 6 flags in their yard. These are all things that I am totally in favor of. So this is not like a scenario where I am saying, hey guys, like, let's just take it easy. Let's keep extending the olive branch and hope that this time they'll accept it. Definitely not. That happened under Biden. I am not falling for that shit again. I do think that this is time for Democrats to fight back pretty hard. But in the end, if we're not going to do things that are for the long-term betterment of our country, then I'm not going to be in favor of it. I'm at a point where I think Dems should be trying everything to hold the current Republican regime accountable, right all of the wrongs that have been put in place, and put in place regulations that will hopefully stop these things from happening in the future, so that we are actually moving towards a better country and saving our country. But at the point where it's like tit for tat, race to the bottom, everyone smells bad, so let's just cover ourselves in shit. I don't think there's much to save at that point. And so I don't think we're at that point yet. I do think that we should be doing what it is we can to hold people accountable and improve our country and move it in a better direction. But the oscillation of Supreme Courts where every 4 to 8 years we're getting just decisions and unjust decisions, that to me is not a country worth saving.
Well, thank you for being here, Tom. I really appreciate you. Gang, if you've enjoyed this content, if you like this content, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. We do all this stuff all the time. And if you have been sitting there in chat screaming at the screen saying, "Josiah, you're a fucking moron. Pisco, you motherfucker. Tomfoolery, you're
And
a
that's just Wick. That's just
foolish
Wick in
Tom."
chat.
No, I love Josiah, but you're dead wrong on these things, and I'm gonna explain why. Or counterpoints, you motherfucker. Right? Jump backstage. I already see some lines, and we're gonna pull you in one at a time. We're gonna talk and things like that. I do really appreciate you all for being here, so thank you. Um, you know what? Let's bring in the first caller, and then we'll
While
kind of
while you're doing that, I just want to say, so Thomas Massey again lost his primary, and I just saw the most fucking these people are such fucking losers. Randy Fine, Congressman Randy
Oh
Fine
boy.
says
Uh-oh.
he says
Rest in peace, Tom
this
Massey.
is at real Donald Trump's Republican Party. The rest of us just get the privilege of living in it. And I thought like he was being sarcastic.
He's
like
right
this is
about
a
that.
fucking cult. No, I thought he was being sarcastic. Like for a brief moment, I forgot who Randy Fine was. I'm thinking, oh, so he's just like basically like, yeah, I guess this is Trump's party. The rest of us just get the privilege of living in it. He's celebrating this. He's happy
Yeah, of
about
course
this.
he is,
This-
yeah.
I have a
this
sincere
disgusting
proposition.
Fat fuck.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
know
go
how
ahead.
the Democrats can win. So make the acronym Failed America Great Againers, add the T in somehow, and then
Nice.
just call them the F slur. And I swear to God, if you called the MAGA movement the
British
homophobic
meatballs?
F slur, you would win.
Look, I'm not against slurs, but I think they should be safe, legal, and rare. Okay. But here, look, let's give it to
just saying it out there.
yeah, let's give it to Smash. What are your thoughts here? Who's right, who's wrong? What do you have to say?
I listened to the entire thing. Ugh. Like, I understand the point of like wanting to pack the court. Okay, like we've been like dealing with like Dobbs. We've been dealing with Calais. We've been dealing with the overturn of Chevron. We've been dealing with a lot of this stuff. We've been hearing a lot of reports about like how Alito and Thomas and all those people have been like doing a lot of shit in the back rooms, and we basically want them to do something like that. But I really want to know: is there shit beyond just court packing that you guys are basically going to propose here? Because
No,
I
it's a
just feel like
debate
it's a
about
bit.
court packing. You
Is it?
fucking idiot. Of course we're only going to talk about court packing in a debate about it.
I mean, of course I know it's a debate about court packing. I'm saying that is it like the only solution that we have in order to fix the court?
It is.
Well,
It
if
is. It is the
debate
first
proposition
necessary
is
step.
whether we agree with it, and that's what it's going to, largely center around. If you're asking, is there other stuff to do? The answer is yes.
Like, like I understand. Like,
Are
what
you
would be the
asking?
better?
Okay, so what I think he's asking, let me translate a little bit for you. You can correct me if I'm wrong, is that your opinion that there are other steps that we should take instead of court packing?
Or before we get to court packing.
Is
Like,
that it?
yes, yeah.
Okay,
Instead
what?
of doing,
Can you
instead of
give
doing
can you
con-
give us
Yes, we should inaugurate the president. We should pass legislation that
Oh,
is a
you know
budget or
what he-
something like. Okay, but what do you? But if it's
That's what
in
I'm
lieu
asking.
of it,
What is he
yeah.
proposing?
What is it in lieu of that would do the thing that isn't that we're proposing be done with our solution?
like for instance, like would there be a case that like that like not like that like packing the court would not like overturn like prevent another Calais from ever happening again?
None of our rationale here has been centered on overturning a particular decision. So
I'm not
I don't
talking
think
about
it's fair to
overturning.
say
I'm not talking about overturning a decision. I'm talking about preventing another Calais, preventing another Dobbs, preventing another any of that. Like
Smasher. Wait. What was your question? Can you say it one more time?
what would be other things like because in my opinion there might be other ways to get back at the Supreme Court if if like for the liberal side, right? There are other ways to get back at the Supreme Court. But what do you think would be other ways to do it besides court
So
packing?
you. So wait a minute. So when you reference Calais and what was the other decision, Dobbs? There are only two.
Calais,
There are only two
Dobbs,
ways.
overturning a Chevron?
There are only two ways. You would either need to expand the court or you'd need to pass a constitutional amendment, which
yeah.
is non-justiciable. So no, there are no practical ways. I mean,
there
I
are other-
appreciate the question. Like
I'm
what?
sorry. All right, I apologize. There might be other ways.
Okay, there are some ways, but they're more devious and frankly
you-
more scary than court expansion. I'll tell you
You
what they are.
mentioned earlier.
Right?
Jurisdiction
Yeah, yeah.
stripping, I guess. In theory.
So you could strip jurisdiction. That's more extreme and radical. That's like scarier to me, at least. That's my intuition. Another one would be make a law that's as opposed to like specifically stripping a bunch of like categories of jurisdiction from the Supreme Court. You make a law that's unreviewable, and you pass a law that's unreviewable, and then you just stop obeying the Supreme Court or something. But like all of those seem way more radical than just adding members.
Well, I mean, we could add more. We could add more circuit courts, right? We could create more types
But
of
but
courts,
but
right?
wait a minute. But
Like
but
that
the
can
Supreme
like
Court would still have jurisdiction over, like, a circuit's an intermediary between the Supreme Court and the district. So you could create all sorts of new circuits or district courts or whatever, alter the lower Article 3 courts, but the Supreme Court would still have ultimate jurisdiction unless you either strip the jurisdiction from them, as
Yeah, you just
Pisco
like
said.
strip all appellate
Yeah.
jurisdiction from the Supreme Court and then put another intermediate court above the appellate system or instead of. But it's just like you're recreating the same issue, right? Because it's all being funneled. That would be the effect of wiping out the entire Supreme Court and putting in a Democratic majority if you do anything like
but
that. So
but
it's
instead of
it's all
doing it like
recreating the same problem.
But instead of doing it like that, though, how about we have a different way of doing like a federal appeals court, a different way of doing it like that, having a different like a
So it's either
nine-panel
all
judge.
funneled up to the Supreme Court, in which case the Supreme Court's going to oversee that stuff substantively, or you strip them of jurisdiction, in which case you're doing, in effect, you're just replacing the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court is like largely only limited to its original jurisdiction and not doing the major stuff that it's doing. In which case,
Yeah,
that's
and
more
Exactly.
radical.
Put them back in the
let's
basement. Put
well,
them
wait
back
a
in the
minute.
basement.
Go ahead.
Let's stop.
Okay,
Let's stop
yeah,
right
yeah.
there for just a second. So why are you asking about alternatives to court packing? What's your fear of court packing? Like, why are you wanting other things?
Like I said, I view court packing more as a band-aid to a gash that's bleeding out of the American heart. There
Mhm.
could
Oh,
be
you want
other
to do
ways to
more
do it.
radical stuff.
I want to
Oh,
do
okay.
more things.
Yeah.
I want to do more things
100%.
that
Besides,
basically.
like, oh, okay, well, let's get, let's
I
get
want to
into
do
it,
more
right?
thing. I want to do more things besides doing that, and to be balanced on this. By the way, instead of it just like having like individuals being chosen like on the new course that we create, we basically have a new sort of process that we do to like basically choose like all the judges that which we get from all of our current circuit courts, have them being put like chosen by a different part of the judicial branch, have them being selectively randomized to basically hear specific cases about the constitutionality of these things. Because
Well, Pisco would
anything from
have
the
to look
past,
at that. So
A
Pisco would
lot
have
of
to clarify
aspects
there
of that, yes.
but
because
my
I thought
only
that it's constitutional that the president's the one who makes federal judicial
Yeah, so
appointments.
the
no, he's still
appointment
no, he's still
process is
no, no,
going to.
he's still no, he's
Well,
still
but
be able
even
to
on top
appoint.
of that, you don't have to do it that way though. Like currently, we have like restrictions on
No,
when it is a president can or
no,
can't run. You have some restrictions on when it is that you can appoint
that's
a
not what.
justice. But you could have
No,
it to where like the Senate
we
can only like
no,
reject
we
a
still we still
confirmation.
no
Hold
the
on
pre,
one
the
second. Hold on one
I'm
second.
sorry.
Hold on. Just stop. You think that you could have it to where like the Senate isn't they have like restrictions on what it is that they can deny somebody off of based on like some sort of immoral behavior or some like things like this, not like, oh, we just made up a new rule that you can't do it in the last 6 months of your presidency sort of thing, but that like there are sets of standards to where you can reject a nomination. Like these are things that would kind of fix a problem like what Mitch McConnell did from happening again in the future.
We're,
That's what we're looking for, is something that actually like fixes the problems.
Okay.
my thing
One
is
last
more
thing,
so.
then we got to cycle you out, buddy.
All right, no problem. Like my thing is that like is that like the justices will still be appointed. People are still appointed to the court. All the people that which are appointed by the court, president still be able to nominate them. It's just that from the federal districts of which we already have, like throughout this new randomization process, those justices that have already been appointed by the presidents will be thrown into that. That's basically what I'm saying. That'd be one way to go about fixing the Supreme Court issues.
I mean, you could reorganize the lower federal courts. You could, if you wanted to, have some inventive new system that would probably require a constitutional amendment by which we're oscillating courts like specific justices. I'm not sure if that would be constitutional. I think you might need an amendment for that.
Which would
That's
require
all
2/3
possible,
of
but
both chambers of Congress and 3/4 of the
that-
states.
yeah,
it's just
that-
less
ratified.
feasible.
I
It,
don't-
it just feels less feasible.
We
I
haven't
think
even gotten to the feasibility of court packing, but we will.
Well,
right? But
like,
thank
if we-
you, Smash. Oh,
No
quickly,
50
and then
votes,
we got to
baby.
cycle you
That's
out,
it.
buddy.
like there's nothing. All right, there's nothing that would prevent Congress from doing any of this stuff. Like you could still do this with majority because it's up to the Congress to be able to choose how many people are added to the court, how many courts there are, and all this other stuff, and how the courts can possibly be processed. Especially if they were to do something like this federal, like the idea of like let's say a federal voting rights court. They'll be able to look at those sorts of cases when it gets to them by a random selection from other judges to say these 9 judges are going to listen to you. Okay, that's all that they could do. That'd be the example in here. It could be random people from Texas. Okay, I'm hearing like
Yes.
from Texas to Texas,
Yeah, you could do
Connecticut,
that.
New
You
York,
could have courts
California,
of specific
like
jurisdiction as a
yeah,
you could have
randomly
courts
grab
of
them all
specific
together.
You could have courts of specific jurisdiction. You could have courts of general jurisdiction, but it's separate from the issue we're identifying. The issue we're identifying is the partisan skew of the court, not necessarily issues related to their lack of specialization.
Oh yeah, there's
Okay.
also things that they could do there, but I'm running out of time.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Thank you for being here, buddy, and calling in. I appreciate you watching the show.
Well, while Wick brings in the other person, it just occurred to me too. Again, I keep going back to Massey. With Massey losing, I wonder how Cenk's going to react to this, because hasn't Cenk been saying this whole time that the
I was
Republican
thinking of
is
tweeting it.
the,
I was
G,
thinking
the
of it, but I
GOP?
just
You should. The GOP is
I don't know.
salvageable. It's not a fucking cult.
I
You
don't
know,
really
Thomas
wanna-
Massey, Thomas Massey.
I don't really want to
God
like
damn.
just celebrate over it, because it's just like,
No, it
how many
sucks,
times
but
is
I.
it- how many times does it need to be proven to Cenk that he was wrong about like this right wing populist base shit? I mean, I don't know.
Marjorie
I
Taylor
don't feel
Greene
good
is
about it
pretty good.
anymore.
Wait.
Marjorie Taylor Greene
Yeah.
is
Before we
Wait, she
move
already
to the
quit.
next caller, Josiah, who was the representative that said that tweet?
Randy Fine.
Randy Fine.
Okay,
Really fine.
I'm on it.
Well, and I think
Got it.
I think Lindsey
Shooting,
Graham
okay.
said something similar as well recently, where he said like, "Oh, we're all just doing whatever it is that Trump wants."
Okay, before
Yeah.
new caller, before you go in, here, let me just kind of give you guys my overall concern, I guess, about all these discussions and all these incidents. I think it's very concerning. It's a very bad situation that we are in. That no matter what ruling is given, if it's a partisan ruling, the other side will the first instinct that they have is to somehow get rid of the judge that did it. So if someone rules for MAGA against MAGA, a lot of Republicans, a lot of MAGA people will be like, it's a woke DEI appointed judge. They're
You see what they're
illegitimate.
saying about Gorsuch right now?
Yeah, I
Trump,
understand.
every
It's
time he
bad.
loses,
It's
they're
very,
like
very
impeach a
bad,
judge. That's
right?
that's their inclination right now, bro.
I agree.
You're not going to take that inclination away from them because they're
yes.
fascists.
No, you're making my point. You're making my point. This is my
Okay,
point, is that
cool.
this is a situation we currently live in, is no matter what ruling is given, it's either MAGA calling them woke DEI bullshit, or Democrats saying they, them that save their country break no law, and decides to like lower the mandatory retirement age for judges just to get people out, just so that they can get a better ruling. It's very bad for the rule of law that is the first instinct.
Yeah, and
of
so how
Americans
does
right now.
adding members to the court affect that, or not doing it, right? If they're going to do it no matter what,
getting this
it just
fixed.
seems very irrational to consider that as part of your calculation. That's priced in.
Okay, but we have to understand the context in which we make changes and how those changes will play out. My worry is about my concern is we have a situation where the health of our institutions is in an all-time low. Packing the court will make it. Well, I think that it will be more likely that Republicans and MAGA and those types will simply ignore the court in the future and say it's
Like
illegitimate. It's illegitimate. We're just going to ignore it. And
okay,
that's an apocalyptic scenario to me. Does that make sense?
I don't think that there's a basis to believe that the Trump MAGA-led Republican Party is going to be more apt to ignore orders more than they already have because of this plan. Now, you can claim that they will be. I think that that is like giving in to the fascists, and I don't think that that is true. To the extent that there's any principle left, I mean, Trump. If this Supreme Court,
Hold on. I take issue with you claiming that this
Okay.
is giving into the fascists. I have other solutions that I would like to explore before I gave Josiah. Josiah, do you remember my line that I said I would change my stance on this if this happens, and I would be all in on packing the court with you? What was that line?
Was it if Donald Trump ignored a Supreme Court ruling?
he did.
No.
Oh,
He did.
I can't remember.
Okay,
Oh.
the line was the birthright citizenship.
Oh,
ruling.
sorry. Yeah.
That
if,
is
if the Supreme
so-
Court,
that is
if the
that would
Supreme
be the
Court strikes
line.
it down.
Clearly, well, first of
As
all,
an
I
immunity
believe
to
it's going to
lie.
be 8-1 in the favor, or I'm sorry, against Trump. I think 8-1 against Trump, maybe 7-2 against Trump. I think that's going to happen, right? But if it doesn't, and they win that ruling, I think that showcases that the court is so extreme that it's actually illegitimate right now, and that we would have
By
to
illegitimate, what do you mean? By illegitimate, what do you mean?
that they are no longer taking the actual law into account when they're making their rulings and simply doing it on a partisan basis. That would signal
What was
to me
Trump
that in
versus
a way
United
that
States? What was
currently
Anderson?
is not the case. I think that you guys oversell it, that the court is illegitimate on its face.
I don't say no.
don't
When I say when people will use illegitimate to mean like different things, and so what you're saying is like illegitimate. I mean they're not actually considering the law. You're always going to find a court that like will cite laws and will give some sort of face-saving explanation or something. I think most people when they say illegitimate, it's kind of vague. Like they could mean should it be followed? I think the Supreme Court even now should be followed. They could mean public perception of the court never been lower than right now. Never ever been lower than right now. So
Wait,
it's just
that's
like
what you mean, right, Wick? I'm pretty sure that's what Wick means as well. When people say it's illegitimate, they're saying that there is no constitutional basis for the decisions that are being made, right, Wick?
Yes, that is what
if
I
that's
mean.
all they mean.
is-
Wait, if that's all you mean by illegitimate, then is there not court cases that you think have no basis in constitutional
No,
law?
I think that they are using, and while I might disagree with their reasoning on occasion, right, especially when it comes to the Voting Rights Act specifically, and
I
we're
think
gonna
there's
get
a
into that, right?
good faith rationale. Yeah.
And there you can point to ones that are concerning. I do think that the current makeup of the court, even though I don't like it, is still actively trying for the most part to follow the Constitution and follow the rule of law.
Okay,
And I
if
could
it
point
all
to
is
several
turning
cases
on
where that's
good
the case.
faith,
And
right?
that's why my line is what it is. Because what would change my mind on that is a case where I think it's just textually clear, right? It's just absolutely clear that this is the right way to go and this is what the Constitution says.
There's
And if they
so many
rule
examples
against
of this
that
is
on the
bloggers'
birthright
belief that
citizenship, then I
there's so
know
many
that,
examples of
oh,
the Supreme
shit, I
Court
was wrong.
doing that. If that's your line, like holy shit, like there are so many instances in recent memory of the Supreme Court just ignoring clear, operable text and not acting in good faith. I don't think there's any good faith explanation for overturning Humphrey's executor that they're about to do, and they're like carving out the Federal Reserve. It's like, oh, the Federal Reserve can be protected from the president because
It's purely
reasons and not-
prudential. Yeah,
it's so
because
fucking dumb.
they don't want their 401ks impacted by a Federal Reserve that's
I just
completely
yeah,
at the
like, look,
whims.
I know that you are much more knowledgeable on the Constitution when it comes to the law and legalese and things like that. I do not follow Supreme Court cases as much as you do. That's not my content. I simply gave one where I know what the correct answer is. And if I see them make the clearly wrong answer, then okay, I'm convinced.
Okay.
That's it.
Can I
that
ask
make
you real
What
quick?
about the
Can I ask you just
oscillation?
one-
Aren't you
But I
worried
wanna
about the
give-
oscillation?
Oh, well, that's another concern. But I want to give
Well,
Vic
then
chance
why,
for-
then why would you be convinced? Because the oscillation would occur,
because
wouldn't it?
then the problem of
Wait.
oscillation has been overturned or overruled.
It's dropped in
by a
priority. It's dropped in
greater
priority.
Yes,
concern,
Pisco,
right?
earlier you were demanding a like a principle that was like drawing a line when this would be okay. And
Right,
now
and so
that he's
his
drawn a
line
line,
is-
now you're like, what?
His line
So
are
you
the
think
anchor
there's a
babies.
line?
I'm using that term ironically. So his line are the anchor babies, ironically, but like not presidential immunity, not fucking.
Well, yeah, that's the
massive
one. That's the one.
corruption.
Wait a minute, that's the one. That's the one. Why, if the birthright citizenship is your red line, I'm curious.
It's
Why
because
wasn't
I'm
presidential
knowledgeable on
immunity?
the topic enough that I can make look, I've learned not to trust what people tell me. Okay. And so this is something that I have researched for myself due to various debates that I've had and things like that, where I've poured into the text and I've actually done the research on this, where I can say that, okay, this is the correct answer. No offense to any of you, but I have learned through sad experience just not to believe it when some streamer tells me a thing. Does that make sense?
Fair enough.
I
Well,
would,
I mean,
I would look up the
I-
presidential
I- just
immunity.
to be
Fair
clear,
enough. I would look up the
when I went through
presidential immunity
presidential
decision.
thing, I went through the presidential immunity decision. I felt like
I
there
do wanna
was
give it to the tolerance
justification
of it.
for it, but
Oh my
to an
God.
extent. I
Hell
felt
no.
like
What
to an
the-
extent.
I'd even
I
love it.
felt like there were
Aw.
parts where they were off on like other people being able to testify against them, like how that applied to Mike Pence in that case. I felt like that was absolute bullshit. There was no justification.
Connor,
for that
wait a minute,
whatsoever.
Connor, are you
Like,
listening, Connor?
outside of
Connor,
that.
wake up.
What was your take on the presidential immunity case? You disagreed with that one, right? The presidential immunity decision.
Moderately, but I don't think it's the
You were, like,
existential
Fed posting about it,
crisis
weren't
that
you?
Pisco has
You
portrayed
were
it to
Fed
be.
posting.
He fed posts all the time.
Okay,
Like,
so I
he-
know
No, the
I was
day
just-
that it came down.
I wasn't
no,
Fed
the day that it
posting.
came
I was
down-
calling
hold on, wait, wait,
representatives
hold on.
homophobic slurs.
No. The day that it came down, I was on a panel with Connor on Prime Kai's, and he said, like, no, this is the right decision. Presidents should have immunity. They should literally be able to
Fucking
be as
Connor.
corrupt as they want.
Called out.
And they should be allowed to
I'm
get
so
away with
happy
it.
about this. That's
Yeah.
great.
No, wait.
Why are you
I'm
having-
Tom.
Well, it wasn't
Can we
called
give it
out.
to-
I'm
can we
just-
give it to the
I'm just
caller? Can we
clarifying
give it to
it.
the caller?
Yeah,
We-
sorry.
Yeah.
I don't even know if
Connor,
they're mutually
the
contradictory.
caller
Oh,
also
God.
reacted with disgust when people were defending presidential immunity. He seems like a based and learned man.
I mean, that one is just as clear as any of the other lines
Yep.
in the sand you can
This
draw.
fucking
That
guy, I
that one's
like him
fucking insane.
already.
Yeah,
Yep.
I
Nice.
wanted
We're
to.
here.
I was so happy when Josiah brought up what I consider the kill shot argument, where it's the Republicans are going to do this regardless of what the Democrats are going to do. What is the counter? Why is the
prove it.
oscillation the break point?
Hold up, prove that.
They
Prove that there's
did. They
gonna
already
be an
did.
Josiah, hold
endless
on.
spiral
Josiah
to the end of
argued
rule
with
of
me
law.
years ago.
What the fuck kind of epistemic standard is
He
that?
argued with me. Hold on. He argued with me years ago that we have to pack. This is during Biden's term. That we have to get rid of the filibuster because the Republicans are just going to do it anyway. Have the Republicans gotten rid of the filibuster? No. So
They did for the.
Wait a
think
minute,
that
wait a minute, what did I say?
They carved it
is
out.
What did I
just not
say?
correct.
That's
Wait a
not
minute, what did I
You're
say?
you're ignoring a proviso of what Josiah always talks about and what you should if you're being rational, which is if it suits them, if it's in their interest. They're not going to do it if it's not in their interest.
No, the senators love their institution of the Senate, right? I think
No.
you're underestimating the fact that many of them are like, we love the fact that our institution is substantively different than the House of Representatives.
You're
and things
naive,
like
Whick.
that, and
They don't give a
we
fuck about
we
that
like
shit.
The filibuster.
They don't
And
give
that's
a
why.
fuck.
That's why when
Why did they
people-
carve it out?
Again, Trump had told them
Yeah.
to get rid of the filibuster.
Great question. Yeah,
Said,
why did they
"Get rid of the filibuster."
carve
And he
out?
said it again for the Save Act.
Why did they carve out the wait? Why did they carve out if they care so much about their lofty institutions? Why did they carve out the filibuster when it came to Supreme Court justices?
Easy.
Now, what you're going to
It
say
was
is
in
because Dick.
retaliation to what
Mhm.
what was his fucking name?
Harry Reid.
Yeah,
Harry
Harry
Reid.
Reid did to get Obama's
Which
appointee
was?
passed. Obama's
because
appointee. Okay, Harry Reid used the nuclear option on the filibuster to remove the ability to filibuster appointees
because
to the
why did he do that?
presidency, right? Because he wasn't being able to get any through, right?
No, because the Republicans, just like they did with Merrick Garland successfully, weren't giving fucking hearings to lower court federal judges. That was the initial norm violation, and
yes.
and now they're like
And
not
I'm
listening
saying
to
that
the
the solution that we did to
parliamentarian on
that
some stuff. They were
gave justification to McConnell in order to use the nuclear option again in order to do that. And he said he was going to do that. He's like, if you do this, I will do this. And lo and behold, that's what he did. It was a mistake. It was a mistake.
Wick.
We
Wick,
can look at that
whose
in
fault was
hindsight.
that? Wait a minute, Wick, whose fault was this? Wait,
Harry Reid did a mistake. Wait. So you're saying Harry Reid made a mistake because if Harry Reid had just let them skull fuck our lower federal court
yes, those
judges,
are the only two
wait.
options
Let me finish
Either
my
do what
fucking
you
thought.
want, or it's
Let me finish my
skull-fuckery
fucking
time.
thought. This is what Wick wants you to
This
believe.
is
I want to finish this.
insane.
Are you going to let me finish the thought?
I don't know.
Let
Are
me
you going to
please-
make a fucking thought that's
Please,
coherent?
please. So this is what Wick wants you to believe. Wick wants you to believe that if Harry Reid hadn't done something about them skull fucking our lower court federal judges and not letting them have hearings, they would have treated Merrick Garland better. Why the fuck would they do that, Wick? Why would they give hearings to Merrick Garland? Because we didn't stop them from not letting them skull fuck and not give hearings to the lower federal court judges. How does that make any sense whatsoever?
When you break a norm, you make it easier for the public to swallow another norm-breaking thing. That's why they didn't suffer any political blowback, because they convincingly made the argument to the public that this was in retaliation to something that Harry
What's
Reid
the alternative?
had done. You
What's the
have to
alternative?
understand that these decisions aren't made in a blank room, right? You have a third party that is watching what these people are doing and the decisions they're making, and
The people.
more importantly, the reason that
The
they're
people.
making them, and baking that in the cake. They're rewarding the people they think are doing well. They're punishing the people they think they're doing bad. It was
So
a
let's ask the question.
mistake,
Wait.
a tactical, pragmatic mistake.
Let's Wick,
because
Wick,
Harry
let's ask
Reid
the
gave
question.
them what they wanted, right? They
Wick,
gave them
let's
an
ask the question.
excuse.
So let's assume that Harry Reid didn't do that with the filibuster, and then any lower court federal judges get through.
Hold
and
on,
then
no.
Wait.
There were other
Let me get the
options.
question out.
There
Let
were
me get
other options to get those
what are the
through.
other options to get them
I
through?
can't give you the one. I didn't prepare for that, right? But I
No,
can't give you
no,
one.
you
but
think
there were.
no,
At
no,
the
they
time,
were no, there
debate
were
over
not
that.
other options. Okay, but let's assume that you're right. Let's assume that they take a hit on lower federal judges, and then we get to a vacancy, Scalia's vacancy. Now, this is the Wick answer. Is Mitch McConnell going to do the same thing to Merrick Garland
No,
if Harry Reid?
he wouldn't have.
14 months. This dude is. They had an 8 Supreme Court. just like the SCOTUS.
Yeah,
How can you
so-
say that, Wick? That's
So wait a
an
minute, wait a
insane
minute,
thing
wait
to
a
say.
minute. Because
Like,
there are two
this is
things.
like-
Wait a minute. There are two things.
So first, remember, let's remember the timelines. Be very clear because maybe the answer will change for Wick. So in 2016, Scalia dies. I think it's February 2016. President Obama wants to nominate Merrick Garland, but McConnell says immediately, Mr. President, you will have no nomination hearing, none. You won't even get to
And
a
he
vote.
doesn't say because of Harry Reid. He doesn't say because of Harry Reid.
Right. Now, what he does cite for Harry Reid is a year later when they have a Republican president and they still have control of the Senate. Then they said, hey, we can't get Gorsuch confirmed with the filibuster in place, so we're doing a carve out of the filibuster. And Harry Reid, you did it first for President Obama's circuit and district nominees. So there are two things. So, Wick, I'm confused. Are you saying that Merrick Garland invoked the filibuster because of Reid, which I agree still has agency, but that was his cited rationale. One of it was because Reid did it first.
Mitch McConnell.
Right, Mitch McConnell.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
But you're also saying he wouldn't have blocked Merrick Garland?
No, he probably would have blocked Merrick Garland, but he would not have carved it out.
So they would have blocked Merrick Garland, and so now we're going into a Trump presidency. You have blocked Merrick Garland, and all of a sudden, this is in the situation in which Harry Reid has not nuked the filibuster, right? So there's still no filibuster on lower federal court judges. There's still a vacancy on the Supreme Court. We get into Trump's first term, and he nominates somebody. And now,
the Democrats block it. The Democrats blocked it with the filibuster in place. You're telling me they would keep the Supreme Court under Donald Trump and a Republican majority, 8 seats, and leave that vacancy open?
Not a chance.
No, wait. Let him answer. I want to hear it. I want to hear it.
I think that it would have played out differently. Now, is there a chance that after a year of the filibuster,
that's trivial,
blocking these things, we would have had a different nominee that they would have had? They would have been forced to come to the table to make a compromise to have a nominee that we would find more acceptable.
They would have nuked it.
We're not talking about the same people.
I don't know. This is the same issue. You say they would have nuked it. You guys keep saying they would have nuked it, and even though you have the one that we have acknowledged in this debate, they are a cult.
He would.
Correct? We have said that several times that they are a cult. That they are a cult, that they follow their dear leader.
They're
no
bad
matter what.
people.
And
that's
yet,
why.
Even in this
They're
situation,
moral
they did not nuke the filibuster.
monsters.
Pass the Save Act, which they.
Wait a minute. Wick. Number one, we don't know. Wait a minute. Number one, we don't know that it's necessary to win. There are competing analyses about how effective this
was dead. Because
about how right. What I'm saying is, we have competing analyses about the impact of the SAVE Act, whether or not it would be ultimately on net beneficial for Republicans or net negative. Number one. Number two, the reason that they're not getting rid of the filibuster is not because they have a principled commitment to it. By definition, if they had a principled commitment to it, they never would have made an exception, regardless of what Harry Reid did.
Do you have a principled commitment to democracy, Josiah?
Why is that relevant to his line of questioning?
Let me ask the question. Let me answer, and I will explain.
Yes.
The answer will
we
explain.
do. Yes.
We'll get there. Josiah, do you have a principled commitment to democracy?
I don't know, because I'm imagining there are some situations in which I would defy democracy.
Okay.
No. But we're talking in general. We're talking in general. No. Hang on a second. So
wait a minute. Because what he's going to say, because if I say yes, he's going to ask if are there under any circumstances where I would defy democracy.
Point to a specific circumstances where you're willing to do that, which is gerrymandering. You were saying you're willing to violate your principle on this for gerrymandering because the other side is doing it. Correct?
Right.
Correct. So that's the same.
Wick, I saw that coming a mile away, and that's why I didn't say.
Right into it anyway.
No.
No, because I didn't give an answer. Wait a minute. I said.
Wait a minute. More democratic.
Wait a minute. I said specifically, I don't know if I have a principled commitment to democracy. If by definition,
it depends what you mean.
Yes,
it depends what you mean by principle.
Right.
If what you mean, if what you mean is that you'll uphold democracy under any and all circumstance, the answer is no.
Right. Precisely. So, Wick, let me ask you, what do you mean by a principled commitment to the filibuster, or a principled commitment to anything?
To anything that there are certain
or whatever it is, whatever it is, democracy, filibuster.
When I say that you have a principled commitment to something, that means that unless under like severe extremis, you would not do this. So even if you would maybe lose, like for example, I have a principled position against killing kids. Okay, but I can imagine a scenario where things are
Nuke
so
the
dire
planet.
that I
Yes,
would
nuke
have
the
to do
planet,
that.
yeah.
Right.
Like,
So
for example, if there was
so
a
you're talking about a general
terrorist
principle,
in that
Yeah,
right?
we
house
get it.
Yeah. I understand
shooting
what
from
you're
that
saying.
house
Are the
at
Yes,
Republicans
yes.
This isn't one
principally
of those
committed
scenarios. Wait,
to?
vomit,
So
but I
Wick,
knew there was a
so
baby in
Wick,
it, I
so
would
Wick, it falls apart completely because this isn't one
Why
of those
does it fall apart?
situations. Because the kind of examples when you're talking principled commitment, it's like end of world scenario. I can imagine there being some just like overriding purpose, some
Yes.
really, really powerful incentive. And what you have here
Mhm.
is like small potatoes, like the federal judges, right? The lower federal judges.
Right. So, like, I'm principled enough committed to democracy that I didn't think that Joe Biden should try to steal the 2024 election from Donald
Correct.
Trump. Right.
Yes.
But I am willing.
Your
I am
principled
willing to
commitment.
engage in retaliatory gerrymandering. Okay. Now, I want to be clear though. What is your definition of a principled commitment to the filibuster that you think
Filibuster.
Republicans have?
I think that the reason that many Republicans and Democrats, to be clear, don't want to get rid of the filibuster is because senators care about their institution. They care about the rules. They do. And you laugh
Okay,
at
well,
that,
wait.
but we have evidence that that's the case. And my evidence is they had ample opportunity to end the filibuster. It would have helped them demonstrably
They're
by
letting Trump
passing the
do
SAVE
illegal
Act,
tariffs.
and they
They're
did
letting
not
them
do that.
steal their authority. So the Senate, as currently constituted, is just letting Trump do an illegal war. They're letting him steal legislative authority. He did the appropriations. They didn't give a fuck. The fact that you can sit in America in 2026 and say the Senate has this austere and august commitment to its own decorum and principles is fucking laughable. Part of their Senate composition are people, freaks of nature like Tommy Tuberville, and discussing like, I don't even know to say what Ted Cruz is. These are abominations of filth.
Right.
Because
Well,
what is missing from your argument is what is Trump not doing now that he would otherwise do if the Senate, if the Senate,
They have
and
their own
Congress
skeevy partisan
actually
interests.
did.
They have their own
Were
skeevy partisan
full,
interests.
just full Trump dick suckers. Like, look,
So
I
Trump,
will acknowledge that they got just a tip in right now, and they have failed in their duty. I will acknowledge that, but it could always be worse. And I'm thinking the evidence that they are not fully committed to just letting Trump be
they
king
diverge from
is
Trump
evidenced
slightly. They
by
diverge from Trump slightly.
Wouldn't they have impeached him like 20 times
Oh.
at this point if they were doing like half
yes,
their
number
job?
one, actually,
Yes,
fantastic
yeah,
point.
obviously,
Number one, because he's committed impeachable offenses. Number one, that's a fantastic point, Tom. Good for you. Number one. Number two, the tariffs would have been shot down on day one. Number three, we would be out of Iran at this point because it wouldn't have passed the Iran war resolution. They would have struck that shit down.
About Supreme
wait a-
Court, there is there
You're
they
not
were going to
jealously
war,
guarding
wait,
your
wait, wait,
power.
wait,
and yet
wait,
they
wait a second, wait, can we do war
shot
powers
down
real quick?
the
Wait. The war powers resolution, the war powers
tariff-
resolution just passed the Senate, and who voted as the deciding vote against in favor of the war
Fetterman.
powers resolution? No.
It wasn't Fetterman.
It's a little.
You're talking about who passed? You're talking about
yes,
Cassidy.
There was
Bill
one
Cassidy.
vote. Bill Cassidy. What happened
Hold on,
between
which one
him
was
voting?
this?
Wait,
Just, I know this is a
Yeah,
side
yeah.
thing, but Fetterman was the deciding vote in a recent
To
vote.
to
Was that
to
not?
vote
Yeah,
it down.
no,
To
yes,
vote
to
it
vote it
down
down.
under a
Okay,
recent
okay,
vote.
okay.
Who
But
just
earlier
voted
today,
in a dispositive fashion to vote in favor of the war powers resolution?
Then I don't
It
know if
was
the
a
vote
guy by the
happened
name
today.
of
I'm
Bill.
not aware.
Yes, it
Yeah.
was. It was a guy
Bill
by the name of Bill
Cassidy.
Cassidy. And what changed between this vote and the last vote they took?
I don't know. I didn't know that.
He
He
lost
lost
his
his
primary.
primary. He lost his primary. In other words, Wick, they have sacrificed their institutional rigor time and time again for naked partisanship. Now, they haven't done it in every instance, but for you to say that they have a principal commitment to the institutional rigor of the Constitution or even the
To a
Senate is
threshold,
insane.
yes.
They wipe their
Well,
ass with it, Wick.
wait-
They
well,
wipe
wait a
their
minute.
ass and they laugh at people like you and me who actually care about our fucking country. They laugh at us and they wipe their ass with it.
I know that
Right.
this isn't a popular position, and I know that my chat is going crazy at me right now, but I think I have good evidence that they are not willing to violate certain norms. And again, this is something
That's
that
for
they
their
push
own benefit.
hard for. The SAVE Act is the kill shot here. They push
No, it's
hard for that.
It's not a
Trump
kill
was saying,
shot.
end the
don't
filibuster
want
to
that.
pass this. You had Elon Musk pushing for this, that democracy would die unless we pass the SAVE Act. They had all
Wick.
this huge campaign, and yet they were not willing to end the filibuster to get that passed. I
Not
think that on the
everything
filibuster,
that
That
Trump
wasn't
wants
no
is
wait
going
wait
to
wait that
be
was
in their
not
interest.
hold on wait but that was not any sort of commitment to democracy though. They were the only reason that they didn't remove it when Trump was pressuring them to do it is because they wanted to have it when they were the minority again. It was not
yeah,
because they were
there are
like
a lot
if
of
they
reasons that
didn't
people want the
No, no, no,
filibustering.
but no, that's what I was
No,
trying
this
to
is
say
It
earlier.
is.
No,
wait, but the difference is that like people who do want it removed, they want it removed for the sake of democracy, whereas they don't want it removed because they don't give a fuck about democracy.
But
what
the
is
problem with
the
the Senate
reason that
is
they
the
cite? What is
Senate
the
is an
reason that the
anti-democratic institution on its face. It is meant to be an anti-democratic.
Listen to Josiah.
What
Thune admits it.
majoritarian.
John Thune admits
what is
it.
the reason? What is the reason that Senate Majority Leader John Thune and the Republicans cite for not revoking the filibuster? They give you two reasons. Number one, they say the votes aren't there, and number two, it protects us from a Democratic majority.
Yes, this is the reason they value it.
Yeah,
not
it's not a principled
principle.
commitment
Yes.
to the institutions.
Yes,
If,
it's a
and if that
tactical-
Hold on,
changes,
hold on. No,
this
no,
is
no, 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 no.
Josiah's
That doesn't make it
point.
unprincipled.
It's
My
expedient.
principles are in place because there are certain things that I value, and that doesn't mean that just because I get benefit from holding these principles, that it is not a principled position.
It is if that's the reason you're making the decision.
But
If
it
you're
means
only
if you-
making
yes,
the
if you
decision
adjust
based
it,
off of
yeah.
hold on. If you're only making the
Most of the
decision
evidence
based on
points one way.
tactics and benefits to yourself
The
and
reason I
not
think that we
based
should
on
hold
principle,
principled
you're
positions
making
is
it
because
sound like it's
overall,
based on
consistently,
principle.
if you hold a principled position, you will benefit from it.
No, the
No,
principle
I
is
agree with that,
helping
but they're
Republicans
making
and
it based on
themselves keep their
partisan
wealth and their
reasons.
jobs. The principle, I mean, you're right, they're principled in some sense, but the principle isn't the august
Hold on,
institutions
wait.
and
Hold on.
of the Senate.
Wait.
It's to
Hold on.
themselves and their
Wait.
constituents,
No. Hold on.
by which I mean the
We
corporate
have the
interest.
term, like liberals have always said, like, I may not agree with what it is that you have to say,
Whick
but I'll
versus
die
the
for your
world.
right to say it, right? That is not you just saying this just benefits me. You're saying like, I want everybody to have this right of freedom of speech because I think that yes, that is better
Yeah,
for the
yeah.
country, right?
Yes, yes.
They're not saying this is better for everybody. They're saying this is better for us.
Better
This is
for
a
us,
partisan
yeah.
tactical decision. This is better for us.
So
Yep.
two
Pure
two other
expedience and
things, and
convenience.
and the thing is, Wick, if they were committed to it, they didn't have to invoke the nuclear option for Supreme Court nominees. They
Yeah.
made a choice. They were not obligated to go nuclear. They could have just said, "We're preserving the filibuster here." They made a choice.
one of the
Get a more
reasons that
moderate
I think it's
nominee.
very
Well,
clear-
Trump. Why don't you
Yeah,
nominate someone
actually,
more moderate?
that's a great point, Wick. Actually, that's a phenomenal point.
Can you
Wick,
repeat the
why
point then?
why didn't
I didn't
they?
hear it.
Okay, shit. The Democrats are blocking Gorsuch. We'll get a better nominee that will win bipartisan support. Why didn't they do that?
Because we
said,
gave them an excuse that they didn't need to.
They would have
so
done
they're
it
not
anyway. Wick.
You don't need
principled. So they're
excuses.
not
You
principled.
say
then.
that, I don't think that you have evidence that that's the case.
Yes, I do
Wick,
have
wouldn't,
evidence
wouldn't a
because
principled
I
wait
have
a minute, wait,
evidence
wait,
of that.
wouldn't a principled actor who cared about preserving institutional norms and rules have tried to win bipartisan support for a Supreme Court nominee instead of just going straight for the nuclear
No, because
option?
one of the things that they used as justification is we have to, in order to preserve this, punish the people who violated the principle in the first place. And so we're going to punish the Democrats by doing this at this point.
This is
Well, okay.
fantastic.
Oh, you know what? Actually, wait a
non-principled.
minute. Then there you go, Wick. Then I have a principal commitment to the Supreme Court and the Senate too, because that's my rationale. We got to
Correct,
punish
yes.
the Republicans.
The
So we're
American
going to
people
change.
will
That is
understand.
the argument that people
And
make.
they'll
So wait a minute. So
understand.
you
Wait,
agree?
wait, wait,
So
wait,
wait a minute.
Wick,
So you
they'll
would
understand.
concede?
No,
So wait a minute. You
I'm
would
saying
concede?
that on a pragmatic level, it's going to be worse for us. It's
Wait a
going to
minute.
be
So
worse
Wick,
for the country.
Wick, will you
It's going to be
concede?
worse than the status quo. The status
Wick,
quo is better than what you
Wick,
are advocating for.
will you
Yes.
concede then that Pisco and I and this other gentleman here whose name escapes me because he seems to be supporting court packing too, that we have a principled commitment to the Supreme Court and the Senate
Yes, we
too?
do.
We
Yes,
just
I would
also
never say that Pisco's unprincipled or you are unprincipled.
I appreciate
no, that we have so you would agree that we have a principled commitment to the Supreme Court
Yes,
and the
I
Senate. It's
think
just that we want to
this
change the
calculation
rules.
you are making is that by packing
Perfect.
the court to punish the
Yes,
violation
we're not
that
committed
you
to court
see that, and
expansion.
I
We just
agree
have
with,
to do
that
it.
McConnell did and the Republicans did, I think that the results of that are going to be worse for the country. That is my argument there.
Because the
Okay,
country
but,
would not. So the
okay.
country's going to understand. So, and this is what Wick wants you to believe as well. The country understood Mitch McConnell because there was an argument and there was this third party that was observing everything, and they're not going to understand us, right?
And Wick, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
This goes back to the argument where I think that if you did it by removing it, we would have a stronger argument and the public would be more willing to go along with it, right?
Okay.
Because we could point to the McConnell
Wick.
thing that he did and say this is just a direct contradiction. Even
Wick,
though I think that would still be probably overall worse. It would be less worse than packing. And by
Wick,
packing, I
why
mean
did the
ban.
Republicans in
That's my argument. I
2017?
like. Do you can it? I understand, but can you at least acknowledge that that makes sense? You may disagree with the points.
No,
but
I don't think. I
at
don't
least
even
it
think
makes
it's a
sense logically.
rational inference. No, I don't even think it's. I don't even think it is a rational inference. I mean,
I
I
don't
think what
know
you're
what to tell
suggesting.
you then. I mean, like, it's a pretty
So,
clear logic chain, right?
so the logic is, if a body like the Republican Party or I don't know the Republicans in the Senate do an action that which on its face seems to violate a principle, it will be accepted if there's a good justification for it.
Yes.
Right. And then here it is like, so we present you, well, if the Democrats do something that in principle would be an institutional violation,
It
the
will be
public will understand
accepted
if there's a
we
good
have
reason.
good
But
rationale for
it
it.
just
Yeah.
feels like you're contradicting yourself because they're not, you're not willing to accept that the public's going to accept it for Democrats, but you did say that they would accept it for
They
Republicans.
accepted it when it came
May,
to McConnell.
may
and what
I
he did at
interject
the
in order to
time.
say goodnight? Because I love you, beautiful folk, but I'm getting tired.
Counterpoint. Sorry.
I
Good
wanted your
night.
answer
We
on
love
my
you,
question.
Counterpoint.
You're the only
Wait,
one
hold
who
on.
knows
Bye,
my
Dave,
counterpoint.
if David, you're gesturing, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, the question I asked was specifically I wanted your answer was to Josiah's question of that do you think that so you posed the question of like what percentage would you put on the boat rocking
The
stuff, right?
probability of actually doing court packing. And Pisco, did I hear 27% from you?
That's right. Yeah.
Okay.
And now I want to know what is your what do you think the probability is? Let's in the world where Democrats don't do court packing, no court expansion, no tit for tat, anything, that if the Democrats got a majority through totally normal means, that the Republicans will undo that through abnormal means, through norm violation, just like they did with Obama.
Yeah.
Like that they would.
If you do nothing, then like 80%, 90%, absolutely. But I once again, well, okay, Pisco, yeah, you want to start laughing?
No,
okay,
I
I'll
agree
just take the
with you.
position
No, I
that you
agree
told
with
me
you.
to take.
No,
Don't do anything.
no, Connor,
Don't do
I
anything
agree with
ever.
you.
Just bend
Connor,
over, take it up the
Connor,
ass,
Connor,
lube.
Connor,
Yeah.
Connor, I agree with you. That's Josiah and I's point. Josiah makes that point beautiful. You're making that point beautiful. If
Right.
that's the view,
Okay,
that's the vision
but
also
what
of how
I-
McConnell did the norm violation
But
and whether or not it was a principled commitment. Why would we hold to it?
But what I resent about what you guys are saying is that I'm saying fuck him the way that he fucked you. So let's say
I don't want to break
Hold
into
on.
the robber's house.
All right. So what I'm saying is, let's say that there is a nomination during the last year of a Republican's term. Then fuck them. And when they complain about it, laugh about it. Sorry, Goba, did you have a follow-up?
Hold on. If you guys,
I'm not for court packing because, okay, court packing implies an expansion of the Supreme Court of the United States.
Yes.
And in general, I do not support that unless we have a good motivation. Now, weirdly enough, my good motivation is because I want to stabilize this country, is if you said, Connor, we want a court pack, but instead of trying to fuck Republicans up the ass, we actually want to stabilize the nation. So we're going to do 6 Republicans, 6 Democrats, and 1 moderate Chief Justice. Then I would be like, that's beautiful. Let's do that.
You know what
but
that
I
would
don't
look
think
like,
that's what you
Connor?
want to do. I think you want
know
to
what that
pack
would
it with
look like,
Democrats.
Connor?
That way you can rape Republicans.
Wait a second. Connor, your
Yeah.
plan that you said that you would agree to, 6 Republicans, 6 Democrats, 1 independent. And you know what? I'll take that plan. Let's
Okay.
make the Supreme Court 13. We'll pack it with up to, so now we'll have what are the speed?
3 more
4
liberals.
Democrats.
Yeah.
Or,
Like
so would it be
4,
3
3.
more? Yeah, 3 more liberals, and we'll get the Democrat to appoint 1 independent person. Would you be in favor of that?
Yes.
So you're in favor of court packing, and we keep the current court, and we take the Ro Khanna plan, but we just nominate 1 as an independent.
Yeah, but
thank
see,
you very
but
much.
see,
That's
now
the argument. That's the debate.
you crowing because, you know, so much of fucking Twitch and YouTube politics cannot track a conversation, okay? Whick says, do you want to talk about court packing? And of course I think my otherwise sensible Democratic friends want blood and vengeance against the Republican Party.
Well, you're in
They
favor.
even
You wanna
say
have
as
3
much
Democrats and 1
openly.
independent. You
They
wanna have
even
3 Democrats and 1
say as
independent.
much
We're aligned.
openly.
We're good.
They
Hey, we're
even
good.
say
You
as
wanna
much
add 3
openly.
Democrats
So
and
of
1
course
independent.
I want to come
I'll
on
take
to the
that.
beautiful Whick TV panel show and say, no,
Amazing.
you guys should be responsible. And if you do anything, then you should
6
try to
Democrats,
stabilize the
6
republic.
Republicans, 1 independent. You said it. I agree. Let's do it right now.
Fine.
up.
So-
But what I'm
well-
going to say is, since you're taking the opportunity to dunk, for now on, whenever I swear to God, when
I love it,
any Democratic debater says, oh, you just want to do nothing, that's going to be my position for the remainder of the debate. I'm just going to adopt that aggressively. And instead of like having all these things about like, let's do criminal prosecutions and let's hold people accountable for corruption and let's
I
be
just want
creative
6
about our future
Democrats,
solutions in
6
reference to
Republicans,
electoralism.
1
I'm just going to say,
independent.
do
Let's just do
nothing,
that to
open up your
stabilize the
butthole.
country.
Listen,
6 Democrats, 6 Republicans, 1 independent. Stabilize. I'm in favor of that. We're all aligned, I think. We're all
Can
aligned.
I ask? Can I
Perfect.
ask?
Now the
real
chances
quick.
of that
Uh,
happening is
counterpoint?
less than
Thank you.
10%.
Thank you. I know you have to go. I appreciate you, Counter.
Yes.
bye, Connor.
You're
I
you, dog.
love you,
Thank you,
Parasocial
Anthony.
Josiah.
Wow.
Good to meet you, David. Pisco, I do love you too. Tom, I hope you have a beautiful night. I don't know if I love you, but you're a good egg. And Whick, thanks for having me on. I parasocially love you guys. I hope you have a beautiful night.
Later.
Okay, now back
All
to
right.
why you guys.
Bye, guys.
So you guys admit that.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm out. I should have just told Tom I loved him. I should have just told Tom I loved him. It's not like, okay, so I don't know if you guys remember, but there was like the old school like Tom foolery, J-Stock beef in the Mantis drama and all that kind of stuff. And I was kind of like, I don't like what Tom's doing here. But Tom's nice enough. Tom's a good egg. He's a good egg. He's a good egg. So anyways, I'm just going to read chat real quick. I'm going to thank the people who donated and then I'm out. I think I'm going to go find a porta potty. A headline of our favorite SS tattooed Marine had a headline. Oh, a headline that stirred my loins today. Yeah, go jacket. Go jacket in a porter shitter for old times. God, listen, being divorced fucking sucks ass, but being able to say go jacket in a porter shitter for old times and not having to think that somebody is going to judge me for saying that sentence, that's like a beautiful kind of freedom. It is a beautiful kind of freedom to be like, did you say go jacket in a porter potty for old times? And it's like, you wouldn't get it. Don't judge me. So anyways, Pisco, fucking chill out. He's not going to. Sounds like court unpacking to me, maybe. Every Democratic argument I've seen for court packing is literally just the suggestion you made. You don't even know what you're arguing against. You just made up making it Dem only and got mad. Bullshit, Rob. Eat a fucking dick. Don't piss on my fucking leg and tell me it's raining. Everybody who suggested court packing has been trying to rape the Republicans. What a bunch of cope. Rob, fucking eat a dick. Is that Lethal Lance? Yeah, you're losing your standard moderator status for that. Fucking, there's Rob Go Slow and there's Rob's a boss. Fucking Rob's a boss is a boss. You just lost your standard mod. Get the fuck out of here. Don't be fucking gaslighting me, bitch. I've been dating women for, how old am I now? I've been dating women for 20 fucking years. Don't gaslight me. Pisco isn't hearing shit. He's too busy stroking himself raw. Dude, that's part of the reason why I turned down his volume. It was because it was funnier to yell over him. Because he would like interrupt in order to fucking talk. And I would just like, I wouldn't even hear it because he's so low volume on my side. So it's easier to steamroll. Alornis for 10 says, quick send off for your suffering. Thank you for the 10. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. I'll find multiple sources about bringing balance to the court. You can bring balance to these nuts. How about that, Rob? Fucking Lethal Lance, fucking sticking a pencil up my dick hole and then asking me to thank him for the pleasure. Alornis, thank you for the 10. Unork, thank you for the 2. Independent Populist for America First, thank you for 10. Airborne Kite for 5, thank you. Evil Elron for 5, Old School for 5. Keep Your Billsteins for 5, Old School for 10. Thank you for your viewership. Thank you for your financial support. I'm Rob, have been, but you forgot. I'm fine with this arrangement. Well, if you're not Lethal Lance, then I'll give you your mod back. I just assumed you were soying the fuck out. Here you go. I got mad at you. Here's your mod status back. You know me. I'm a sensitive guy. Rob with a W is based. Lethal Lance is another person who does Rob, and sometimes he's based and sometimes he's cringe. I have no clue who Lethal Lance is, but you can eat shit yourself, lol. Well, I just gave it back. All right, well, now I'm taking it away again. I'm kidding. I'm too lazy to do that. All right, anyways. What was I thinking? Massey losing sucks. The Republican Party shifting even further right in primaries sucks. But maybe they need to shift right in order to stick their dicks in a mousetrap, and we'll just let them doing it. Nah, keep it. I'm sensitive too. It's fine. It's fine. I parasocially love you. I'm just fucking... I'm tired. I'm grumpy. I got too much work to do. I don't have enough time. I try to say yes to my friends whenever they invite me to a debate or whatever, but sometimes it would be better off if I didn't. But then I also want to... I want to stay clicked up with the Twitch and YouTube political people. I have a good time, man. I sense a well-paid media tour at Massey's future. Why? Why would they pay him after the fact? Will Massey run as an independent? That would be funny. That would be funny. Who is it? Dave Smith said, if Thomas Massey loses his primary, he should run for president. If Thomas Massey wins his primary, he should run for president. And it's like, dude, if you can't win your home state in a primary election, what makes you think that you can win a general? So, not a lot of love if you don't recognize who I am, lol. Well, there's two of you. There's Rob Goes Slow, and there's Rob is the boss, and one of them is Lethal Lance. And Lethal Lance is liberal and soy, and he says base things some of the time, cringe some of the time. Then Rob with a W, generally speaking, I think, Rob with a W, if that's not Lethal Lance, generally speaking, says base shit. But in reference to this... What did you say? What were you trying to correct me on? You were trying to say like every fucking Democrat was for court packing so they could balance the Supreme Court? That's like the biggest fucking cope shit I've ever heard in my entire fucking life. Just because you found like 4 smart people on the internet who said we need to balance court doesn't mean that's what's being said on Twitter or YouTube politics. In YouTube politics, they want to fucking rape Republicans. As a matter of fact, I'm pretty sure they said that during this debate. So why would I pretend for a second that all the Democrats were simply arguing for was balancing the court? You know, that's crazy pants. That's fucking crazy pants. Back from dinner date, how did it end? With a whimper. It was fun. But you know, fucking Pisco can never, if he smells a dunk, he can never not take it. And so I'm just going to start doing exactly... Every single time a Democrat is like, you just want us to do nothing. The second they say that in a debate, the second they say that on a panel, that's going to become my position. Because very clearly, they're not... When I say, hey, Donald Trump and his cronies are committing crimes, we should investigate and incarcerate, impeach, remove, prosecute them to the maximum extent of the law. That way we can teach Republicans in order to follow the rule of law that they supposedly follow. When I say I don't want to remove ACB, Amy Coney Barrett, because she's the most recently Trump-appointed ill-gotten fucking victory, I want to impeach Clarence Thomas and remove him from the bench for open alleged corruption that can be like backed up quite well with evidence. They don't hear any of that shit. They don't hear impeach a conservative justice. They don't hear incarcerate current Trump cultists and corrupt people. They don't hear, yeah, I want Democrats to win in the midterms or the fucking, or in 28 in order to balance the American zeitgeist so we don't destroy the Republic of the United States. They don't hear any of that shit. So if they're not going to hear any of that shit, why am I going to keep saying it? I'll become the fucking meme of what they want me to become. And I won't even be a good version of that. Because Rob Noor and I think that Rob Noor and Ryan Mulally would probably take out of their day to explain why what you're upset about as a Democrat is not a big deal and you should bend over and take it up the ass. But I'm not even going to bother to explain why. I'm just going to say that you should do it because apparently that's all that they hear. So, literally sits in the corner with shoes too big and watches his country get fucked. Jesus. Angry Connor is back and he's going scorched earth. Sometimes. Hey Connor, did you hear how Trump's DOJ is barring the IRS from ever going after him or his friends? Yeah, that's cringe, gay, and lame. He should, if that's actually true, and that's substantiated in written communication, he should be impeached and removed from office, and everybody should be criminally prosecuted for whatever criminal violations they can be criminally prosecuted for, obviously. Ranger Nation says, hey, Connor, did you see how... Oh, that's the one I just read. Rubio may be a cuck, but he's the most practical cuck to return any semblance of normality to the party. I'm with you there, Matt C. I'm actually with you. If they run a moderate Dem, like I said, I'll probably vote moderate Dem in 28 just to try to balance out the Overton window. But if they run a fucking Democratic Socialist, I'm voting for Rubio. I'm just telling you right now. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear, oh, they'll moderate. Oh, Zoran Mamdami's practically a lib. AOC might as well be, you know, fucking Barack Obama. Shut the fuck up. I'm not voting for a Democratic Socialist. So, wow, so do nothing? What the fuck? True. Given that Massey lost, I would say that is counter to Republicans moderating. Sure, but then you need to rape them in the general, right? We need to end the pardon. True. Or change it. But would you have to do that through the amendment process just because it like or you would have to like limit its power through legislation? I don't even know how you would do that. I truly don't. I haven't seen anyone close to power suggest tilting the Supreme Court the way the Republicans have. Show me any. There was 3. There was Pisco. There was Josiah. And there was Soy Pill. Go ask Soy Pill. I haven't seen anyone close to power. Dude, I operate in online politics. How many people do you think I know are close to power? Fuck out of here. Dude, even they were passionately debating about the topic for a full hour, acting like anybody who didn't agree with them was a total dipshit. And then I asked them what the chances of their proposition being implemented, and Pisco said 25%. He said 27. And then, what was it? And then Pondering said 20%. So even though they think that this is a critical moment in American history, their recommendation is existential to the perpetuation of our republic, and they themselves only think that they have a 20 to 25% chance of implementing their own suggestion. So get the fuck out of here that I have to like... before I go into an online political debate, I need to go check what fucking Ezra Klein and... who's another fucking Democratic? What Cory Booker said about court packing. You know? Get the fuck out of here. That's crazy pants. You're crazy pants, bro. Bud123 says, when you get a chance, I would love you to get back to me about how bad my Hinge profile is. It's not bad, man. You need to... Okay, straight up. You need to change the order of shit. You need a face picture. Automatically shift you with the brisket in the black t-shirt to your top profile. It's where your biceps look the best. It's where your face is most visible. You need to decide what you're doing with your hair. It's not that you have bad hair. You have long enough hair, but your hairline is not what I would necessarily want, right? So you either need to decide that you're keeping it that style, you're buzz cutting it, or you're just going to shave your head bald. Decide what you're doing with your hair. And if, by the way, if it's keep it with the current hairstyle, keep the current hairstyle. In reference to the picture of you with academic ID badges, you need to move that to like 4th or 5th. And what I mean by that is having an academic hobby or having an academic fucking whatever picture, that's not bad. It's something that you're proud of. But that picture is taken at a low angle. And so you need to get people through the door by showing off your face and body first, in my opinion. I'll take a look at the bio info and try to write you up on it. I literally have to like read a 100-page script for somebody who's writing a law enforcement script, which does not give me any money or any time or any clout or any attention, but I want to help a brother out. I need to fucking type Bud123 out a few paragraphs about his fucking Hinge profile. I need to finish uploading the Lauren Southern VOD that I already cut. I need to upload the other VOD that I already cut. I need to finish cutting another VOD. I need to script, write, edit, and shoot a Warhammer video. And then I need to clip up a bunch of shorts for Counterpoints Politics and Counterpoints Sci-Fi. And I love all that work. I want to do all of it. But literally, that's like 12 hours worth of fucking work. And I still have to do a 5-hour stream tomorrow. So, you know, I'm like fucked. I love my job, but I'm fucked. AOC has a chance, but I'm doubtful. Apparently, she was polling the highest. Now, that's probably all the moderates splitting the vote, and then AOC just sucking up some of the moderate vote and all of the progressive vote. But still, if it's a Democratic Socialist, I'm out. I'm out. I'm either leaving the top of the ticket blank or I'm voting for Rubio. I'm not fucking around. You know, I'm not fucking around with that shit. Would you take a maximalist giga aggressive Newsom or Rubio? Just curious. Oh, probably Newsom. Probably Newsom. I would have to see what the specific policies you're talking about in reference to maximalism. But, you know, Newsom is kind of like my moderate Dem that I'm thinking about. The far left is going to continue to lose. They're incapable of being political and practical. Sure. Yeah, prominent Democrats would be a real silly way to find out what Democrats think we should do. Okay, Rob, chill the fuck out. You're my new Christian Valeris. Take your fucking tampon out of your fucking asshole. You think that when Whick says, "Hey, come debate court packing with all your Twitch and YouTube political buddies," instead of taking a look at what they've said over the past weeks or months, because they've been debating it for weeks or months, I should go check out fucking Cory Booker and go check out Ezra Klein and then steelman their position and then do their argumentation for them? In what fucking world would I do that? That is crazy. That is crazy pants. Watching the center left slowly realize what Pisco is doing, a deeply closeted tanky, is honestly, it's hilarious. I don't think he's a tanky himself, but I do think he obviously uses he's way too fucking nice to him, and he thinks that they're necessary for the coalition, so he tolerates all sorts of stupid far-left bullshit. So, okay, Girl Hottest Makeover set to white girl music needs to be a segment bit. Fuck yeah, it does. I made that turkey on Thanksgiving even though I had no company. Well, that's nice. False Earth Materialist says, God bless. God bless you. All right. RBB says, I won't vote for any Democrat who refers to terrorist groups as resistance, and that's increasingly limiting my options. Yep, there you go. I can't vote Rubio or Vance, so don't. I'll do what I do. You do what you do. Don't worry about it. Time to bring out the Ritalin. Do it. Would you vote for Horace Lupercal or Hassan Piker? Horace Lupercal. You think the pre-fall War Master wouldn't rule the planet better than fucking Hassan Piker? Horace Lupercal himself was actually a very competent general and politician. It's that whole getting, you know, almost killed by chaos and then embracing the chaos powers in order to survive thing that fucked him up. I also can't vote for Newsom or AOC. Well, you're fucked. You're fucked, independent populist. Please don't look into Cory Booker. It doesn't get better. Awesome. Night Chip, thank you, Fashion 40. I appreciate you. RBB, I think it's cute. We all still believe we're going to have a free election in 2028. Okay, let's not get crazy with it. Smelly Mental says he's not a tanky, but he's a progressive sock dam for sure, and it's more open with his tent than I would be. There you go. What do like men that cook too? I mean, I just cook chicken and rice, not gonna lie. Dude, if all I've seen is Democrats saying we need to rebalance the court, then listening to someone treating that idea as radical, how do you not see how this could be really irritating? Because you should watch the other creators in Twitch and YouTube politics. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? They literally argued tonight that they should have a Democrat-dominated Supreme Court. Why don't you contend with their argumentation and be like, yeah, that's dumb as fuck. I don't see you in their chat giving them shit. Newsom would be a vessel for the most aggressive, nonviolent DGG takes in the Newsom versus Rubio scenario, Nuremberg or stricter approach. Yeah, sure. If you want to go after the fucking Trump cult, I have no fucking problems with that. I wish a Republican would run and fucking go after the Trump cult. That would be based. Horace was a space racist, aren't we all? Don't need a first photo. That is a portrait photo. I'm trying to think of how you asked that. Do I need a first photo? That is a portrait photo. I would, because like, so for instance, you know, right here, okay. I'm not trying to sell myself too much, but like, you can kind of get like a vibe from my face. Now I should smile, and I should smile with my eyes, you know. So one of the things that I used to do, because I noticed that I was smiling with my face, but then I noticed that like, after post-Marine Corps, I didn't want to smile with my eyes. My muscles just didn't move. But that is actually like a really psychotic way to smile. Let me show you. So I don't want to move my eyes, but watch this. Right? It doesn't look sincere because the eyes aren't squinting as hard as they normally would if you were smiling with like the eyes. So you actually have to smile with your eyes, and you have to go. And if you get a little squinty or you look a little dumb, it's totally okay. Smiles are a ape's attempt to look non-threatening. So what you're doing is you're saying, I'm not a threat, I'm happy. So, yeah, see? Terrifying, I know. So that's the thing is smiling without your eyes, it's actually like deeply psychologically uncomfortable for people to look at because it looks like you're attempting to be non-threatening while your eyes say that you are threatening, which, you know, sometimes I want to do that anyways. So the point is, I would actually try to, you know, get a good angle, wear a nice shirt, kind of have like chest up, especially if you have decent shoulders, you know, like show off your physique a little bit, but it needs to be face because you need to get past the face evaluation. Somebody needs to see that face and they need to be like, I would kiss that face. And then the next thing, especially if you've been working out as aggressively as you would, I would literally do a shirtless pic. You're trying to date. So even if you felt like, you know, my face is all right, but it's not the best thing ever. If you've been working on your fucking body forever and you feel like you have something to fucking show off and other people are going to give you shit for it, fuck those other people. Show off your fucking body, right? You know, you've been working on it. You've been working on it aggressive. If you got fucking nice biceps, if you got like a nice fucking abs, if you got nest chest shit, yeah, show off your fucking chest striations. Dude, literally fucking get in front of the mirror, have your headphones on, do the bodybuilder fucking pose where they kind of like max out their shoulders, bring their biceps together, and then flex downward. That way you get like the pectoral, shoulder, bicep, tricep fucking thing, and show off what you've been working on, you know? Because there might be a chick who's like, he's kissable, you know, not my favorite, but whatever. Scrolls down, they see what you've been working on, and they're like, oh shit. So then, absolutely, I would post a fitness picture, and then after that, post your nerd shit. After that, post your fucking something you cooked or an academic achievement or something like that. But I'm telling you straight up, here's what bugs me, because I think I mentioned that I watched like 5 minutes of JSOC's coverage of my divorce stream, and Queeman obviously put a pretty negative title. They're like, oh, watching a 38-year-old talk about fucking dating apps? This is cringe. Bitch, tell me where I'm fucking wrong. Tell me where I'm fucking wrong. Don't tell me that talking about dating is cringe. Tell me what advice I am giving that you think is incorrect. And we'll take it from there, bitch. Fucking guess what? In order to find your partner, you have to be cringe. You got to be cringe. You got to put yourself out there. You got to be earnest. If you're not earnest, people smell that shit on you like a fucking mile away. That's why a lot of these people don't have relationships. They don't know how to be themselves with other people's judgment and not care. You know? Just fucking, you have to be cringe in public. The fuck? Have you read Berserk yet? No. The chances of me reading a book anytime soon is very low. Women don't like the bodybuilder pose? Well, I'll like it. I'll like it on their behalf. Like teeth open is a threat response and closed teeth is I won't bite. Yeah, there you go. I'll do it at the beach. There you go. This is highly dependent on what type of woman you're trying to attract. Laugh my ass off. Yeah, sure. But once again, this is my recommendation. If you go on to Hinge or Bumble, I set the parameters for like early 20s to late. I think I went as high as 50. But when I was checking out Hinge and Bumble, part of the reason why I didn't keep using my dating profiles on those things is because it's basically like it's like a husband application. They're looking for their fucking husband. Whereas if you go on Tinder, it could be husband, it could be boyfriend, it could be hookup. You know, that there's a lot more flexibility on Tinder. So I would actually, even if you want a wife and you use Bumble or Hinge, and that's like the female initiated one, strong recommendation you get on Tinder as well. Connor did a shirtless photo on his Hinge. Nope, I sure didn't. And the reason why I didn't is because I didn't want my kids, because I have kids, because I already convinced a woman to have my children twice. I didn't want my kids to necessarily see a shirtless photo of me, like posted in a dating context. If somebody decided to like do some cyber stalking shit and spam my bullshit. But guess where I am going to post shirtless photos. I'm going to post shirtless photos in the Discord probably. I was thinking about doing the workout, like basically my current girlfriend She wants to work out together, and I would love that, honestly. And she's actually a certified yoga instructor, which is pretty cool. So I kind of want to like do yoga and consistently lift and work out with her and start doing more cardio. And then I kind of want to post progress pics in the Discord and just kind of have like a group text and voice channel where we just talk about working out, because I want to encourage people to work out. Legit online losers criticizing relationships, anything is hilarious. Yeah, sure, but like, okay, a fucking 38-year-old talking about dating. Yeah, sure, cringe. Tell me what I'm wrong, though. Tell me where I'm wrong. Better not skip leg day. I won't. What kind of look at it this way, at least you in the online politics... Well, hold on, let me try to read this. CJ Mosley says, what kind of look at it this way, at least you in the online politics beer have at least attempted to try to live a normal life unlike most of these other dudes? Well, yeah. Yeah. You should be cringe. It's fine to be cringe. Be fucked up. Be a loser. Be what you are, you know? Don't fake it. If you fake it, people smell that on you. Matt says, as a Marine and established sci-fi nerd, how do you feel about Andor? To me, it gave a lot of lib LARPing vibes. I haven't gotten there yet, to be honest. I haven't gotten to any lib LARPing. I've gotten to a... What have I gotten to? I got to... Not the heist. I'm not at the heist yet. I'm at... He was selling that Imperial data recorder, and then the corporate security ambushed him. And then they caused a gunfight downtown, and they used a vehicle-borne improvised explosive device in order to escape. It was actually pretty fucking sick. So I'm into Andor so far. If there's like a speech or something that is cringe, I'll fucking let you know. But to be honest, I kind of love it so far. Jonah says you can take the red pill and jerk off into your matcha chai soy latte, or you can take the blue pill, or is that the red pill? Just don't be a see you next Tuesday. Yeah, sure. But, you know, that was gross. Somebody recommended a brand of canned matcha latte, and there's a peppermint flavor, and that sounds gay, but that sounds like heaven. That sounds like heaven to me. The only way a child should see their shirtless father is on the shitter randomly at 3 a.m. There you go. And or doing yard work, is in my opinion. I'm recently back to a 2-plate bench, and I'm geeking out about it. Good for you, man. I know I was talking shit earlier, but unironically, if you're... What is that? That's 45, 90, 180, 225? You're doing 225? Dude, even if you're maxing or repping 225, that's impressive. That is good. I know a lot of people act like 225 is the floor. 225 is not the floor, man. My shoulder is so fucked up that I start in, so basically like I do dumbbell lifts because there's a lot of like stabilization in there. And also I can angle my shoulders in angles that feel good for my neck and I can keep lifting. Whereas with the bar, it forces me into a certain motion that kind of forces my shoulder and neck to be uncomfortable. But even the bar plus 10 pounds, I'm actually having problems lifting because I have like weakness in my right shoulder. Like something is wrong with my right shoulder for sure. But I kind of want to build it up over time. So. No, I misunderstood my comment. Them having any opinion on relationships is hilarious because they don't have any healthy relationships or lifestyles. Well, and I do want to go there too. Like I asked Queen and I was like, what's your, you're fucking dunking on me while I'm getting divorced. What's your longest relationship? And he's like, no, I've actually had like a long-term on and off relationship. And there's an opportunity there to be like on and off. That doesn't count. Burp, derp, derp, derp. But I would, but I was just kind of like, okay, cool, whatever. Because the point is that like, I don't imagine that Queeman does have a healthy long-term relationship. Maybe he does. He could DM me. I'll leak it on the internet. But I don't imagine that he does have a healthy long-term relationship. And then we know that J-Stock dated Sherry. And I think that's like the last thing that we've heard. And that didn't end well. So, for me, it's like, okay, yeah, hate on me for having a 15-year relationship and 2 children. What the fuck do you have? So, not trying to be bitter, just trying to be descriptive. Connor brought the fire out the gate quick. Get how hostile Pisco was from the jump. Yeah. I was fighting from a relatively weak position because Pisco had already linearized his arguments, but he was also being a dickhead, and I threw some pretty hard elbows. Andor was the best live-action Star Wars thus far, but it wasn't gritty Band of Brothers Clone Wars, so naturally I will not be satisfied. Well, there you go, Matt C. I'm okay with that. I want a Stormtrooper show that's like tactical. I want somebody who actually served in the War on Terror as an infantryman to rewrite their war experiences into a Star Wars context as a Stormtrooper, and then I want a shot-for-shot replication of it. I basically want the movie Warfare in a Star Wars setting. That would be... Dude, imagine fucking, like, Stormtroopers getting ambushed by, like, rebels or Ewoks when they're on Imperial Patrol, and then they have to do, like, actual tactical and admin reloads and shit. That'd be fucking sick. What if they were talking about, like, blaster gas ammunition? What if they were, like, doing, like, field medical shit on a trooper that got fucking knocked out? That would have been fucking amazing. For me, that would print cash. I'm not going to lie. That is actually how Disney could print cash if they wanted to. Bud123 says, I got my bunch up to 155 for 2.5 reps. I got 135 for 7 reps without a spotter today. Good, man. Good. Keep going. Keep going. I swear to God, it took me 3 months to get up to... Is it 135? It took me 3 months to get from 135, and then it took me another 3 months to get to 225. It felt like once I had established a plateau, it was actually, gosh dang, it was easier to get higher once I had established a base. So, I've been getting interviews or recruiter outreach. Still need to work on the interview part, but going to places to practice answering questions professionally. Good, Thomas Dudley. That's good to hear. I do incline and decline bench press in addition to barbell bench press based. So, max at 225, working sets around 185 right now. That's great. That's all I ever got. But it was the max to program the work sets? Yes, absolutely. That's based. I just came, what the fuck happened? We just had a panel debate for Pashi. We just had a panel debate. I'm just wrapping up. Just reading chat for shits and giggles. I've been able to deadlift with a hex bar 240 to 350 with my current regular deadlift. 3 sets of 8 to 10 at 225. All right, let's go. Let's go. Queeman had an on and off relationship, you said. Was her name Rosie? Rosie Palm? See, that's the kind of mean shit that you would say, but I didn't. Damn, I don't love Star Wars, but that sounds kind of cool. See? Have you considered Stormtroopers doing Generation Kill instead? Yeah, of course. But, like, I'm just saying, like, I would take a 90-minute tactical movie. Of course I would take a 2-season tactical, you know, military invasion series similar to Band of Brothers or The Pacific or Generation Kill. I'm just trying to set my expectations, you know? Felucia equals Fallujah. There you go. Literally, I don't even remember the lore of Felucia, but I'm assuming it's a planet in Star Wars. Yes, you could unironically have a counterinsurgent operation, you know, shot like Generation Kill or Warfare using Star Wars, you know, equipment and gear and tactics and technology, and that would be sick. And then I would be torn between there should be no Jedi, right? Because no Jedi and no Sith would kind of be fucking sick. But I do think it would be sick to see how a Jedi or Sith would change the dynamics of the battle. Similar to, like, and maybe they, like, hunt and have to kill a Jedi, but a Jedi is straight fucking them up. And you make, like, a Jedi like a horror threat. Like, you have this is so brilliant. I wish I could do this. But you have the Jedi, you know, you have like a patrol. They're going through the forest or whatever. They're going through like a industrial center. And then a Jedi keeps doing like fucked up shit. Like using force pushes and pulls in order to like impale them on things or to break their fucking necks. and like the patrol has to like respond to this threat that they can only barely see, and the Jedi's like running and force jumping away from them as they're trying to corner and ambush them, and then they basically have to come together in order to corner the Jedi, and then the Jedi actually like slaughters like a quarter or half the patrol, but the remaining half of the patrol have to hunt down and kill the Jedi. And so you can see like the bitterness and rage and anger that the survivors experience having taken down a Jedi that was really hard to kill. That would be fucking amazing. Yeah, like the first episode of Game of Thrones? Maybe. If you mean in the fact that like the fucking White Walkers or whatever showed up and fucked up all the knights. Yeah, kind of. Watching Battlestar Galactica, it's kind of like that, but the tactics kind of suck, and I recognize all the firearms as being modern Earth. Yep. They have like a Beretta PX4 Storm carbine. They use FN57 pistols. They use P90s, all that kind of shit. So, yeah, it kind of sucks. It sucks me out of the TV show sometimes, but I still like the emotional core of Battlestar Galactica. Dumbbells are better than a barbell because you can get a deeper stretch on your pecs. That's probably true. It's just Hobby for 5 says, I want a Stormtrooper story, period. I swear they never do anything with those guys. Heck, do it after the fall of the Empire if you want them to be good. Sure. Or Imperial Remnant. Imperial Remnant shit of like Stormtroopers on the run fighting the Republic in an insurgent war. That would be sick too. You're going to love the end of Andor. I'm just realizing. Mega Base. Sick. Seeing a future human use a British L-85, the worst assault rifle ever made, took me out of the action of Battlestar Galactica. Yeah, there you go. Like the first episode of Game of Thrones, true. Bad Batch was really good from what I hear. Yeah, there's some stuff in there, but, you know, some of the tactics are silly from like a military perspective, but it's written for kids and teenagers, so I shouldn't set my expectations too high. I want to be an upgraded Stormtrooper, as do I. The Stormtroopers breach a door and shoot up the hallway, and when the smoke clears, it's a Jedi holding all their plasma bolts in the air with the Force, and the troopers desperately try to retreat. See, yeah, like inverse the Vader scene. Like the Vader scene from the end of Rogue One. Literally inverse that, but make it, you know, the Jedi fucking up Stormtroopers. That'd be pretty sick. So... Or, oh shit, just do the Vader scene from Rogue One. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Great minds think alike. But I would still want to do like a hunting scene. So like you could inverse the Jedi scene with the Stormtroopers, but I would also want to do a hunting scene where a tactical squad hunts and kills a Jedi using coordinated infantry tactics. I think that would be fucking sick. But anyways, thank you to everybody who watched. Thank you everybody for the financial donations. I'll obviously be here tomorrow, 9:30 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. on Valor Media Network tomorrow. VALOR Media Common Spelling Network Common Spelling. I hope you had fun. It was good seeing my friends. It was good seeing everybody in chat. I hope you guys have a beautiful night.